Order. Questions for oral answer. Dr. Chu Pei-Ling.
Question 1, please.
So today, over 99% of our internet traffic is transmitted internationally via submarine cables and domestically via terrestrial cables and radio networks. In Singapore, specific enterprises may use satellites as a secondary channel for communications or environmental monitoring. The impact of potential disruptions to satellite services today is therefore limited. For example, operational systems in the aviation and maritime sectors are primarily supported by terrestrial networks, with satellite communications serving as a secondary mode of communications. As cybersecurity threats to space systems are expected to evolve, the government will work closely with the industry to enhance the security and resilience of Singapore's space infrastructure.
Dr. Chu.
Thank you, Speaker and SMS. I have 3 supplementary questions. The first SQ, as reliance on satellite-enabled systems grows, is there a role for strengthening domestic capabilities in satellite cybersecurity monitoring, threat detection, and attribution? My second SQ, as reliance on satellite-enabled systems grows, is there a role for my second SQ, given that satellites are difficult to repair once launched and may rely on legacy or unpatched systems, what is the government's assessment of the resilient risks? And my third SQ, and how are these mitigated over their life cycle? Thank you.
SMS Tan.
So I thank the member, Dr. Chu, for her supplementary questions. My sense of her questions is that it stems from a concern around the resilience and security of our digital connectivity infrastructure, which is understandable. The digital connectivity infrastructure is increasingly essential for our economy and our daily lives. Let me just set the context and elaborate on the point I made earlier. More than 99% of our internet traffic is via non-satellite means. So unlike other larger countries, perhaps, Singapore is a hub for submarine cables. Most of our internet traffic to other parts of the world is via submarine cables, and we are a very submarine cable dense hub in the world. That's the first point. The second, within Singapore, domestically, we have a very robust digital connectivity infrastructure. We have fiber optics cables to almost every home and every businesses. In fact, Singapore is probably one of the world's first countries to have fiber optics cables to every address. That was more than 15 years ago. And complementing that is the mobile infrastructure networks. And about 5 years ago, we rolled out the 5G standalone networks, making us probably one of the first countries in the world to have a nationwide coverage of standalone 5G mobile coverage. So these networks complement one another, and security and resilience are built into these networks in its design. So 99% of our internet traffic are through submarine cables to other parts of the world, and within Singapore, through the terrestrial networks, primarily our fiber optic cables, as well as our radio networks, which are mobile networks. So that is a context in which how we look at our digital connectivity infrastructure. On top of that, we participate actively with international bodies that set standards for resilience and cybersecurity for the space industry. For example, international standards such as those from the International Organization for Standardization, Institute of Electrical and Electronics Engineers, and the Consultative Committee for Space Data Systems. So satellite operators and their partners adopt cybersecurity and resilience standards relevant to their specific use cases, such as for IT, aerospace, and telecommunications. And users that transmit sensitive data would also adopt stringent data encryption policies to protect the data in transit. And Singapore participates actively in many of these committees. This space is evolving. The space technology is evolving rapidly, especially with commercial endeavors in this area, and Singapore will continue to monitor the trends closely and participate actively.
Mr. Jaugiam.
Question 2, please.
To cater to the needs of working parents, preschools providing full-day services are required to operate from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. on weekdays. Preschools have the flexibility to extend their services beyond the standard operating hours based on factors such as parental demand and the availability of resources, such as manpower. Today, around 20 preschools operate beyond 7 p.m. on weekdays, and this is a decrease from 40 preschools in 2021. We recognize the challenges that parents face in balancing their caregiving and work commitments, and for parents who require additional caregiving support outside of the standard preschool operating hours, there are alternative options available. These include paid and community-based options, such as babysitting services. To support parents in accessing flexible work arrangements, or FWA, the government has worked closely with tripartite partners to encourage employers to provide a family-friendly work environment, and this includes the launch of the tripartite guidelines on FWA requests in 2024. The guidelines set out the process for employees to formally request for FWAs, for employers to consider them, and to aim to better support working parents in their caregiving needs.
Mr. Gill.
So, for a worker finishing work at 6 p.m. in the CBD and reaching a Heartlands preschool by 7 p.m. is often a logistical impossibility because they have to take taxis, unless they take taxis every day. And since work inflexibility, commuting costs, and the lack of domestic help disproportionately affect low and middle income parents, the MOS agreed that rigid cutoff times could exacerbate social inequality. I have some suggestions. To avoid teacher burnout, would the ministry consider requiring one preschool per HDB estate to offer care until 7:30 p.m., staffed by ancillary care assistants? This could provide a safe environment for dinner and unstructured play without increasing the workload of core educators. And secondly, has the Early Childhood Development Agency conducted a proactive survey to gauge the actual interest in extended hours? Without this, we cannot assume that demand is low simply because parents may have simply resigned themselves to the current reality and are making career sacrifices in order to cope.
MOS go.
Speaker, I thank the member for his questions. I think the first point with regard to employees ending at 6 p.m. And having to make it to the preschool to pick up their children, I empathize and I understand that some employees, some parents will face that constraint, which is why I think the emphasis on flexible work arrangements is all the more important. And I think we want to get to a state whereby the relationship and the common understanding between employers and employees as a society is as such, that we do support the caregiving needs of all our working adults, especially working parents. So I wish to double down on the need and the emphasis on flexible work arrangements. I thank the member for his suggestion of setting a preschool per estate that operates on extended hours. I don't think ACDA or MSF will have a firm view either way on this. I think the key thing here is that the decision to extend operating hours is a business decision that we have left it to the preschool operators. The preschools today are actually free to charge. They are available and they are allowed to charge for the extra hours beyond 7 p.m. depending, and this is because we understand and we recognize that for the preschools to run beyond the operating hours, there will be additional demands on them, staffing requirements, additional resources, costs, and therefore they can charge. However, we have not seen that, and the data over the last 5 years bears itself that the number of preschools offering that has actually come down, which may suggest that there may not be a demand for that. And I'll highlight that 20 preschools is actually lesser than the number of constituencies that we have. I think the decrease, based on what ACDA understands, can be due to a variety of factors. First, of course, there may be lower parental demand. It may be the case, as we observe, that flexible arrangements is setting in. More parents do get those flexible arrangements from their employers, and therefore there isn't such a need for that. the preschools may also face very real manpower constraints, such as preschool educators themselves, or educators themselves having to go back to their own families and their own children at 7 p.m. Actually, another reason may also be because parents themselves recognize that it is important for them to spend enough time with their children and not leave the children in the preschools for too long a period. I reference a study made in 2024. This is the Singapore Longitudinal Early Development Study, SG LEADS, that actually found that the longer the children stayed in preschools beyond 40 hours, and significantly beyond, we start to observe that their literacy, their numeracy achievements do have some impact. And I think generally parents do recognize that too many hours in the preschool is not a good thing. More family time is useful. And I think from MSF's perspective, we strongly encourage our parents to spend enough quality time with their children. Thank you.
Dr. Hamid Raza. Question 3, sir.
Sir, under the Administration of Muslim Law Act, AMLA, the ownership of all Waqf assets is vested in the Islamic Religious Council of Singapore, MUIS. The Waqf assets are managed by Waris Investment, a subsidiary of MUIS, and the appointed mutawalis in accordance with the intentions of the Waqif or donor. There are clear governance mechanisms in place to ensure that Waqf assets remain financially sustainable and are managed with accountability and transparency. First, all mutawalis must be approved by the MUIS Council and have the competencies to maintain good governance and long-term sustainability of the Waqf they oversee. Second, Waris and the appointed mutawalis must comply with audit requirements set out under the AMLA, as well as undergo periodic checks by MUIS that religious guidance by the Fatwa Committee has been adhered to. Third, the MUIS Waqf Disbursement Committee, which comprises members from the MUIS Council, monitors and reviews annual Waqf disbursement and makes recommendation on the allocation of Waqf funds in accordance with the Waqif's intention. Waqf management has indeed become more challenging over the years. Amidst rising costs and development needs, MUIS and Waris strive to keep rents affordable while performing their fiduciary duty to ensure sufficient financial returns for the Waqf beneficiaries. Where tenants face challenges paying rent, MUIS and Waris engage them to understand their situation and explore repayment plans. For some Waqf properties, MUIS and Waris have also undertaken asset enhancement and redevelopment initiatives under the Waqf Revitalization Scheme to optimize financial returns while sustaining their heritage value. Recent examples include the Red House at East Coast Road and Jamik Chulia Heritage Development at Moore Street. MUIS will continue to review and enhance Waqf asset management to ensure that our Waqf assets can sustainably support their intended beneficiaries.
Dr. Raza. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Acting Minister for his reply. I do appreciate the challenges faced in unlocking the assets and to create greater value. In my interactions with members of the Malay Muslim and the Indian Muslim community, they have expressed interest to find out how the value from these Waqf assets can be used to uplift the community over time. Secondly, I would also like to ask the Acting Minister, how does MUIS and its subsidiaries actually engage diverse segments of the Muslim community to ensure that their views are heard and incorporated into the asset management as well. Thank you.
Acting Minister Baisha Ibrahim.
So I thank the member for the SQs. These are very good questions indeed. In fact, we often hear and meet the community leaders, and they ask about such questions. So essentially, the returns from building rentals or with any other forms of income from or generated from the Wakaf assets are distributed to beneficiaries in accordance with the Wakaf deed. So we have to be very clear about that, and we follow what's in the Wakaf deed. In 2024, a total of $11.3 million was disbursed to the Wakaf beneficiaries, which include the family members of the benefactors, and as well as mosques, madrasa, community organizations, and charities. And depending on the intention of the Waqif, these returns may be used to build and maintain mosques and madrasas, support the poor and needy, and also fund the development and welfare of the community. In fact, I've been very fortunate to be involved in development of Waqaf back in the early 2000s when I was in MUIS Council, where I was actually looking after the Waqaf aspect of MUIS work. And I saw how the community worked together, and MUIS leading the community, working together to see how the returns go back to where it's supposed to be and to the community. And fast forward to today, you see a vast development in that space, whereby not only there have been asset or Wakaf revitalization and also asset enhancement, optimization have been done, as well as looking at the historic value of the Wakaf. And all I can say that the community, in fact, has benefited a lot, significantly from these Wakaf returns. And sometimes I discuss with the mosque leaders, community leaders, as to how they have been using the returns. And I am very happy to see that such return sometimes something that they look forward to, because that help in the way not only they manage the mosque, but that help in the way they reach out to the community and benefit the community. So I must say that the returns of Wakaf assets not only go back to where it's supposed to be, but with the value enhancement efforts and also the returns that have been that the community has gained has somehow helped to build build the community. That means it helps in the development of the Muslim community, in the Muslim community and beyond. And also, your second question is about how we engage the mosque leaders, community leaders. Yes, indeed, we do. Right? And in fact, just to give you an example, I was also directly involved. I was helping Minister Masagos on the restoration work of the historic Jamik Chulia Mosque and the development and construction of Jamik Chulia Heritage. I remember the various engagement sessions we had. We tried to reach out to the Indian Muslim community leaders, had many sessions. Even we went back and forth when there were they needed clarity, there were clarifications, or even certain things that did not meet the planning criteria. We spoke to them, and then there were constraints. We decided on an option that, would provide a balanced outcome. And I must say that this process not only reached, but also it gave the community leaders the satisfaction that they are part of this journey. So this is something that we want to continue to do. As you can see, the Jamit Chulia Mosque restoration have been completed, and the Jamit Chulia Heritage is going to be completed soon. It's the pride of the community. And not only we want to develop for today, I think the key, what I got from my engagement, the community leaders want to do this for the future generation as well. So I assure the member that we'll do our best to ensure that what the Waqif would like to leave behind is not only acceded to, we hold it with trust.
Ms. Yeo Wan Ling.
Sir, under the Institute of Technical Education ITE Work-Study Diploma Program, trainees are hired by the participating companies as full-time employees and receive on-the-job training delivered by employers in tandem with classroom training by ITE. ITE graduates with disabilities participating in the Work-Study Diploma Program may approach SG Enable for employment support from trained job coaches. They provide job support services such as fostering workplace integration, and they also provide employers with practical advice on job redesign. SG Enable also connects interested inclusive employers with ITE to participate in the Work-Study Diploma Program and offers disability awareness training to these employers to better support and integrate employees with disabilities. In addition to support from SG Enable, ITE also works with employers to ensure that necessary support arrangements are in place for trainees with disabilities. One example is for employers to provide step-by-step instructions for trainees who require more time to learn at work.
Ms. Yeo.
Thank you, Speaker. For many young persons with disabilities and their families in the IT system, the work-study diploma pathway does offer a very viable route towards a secure and meaningful future. However, given their conditions, some may require a longer runway to secure a suitable host organization, particularly as what SBS had mentioned, if there needs to be job redesign or the workplaces to be properly resourced to be inclusive employment areas. Could I ask if the ministry would also consider establishing and regularly updating a centralized repository of inclusive employers, for example, the companies recognized under the SG Enabling Mark, to make this available to schools offering the work-study diploma program, especially not just for the diploma, but also for work attachments, industrial attachments. The other one too, would the ministry also consider working with the schools and SG Enable to actually provide flexibility, especially with the extension of program deadlines for our persons with disabilities, especially if they are unable to find a suitable host organization within the stipulated deadline timeframes for reasons unrelated to their academic merits.
SBS Cho.
So I thank the member for her SQs and for her attention to this space, inclusive employment. On the centralized register, I think as she has correctly identified, the essence of this scope of work really is about the customized nature of providing job support. So finding out students with disabilities, what their specific areas of strengths, interests, motivations, and possible career pathways are. And that's a highly bespoke journey. I think we will double down on that front. As to time extensions, I think we could take the suggestion back and explore her suggestion. But even if we were to grant time extension, I think it goes back to the first point that I mentioned earlier, and that is for each student, we need to really explore what the possibilities are. Because this area of work, again, on inclusive employment, is one that's highly bespoke.
Mr. Tsai Ing-tou.
Mr. Speaker, MOH reviews our tobacco control policies regularly with the aim of keeping smoking prevalence as low as possible. We do not rule out introducing a ban on flavoured tobacco products in the future and implementing further tobacco tax increases.
Mr. Tsai.
Thank you, Speaker. 7 clear days ago when I filed this question, not knowing that a few hours later, PM would raise cigarette tax, answering part B to the question. I have 3 SQs for MOS. In 2022, the Straits Times reported over 50% of flavored cigarettes, over 50% of cigarettes sold in Singapore are flavored. This was noted to be far more than in other countries where the market share is typically 5 to 25%. There are also countless scientific studies that have shown that added flavors make cigarettes more appealing to youths as they mask the harsh tobacco taste. Some flavors like menthol also interact with nicotine in the brain, making them more addictive. Given this, my 3 SQs are, was there studies that found correlation between the popularity of vape and flavored cigarettes amongst youths, which was due to the variety of flavors that they were sold in? Number 2, are flavored cigarettes in Singapore more addictive? And what is the current market share of these cigarettes? And thirdly, are there plans to reduce the proportion of flavored cigarettes sold or to entirely cut them out? Thank you.
MOS Rahayu.
Thank you, Speaker. Yes, indeed, there is a large body of international evidence showing that flavoured tobacco products increase smoking initiation, particularly amongst youth, because as the member had mentioned earlier, the flavours like menthol or fruit are used to mask the harsh tobacco flavour, and this actually increases its appeal to the youth. And he also mentioned about the ST report. It is still fairly accurate that menthol cigarettes take up almost half of Singapore's cigarette market. So we are definitely not close to reviewing this. We are looking into this matter. As I mentioned in the earlier answer, we are reviewing as to whether or not we will introduce a ban on the flavoured tobacco products.
Mr. Abdul Muhaimin Abdul Malik.
Question 6, please.
Besides the use of the Child Development Account funds, the government provides subsidies to ensure child-minding services under the Early Childhood Development Agency, or ACDA's, child-minding pilot for infants are affordable. For parents who use these services full-time for 5 times a week for 4 weeks, they'll pay around $700 a month in out-of-pocket expenses. This is lower than the usual cost of child-minding services today, which can be around $1,200 to $2,800 a month. Of all families enrolled, more than 80% have used their infants' CDA monies to defray the out-of-pocket expenses of child-minding services under this pilot.
Mr. Muhaimin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have 3 supplementary questions for the MOS. Okay, the MOS mentioned that there's 80% of enrolled families that have used CDA monies to defray the costs. Can the MOS share what proportion of enrolled families come from lower income households those with PCHI of 1,500 or below, and whether the absence of means-tested subsidies has been a barrier to participation for such families? And if so, what the ministry intends to do about it?
MOS go.
Speaker, I thank the member for his question. Actually, I recognize the member's concern for our low-income families, and we are also acutely aware of this segment of society that we especially need to take good care of. I wish to highlight and inform the member that this child-minding pilot is actually a pilot. We only offer it at 2 centres currently and taking care of no more than 100 infants at this current juncture. So the objective of the pilot really is for us to explore how to do this well and to scale this across the country, including how to make it even more inclusive for all children, for all income types, as well as to understand also what operators need to do to keep this a viable model. And therefore, currently we only provide supply-side subsidies to the operators, as well as on the CDA monies. We recognize that for low-income families, if they really need the infant care or child-minding support, actually we do recommend them to go for our many infant care preschools. And our low-income families, when they enroll in our government-supported preschools, they will, like a member is aware of, receive a lot more subsidy options, including means-tested subsidies. And with fee caps at our government preschools, after preschool subsidies, our low-income families can actually pay as low as $40 for full-day infant care in anchor-operator preschools. Thanks.
That's $40 a month, right?
Yes, Speaker, thank you very much. It's $40 a month.
Order, end of question time. The clerk will now proceed to read the order of the day.
Item 1, resumption of debate on the budget statement. A motion standing in the name of the Prime Minister and Minister for Finance, third allotted day.
The question is that Parliament approves the financial policy of the government for the financial year 1st April 2026 to 31st March 2027. Mr. Anand Pao.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to speak in support of the budget as delivered by the Prime Minister. What struck me about this budget is not just a package of measures, but the signal it sends. In a more uncertain, fractured world, it reassures that all Singaporeans that we remain steady, confident, and united. It reassures Singaporeans that we are always here to take care of each other. This budget carries a we first direction, reminding us that progress is not just about growth in figures, but about shared responsibilities, stronger bonds, and a social compact that is real in everyday life. Mr. Speaker, if we take this we first direction seriously, then we must pay attention not just to the policy intent, but how these policies land on the ground, especially at transitional points where households and business are most exposed. In that spirit, while I'll touch briefly on Comlink Plus, measures affecting SMEs, I'll focus my remarks on revised PAF policies and the issues of transitional fairness. First, Mr. Speaker, I support the enhancement of Comlink Plus, which is a scheme that helps families progress from public rental towards home ownership. But I want to raise practical issues on transitional risk. Moving from public rental housing to a new home is not that simple. For some of these families, there's a degree of vulnerability as encountered moving. There's renovation costs, furniture costs, travel routines, childcare, school logistics, and sometimes a change in the workplace too. Some of these families may not yet be stable to absorb a sharp drop in social and financial support. If they're immediately treated as having graduated out of Comlink Plus, it is only human nature that if these families fear by buying a home triggers immediate loss of support, they may delay taking up the step of home purchase that the policy is trying to encourage. Mr. Speaker, this is not a call to keep families dependent. It is the opposite. We want families genuinely to make the difficult step from rental to ownership or from assistance to self-reliance. We should make the transition predictable and safe. I hope NSF can share how support is stapled when these families transit out of Comlink Plus and whether their families' coaches can help with a transition plan so they do not fall into the gaps between the schemes at the most vulnerable and most fragile moments of the transition. Next, Mr. Speaker, the budget also introduced policies that affect a large majority of SMEs. In doing so, the government typically engages trade associations, chambers, to gather feedback on the ground perspectives. However, not all SMEs is required to be part of these bodies. Even SBF, as the Apex Business Chamber, only have compulsory membership for companies above 0.5 million paid up or authorized capital threshold. This means a substantial segment of the micro SMEs may not be in a room when these policies' feedback are being gathered, even though they are the ones who are most sensitive to costs and compliance changes. I therefore urge the government to consider opening feedback channels to hear from these small and micro SMEs via channels such as the SME centres, so that in all fairness, the policy do not get shaped mainly by the larger companies. Mr. Speaker, for the last part of my speech, I will turn to the path changes. Since the announcement, I have received ground feedback from residents and people who are concerned about a sudden implementation and the financial hit they may have to take through no fault of their own. As announced, path rebate was reduced by 45% and the cap lowered from 60,000 to 30,000. This change applies to COE obtained from the second COE bidding exercise in February 2026 onwards. Mr. Speaker, my concern is not about whether the government has good policy reasons to recalibrate path. Policy can and do change all the time. My concern is effective date and the absence of transition safeguards for buyers who had already committed to a car purchase under the prior framework. One of my Geylang Serai residents shared with me that before the budget day, he committed a vehicle purchase and paid a deposit based on the prevailing path rules. However, after the announcement, the dealer's position was that the deal will proceed. And if the buyer cancels, this deposit will be forfeited because the dealer did no wrong, and any dispute should be taken to the authorities. In reality, for many committed buyers, there is no meaningful option to renegotiate the pricing or cancel the purchase without losing substantial deposit. These buyers bear the downside of immediate policy shift. Mr. Speaker, what makes this change particularly difficult is the hastiness of the implementation. The next COE cycle started after the budget was announced and before this House got to debate the policy change. When the path rebate framework changed with such a short runway, the assumption that buyers and sellers made at the point of contact or the point of contract no longer stands. Yet, buyers remain locked in because they cannot back out of the contract without any penalty. I therefore have 6 questions I hope MOT can consider. First, why was there no interim measures for buyers who had already committed and paid deposit before budget day? And would the revised path framework have started in a later COE cycle or with a longer lead time so that the buyers have time to react and consider their decision to buy? Second, in deciding on an immediate start date, did the government consider industry practices such as non-refundable deposits? And was it anticipated that some buyers would face a dilemma of either proceeding at the loss or forfeiting their deposits if they cancel the car purchase? Third, will the government consider introducing a limited relief mechanism for buyers who entered into purchase agreements and paid deposits before budget day? For example, mandating a short grace period, a cancellation without penalty window, or other measures to prevent immediate hardship to this group. Fourth, did the government consider the impact on new car sellers who typically commit to inventory and order pipelines 6 to 12 months in advance? For these new car dealers, they are now at risk of holding stocks that is much harder to sell and may have a knockout effect on their business viability and also the employees' jobs. Fifth, did the government expect this change to increase COE renewal because retaining older cars become relatively more attractive? And if so, what's the expected impact on the number of COEs available for the new cars and resulting trajectory of the COE premiums? Finally, did the government assess how this policy might raise household costs, including higher used car prices, and the impact on families who need the cars for caregiving, disability needs, shift works, caring for elderly family members? Mr. Speaker, some people have also asked my team whether if this is in substance an EV promotion policy. If so, can the government clarify whether our infrastructure is ready? For example, is the national power grid support a mass adoption of EV, and will EV charging, especially in older estates, keep in pace so Singaporeans will not feel that the policy is moving faster than practical realities? Mr. Speaker, the principle is simple. When policy moves quickly, transitional safeguards matters. Otherwise, it creates a perception that when government provides supports, there is conditions and waiting period. But when government takes away value, it can be immediate. I worry this perception will erode trust, especially if ordinary families are hurt because they are not sophisticated buyers and reasonably expect the rules to remain stable when making big purchases. So in closing remark, Mr. Speaker, I support the budget waivers direction. However, I urge the government to view these issues that I raised through the lens of transition and in fairness, whether it is social, economical, or business in nature. Thank you.
MOS Rahayu, you have a clarification to make?
Thank you, Speaker. Mr. Dennis Tan had in his speech on 24th February called for PG and CHAS subsidies to be available at national dental centres when patients are referred there due to complicated conditions. Mr. Tan mentioned that his colleague, Mr. Kenneth Tiong, had raised the same issue in a PQ. I would like to make some clarifications, please. Subsidies and PG benefits are in fact extended to patients at national dental centres. Hence, when Mr. Tiong asked in November last year if polyclinic dental services should cover denture fabrication, repair and fitting, MOH had replied that the polyclinics do cover these services. However, complex cases should still be referred to specialist centres like the National Dental Centre Singapore, since they require specialist management. Such referral cases are subsidised at the specialist centres. For the specific case that Mr. Tan had raised, the patient has also written to the ST Forum page. Subsidies were not extended to the patient's mother because she was a private patient. Ministry will be reaching out to the member of public to explain the situation.
Mr. Tiong.
Thank the MOS for her clarification. So may I ask what is the extent of the MediSave coverage for dental subsidies? And if so, can they be expanded? Thank you.
MOS Rahayu.
I thank the member for his question. Actually, the Ministry has recently announced higher subsidies for root canal treatments and permanent crowns, so there are some extensions already looked at. But as with many other measures, we are constantly reviewing it to see how best we can support patients.
I would like to move on, Associate Professor Jim Muslim, because the MOS Rahayu was raising clarifications from Mr. Dennis Tan and indirectly to Mr. Tiong. Mr. William.
Mr. Speaker, last year I turned 60 and was classified as a senior citizen entitled to a Passion Silver card. It was a proud moment for me. I had reached a recognized life stage when society deemed it fit to accord me a public travel concession. It also made me reflect more about the demographic group I just entered and what this next phase of life should be about. According to the World Health Organization, healthy aging is defined as the process of developing and maintaining the functional ability that enables well-being in older age. It moves beyond a disease-focused model, aiming to maximize a person's capability to be and do what they value, whether in terms of mobility, relationships, or societal contribution. Our own Ministerial Committee on Aging has adopted a similar approach. In its 2023 Action Plan for Successful Aging, it is stated that, and I quote, "Aging is not only about illness and frailty, it also provides opportunities for longer years of active engagement, good health, and contribution to society," unquote. Sir, I've spoken about ageism in this House in the past. Instead of seeing a grey-haired individual as weak and helpless, we should, as far as possible, see how that person's ability and potential can be unlocked. We should look to empower our seniors. Over the years, various taxpayer-funded schemes have been put in place to uplift seniors. I will highlight just a few. If seniors wish to continue working, the government provides employers with a senior employment credit, which has been extended for another year under this year's budget. Senior Singaporeans have also been included in the Skills Future program, making lifelong learning affordable. Our public buses are now fully wheelchair-friendly, with bus stops mostly barrier-free, encouraging disabled seniors to go out and stay connected. Sir, the topic of the Prime Minister's budget speech this year is securing our future in a changing world. Yet at the same time, amidst this relentless pace of change, we must ensure that we do not leave our seniors behind, many of whom are struggling to keep up with a world vastly different from the one they used to know. Today, I would like to highlight 3 areas that seem to me to be recurring issues facing seniors. First, the push towards digitalization. Second, the withdrawal of face-to-face services. And third, the government's means testing policies. First, on digitalization. The relentless pace of digitalization is epitomized by the use of SingPass. To transact with all government departments, SingPass is the default mode. SingPass has overall been a great enabler that eases authentication and transactions across many sectors. For some seniors, however, it is bewildering and disempowering. Seniors who never had a smartphone have to purchase one in order to download the SingPass app and utilize its functions. Even so, many are unable to operate the app as it is simply alien to what they are used to. They find it difficult to open the app to quickly scan QR codes or to toggle between the app, SMS functions, and websites in order to key in one-time passwords, all within a short time limit. Seniors with close relatives or friends can get help for digital transactions. However, this still engenders a feeling of dependency and helplessness. Then there are seniors without children or close relatives. The prospect of isolated seniors is real. According to the Ministerial Committee on Aging, an estimated 83,000 seniors above 65 will live alone by the year 2030. These vulnerable seniors may end up trusting the wrong people or may decide not to transact with the government at all. Many seniors, especially the older ones, did not have the opportunities for schooling unlike later cohorts. According to the Department of Statistics Population Trends 2025, as at 2024, nearly 40% of those over 55 have education at below secondary level, a very significant segment. Education levels tell us something about comfort with technology, as using technology usually requires higher level language skills, often in English. So to that end, I wonder if there's information available on the extent to which services may not be reaching seniors due to the demands of digitalization and how best we can support them. For example, I'm aware that the Silver Generation Office is doing health-related outreach to isolated seniors at their homes. How far are they trained and able to assist such seniors in digital transactions? I now move on to the related point of the withdrawal of face-to-face or over-the-counter services. So in the last decade, there has been a rapid withdrawal of face-to-face services across many sectors. One huge change is in banking, with banks driving their customers to digital banking apps and the reduction in physical bank branches. For government services, this has been happening as well, with face-to-face services being reduced for one reason or another. For instance, we have been told that due to manpower constraints in the home team, neighborhood police posts and some neighborhood police centers no longer have manned counters. So a recent drastic change affecting residents in the Hougang area has been the closure of the HDB branch office at Hougang Central. Although the closure of this office was due to the site being sold for development, the lack of a replacement physical branch has upset and worried residents. This is not surprising. According to the Department of Statistics, as at June last year, the Hougang planning area is one of those which has a high concentration of residents over the age of 65. On this, sir, please let me continue in Mandarin. 后港中路的建筑发展局分行于9月1日关闭，受影响的范围包括后港单选区和阿育尼集选区部分地区。居民向我反映，他们如今必须前往更远的盛港建物局分行办理事务，这给他们带来许多不便。针对后港区议员陈立峰在国会所提出的相关议题，国家发展部回应指出，后港分行于9月1日关闭，是为了配合在后港10道 以后港中路一带发展综合商业与住宅项目。目前，建筑局并没有在附近设立新的实体分行，而是以电子服务区和自助服务机取代柜台服务。在此，我想请问建筑局，在决定关闭后港分行之前，是否已经充分评估对后港居民所造成的影响？后港一带有许多早期建成的旧祖屋与年长居民，政府是否认为，在分行关闭后，居民只能自行适应数码化服务？如果是在较新的、居民较年轻的地区关闭实体分行，我或许能够理解。但在后港这样以年长居民为主的社区，这样的安排是否真的妥当？ Sir, back to English. Residents of the area have been asking what is next on the government's agenda for the removal of face-to-face services. They worry that the Hougang Neighbourhood Police Centre is next. So finally, I move to my third and final observation on means testing for subsidies and benefits. In the budget speech, PM Wong emphasized that families were the bedrock of society and the first line of support for every individual. It is useful to examine whether some government policies might inadvertently discourage family support. Take, for instance, the means testing criteria for government subsidies and schemes. The Silver Support Scheme and healthcare subsidies for long-term care and outpatient treatment under CHAS are prime examples of policies affecting seniors. These schemes have eligibility criteria such as per capita household income, PCHI. Should a wage-earning adult child decide to live with his or her parents for mutual support, the seniors may become ineligible for support or have support reduced compared to if they lived on their own. The same would apply to a single aunt or uncle with very limited resources but living with a family of working adults. So it is thus not surprising that there are adult children who decide not to have the same address as their parents or relatives so that their elderly can qualify for more government support. This surely cannot be the message the government wishes to send. I agree with the principle of means testing, as our resources are finite. However, some refinement of our means testing criteria is due. Would it be possible, for instance, to do away with the per capita household income criterion for schemes such as Silver Support and simply look at the senior's own income? So to round up, I would like to urge the government to continually review how it empowers seniors. And to that end, I wish to conclude on a positive note. I must give credit to the Traffic Police and the Land Transport Authority for something meaningful they have just implemented to help senior drivers. For years up to now, drivers aged 65 or older have had to undergo medical examinations for renewal of their licenses. For the general driving license issued by the police, once in 3 years. For the vocational licenses issued by LTA, annually. Senior drivers have come to the Meet People sessions expressing confusion over these two requirements. Some have also had difficulties uploading the medical reports onto the portals of the two agencies, as they were not comfortable handling attachments. Now, under the new harmonized medical examination report scheme implemented on 2nd February, drivers need only attend one medical examination that can be used by both agencies. In addition, the doctor will be the one uploading the medical report onto the relevant portal. Drivers need not do this themselves anymore. This is similar to the way medical examination reports on migrant domestic workers are being submitted to MOM by clinics. So the new scheme implemented by both these agencies demonstrates how a seemingly small gesture can go a long way to easing the life of seniors. With collaboration across agencies and with Singaporeans, we can forge a kinder, more conducive environment for all generations.
Ms. Heniso.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of Budget 2026. As the head of advocacy for the PAP Women's Wing Seasons of Life, I'm heartened by the budget's emphasis on supporting Singaporeans through every stage of their journey, from youth to parenthood and into their golden years. Drawing from my engagements with residents in our Marsiling UTGRC and various community partners and stakeholders, I wish to raise recommendations that build on this foundation, ensuring no one is left behind as we navigate life seasons together. Let me begin with our youths and the imperative of education for lifelong learning. As Deputy Chairperson of the Education GPC, my colleagues and I remain unwavering committed to ensuring access to education at all life stages. I fully agree with the Prime Minister that learning must go beyond and extend beyond theory and translate into hands-on applications that empower individuals to thrive. An example which I wish to share with this House is the YMCA's Vocational and Soft Skills Program, VASSP, an initiative that I have proudly supported for the past few years, which aims to equip out-of-school youths and youths at risk with job competency and specific vocational skills. I regularly attend their dialogue sessions where I share my personal story, starting as a student in the normal academic stream, facing doubts about my future, yet finding the confidence to pursue a law degree and becoming who I am today. This program is a vital effort to uplift youths who may feel disillusioned about their future due to influences like misguided peers or challenging family backgrounds. Such initiative should not only be encouraged but normalized, aligning with Prime Minister's vision in his budget speech that every Singaporean, regardless of where they start in life, should have a fair chance to pursue their aspirations and realize their full potential. As our nation ramps up efforts in AI education and encourages lifelong learning, we must ensure that the right infrastructures is in place to support every keen learner. I have previously suggested in this House that we consider establishing another Institute of Technical Education in the North. This new ITE could also serve as a dedicated campus for lifelong learning, collaborating closely with the nearby Republic Polytechnic and collaborate closely with the adjacent Jurong Town Corporation's industrial areas. Such a facility could democratize access to practical, skills-based education, bridging gaps and fostering a culture of continuous growth. Turning into marriage and parenthood, I applaud the budget's recognitions that families are the bedrock of society and the first line of support for every individual. Building on this geological metaphor, Budget 2026 should enhance support for families starting and building, much like the stratifications of bedrock that provides enduring stability. Prospective parents face unique concerns and challenges. There is no silver bullet to improve our ever-low TFR overnight. The decision to marry and have children is deeply personal. The key question is, what are the right conditions that would help couples feel confident and ready to start a family? Through my engagements with fellow Singaporeans, in particular my Woodgrove residents and Fertility Support Singapore, I have been motivated to continue to spotlight support for assisted conception procedures. As Minister Indrani Raja noted in her speech at the FSS Fertility and Inclusion in the Workplace Forum, and I quote, "There are couples who wish to have children but have difficulties conceiving. The struggles they face are deeply personal, often invisible, and sometimes painful." SingHealth statistics indicate that roughly 1 in 6 couples, about 17%, experience infertility in Singapore. For these couples who clearly wish to start families but face daunting hurdles, we can and must do more. FSS community engagements reveal that financial costs are the top stressor, forcing some to abandon their fertility journey entirely. With 2 successful years of historically low TFR, sir, it's time to act. Then the time to act is now. My fellow PAP Women's Wing MPs and I stand aligned with FSS recommendations to propose several feasible solutions to create those right conditions. 1, promote early health screenings for fertility, potentially collaborating with the Registry of Marriages and as part of the Healthy SG movement. 2, increase subsidies for assisted reproduction treatments. 3, raising the Medisave utilization limits for ART and allowing treatments in private clinics to alleviate long waiting times in public hospitals, where time is of the essence. Additionally, we recommend government to co-fund for ART at private clinics, expanding MediSave withdrawals from 3 to 6 cycles, MediSave coverage for elective egg freezing, subsidized fertility screenings for couples, and enhanced workplace support for fertility and family building. Beyond conception, the journey after birth, subsumed under SG Made for Families, also influences decision to start families. Concerns include accessible and affordable housing, as well as mitigating career impacts for parents raising children. It is regrettable that not every need can be met, as each family's circumstances are unique. That said, this House will strive to ensure that every Singaporean family is cared for. A common appeal from my Woodgrove residents is for housing that allows them to build true homes. Obstacles that my residents face include successfully balloting for a HDB flat, upgrading to a larger flat to accommodate their growing family, which for buyers of resale flats means needing to fork out, at times, significant cash to meet the cash over valuation component. As such, I hope that HDB can provide access to bigger HDB flats by granting priority as second-timers to the sale of balanced flats for families who have with 2 or more children who wish to upgrade and live closer to or with their parents. For children's education, we must keep expenses affordable and by offering better flexibility in tapping on the CDA funds for preschool recommended enrichment lessons and field trips, for example. We should also support continuous career progressions for working parents, especially mothers, ensuring stable incomes to cover growing expenses for aging parents and children. I urge reinstating the working mother tax incentives to allow mothers who earn more income each year to claim a larger amount of tax relief for each child so as to motivate mothers to remain and or return to workforce when they feel ready to pursue leadership positions. Finally, let us not forget our seniors entering their golden years. Many do not wish to burden their children and to seek to remain active and healthy. Grassroots organizations and active aging centers play a complementary role in this, supporting seniors with face-to-face interactions, helping them to embrace digitalizations, organizing regular engagements to foster community bonds while keeping our seniors' minds sharp and prevent physical frailty. A recent example is the Frailty Management Program that was launched in Care Corner Active Aging Centres in Woodgrove and Marsiling, with a comprehensive and tailored care plan and close monitoring to address our seniors' physical, nutritional, and social needs. Mr. Speaker, the government has been actively encouraging seniors, and in particular Singaporeans, to embark on legacy planning. But I believe more can be done to increase the take-up rates, especially amongst our seniors, such as 1, continuing to waive the LPA registration fees for Singaporeans, and 2, considering a revamp of the wills registry while ensuring users are properly advised by legal professionals and better protected. At this juncture, I wish to declare that I'm a practicing lawyer. As part of our PAP senior group initiatives, Woodgrove branch have organized 3 sessions of pro bono LPA certification session last year, serving our seniors in need. I'm immensely grateful to our group of dedicated volunteers and lawyers who have given many of my Woodgrove residents a peace of mind and, more importantly, assisted them in completing their legacy plans. At Marsiling UTGRC, we have more pro bono LPA certification sessions in the pipeline, which we hope our residents will sign up for and attend when the dates are announced. Please stay tuned. Building on the momentum, I intend to speak during the Ministry of Law COS to propose ways to enhance access and protections to encourage legacy planning. Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, Budget 2026 lays a strong foundation. But with these recommendations, we can make it even more inclusive by supporting Singaporeans through youth, parenthood, and seniority. We build a resilient nation where every season of life is one of opportunity and dignity. I support the budget.
Mr. Andrea Low.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister has set out an ambitious vision for AI. He asks us to harness it as a strategic advantage. I agree with that framing. The question I want to put to the House today is, a strategic advantage for whom? The answer will determine whether Budget 2026 fulfills its promise that growth must translate into good jobs and rising incomes for Singaporeans. I want to address three things. How can we own the technology rather than just renting it? How can we protect the worker who is being asked to adapt in this new age? And how can we ensure that the gains are shared with the people who help create them? Let me start with the technology itself. Mr. Speaker, I want to push our AI ambitions further. Right now, the heavy fiscal levers in our AI strategy are largely focused towards adoption, identifying where AI can improve our existing industries and subsidizing our businesses to deploy it faster. That is necessary, but not sufficient. If our industrial strategy remains focused on fast adoption, we are agreeing to a permanent compounding transfer of value to foreign technology companies. Every API call we make, every subscription, every enterprise license is rent paid to a landlord in Silicon Valley or perhaps China. Singapore has never just accepted that kind of relationship with any industry. We move up the value chain, extracting value at the source. We do not just use semiconductors, we manufacture them. And our ambition for AI should be no different. We need to stake out our own defendable positions and capture the value that comes with them. The question is therefore where specifically we have a right to win. And I think that the answer starts with understanding Singapore's constraints. We cannot win a compute war. We lack the land, the power grid, and the capital to train trillion-parameter frontier models. But Singapore has been here before. When we face constraints in other industries, we did not try to outspend our larger competitors. Instead, we identified niches where our specific combination of capabilities gave us an advantage, and we built from there. We have already done this in AI. Singapore has produced Sea Lion and Mara Lion, large language models built on open weights foundations, fine-tuned for Southeast Asian language context and our cultural context. We identified a gap in our region, and we filled it. That was and remains the right instinct. We must now look further afield with global ambitions. I want to make the case for another niche, one with global export potential, Edge AI, and the efficiency research that underpins it. The rest of the world is running into the same energy wall that we face when deploying AI. Data centers are straining electrical grids everywhere. The United States is planning new nuclear power plants specifically to power AI data centers. My colleague Dennis Tan earlier highlighted in this House the outsized environmental impact of an indiscriminate rush to embrace large-scale models for every minor task, a dilemma that every nation is grappling with. This global problem, in other words, is the same problem our constraints have been forcing us to think about. How do you make AI run on less? This is the field of model distillation and quantization, compressing large AI models so that they can run locally with minimal degradation in performance without an internet connection to the cloud on a fraction of the energy. The result is what practitioners call Edge AI, intelligence that runs on the device itself rather than routing data to a distant server. The Prime Minister had announced 4 national AI missions in this budget. I want to look at 2 of them through the lens of Edge AI. In advanced manufacturing, the robots on a factory floor cannot depend on a cloud connection. A production line that hesitates because of a network latency or halts because of an outage is a competitive liability. The AI running that factory needs to operate locally and be resilient to disruption. In connectivity, the autonomous systems that manage our containers at our ports make thousands of routing decisions every second. Our ports handle a large proportion of the world's transshipment volume. These decisions cannot wait for a round trip to a data center. The export potential follows directly. As the rest of the world scrambles to solve their energy and latency constraints, the The software that makes AI run efficiently on local hardware will command a significant premium. We're already being pushed to solve this problem. We should be solving it deliberately and with an eye on selling the solution. I'm not a deep technical expert, and I'm not offering a comprehensive blueprint today. What I am suggesting is a way to think about where Singapore has a right to win, and Edge AI is one possible answer to that question, among many others. The same logic points towards explainable AI, building tools that make the reasoning that AI models make transparent enough for regulated industries to deploy. Finance and healthcare, the two other sectors that are the focus of our AI missions, are just these industries that operate under obligations to explain automated decisions. Singapore's regulatory institutions and our reputation for the rule of law may give us a genuine advantage in this space as well. These are just ideas, and there will be other niches that neither side of the House has yet identified. So what do I ask for? The government has already committed $37 billion under the Research, Innovation and Enterprise 2030 plan, with AI explicitly within the scope. I ask that within that envelope, Edge AI efficiency research, model distillation, quantization, and on-device deployment be named as an explicit priority, with success measured by commercial export potential and not just domestic adoption. My more specific ask concerns the national AI missions. The 4 missions are already funded. I ask that each mission consider edge deployment capability as a key design criterion, whether an efficient, low-latency, sovereign edge model is appropriate for the use case. And more broadly, I ask that the government establish a formal process for identifying Singapore's AI export niches, applying the same constraint-aware logic that produced Sea Lion and Mera Lion across our strategic industries, not just edge or explainable AI. A systemic search for where Singapore has a right to win and a commitment to back those niches with capital. The goal is to ensure that in years to come, Singapore is a genuine owner of commercial AI capability that we can export to the world, not just a well-compensated tenant, but a landlord of our own. But owning the technology is only the first part of the answer. The second is protecting the people being asked to adapt to it, including those that the market has already started to leave behind. Mr. Speaker, the aggregate economic data looks encouraging. Broad-based wage growth and lower income inequality. But averages can be dangerous, and they can mask a specific problem that I think deserves more attention. Research published in October last year by Stanford University and ADP found that since late 2022, which was when ChatGPT broke cover, entry-level hiring in AI-exposed sectors in the US has fallen by 16%. For software developers, aged 22 to 25 specifically, the headcount has fallen by a greater 20%. We do not have such granular data for Singapore, but that alone is part of the problem. This is what I call the broken bottom rung of the ladder. Now, I want to be clear that what is at stake here, not just in economic terms, but in human terms as well. The first job is not just income. It is a place where you discover what you're capable of, where someone more senior takes a chance on you, teaches you something you could not have learned any other way, and passes on a standard of craft or judgment that you will carry for the rest of your career. It is where professional identity is formed. If that rung is gone, not because graduates are less capable, but simply because it is now cheaper to automate the tasks that used to justify hiring them, we do not have an unemployment problem. We have a rupture in how knowledge and expertise pass from one generation to the next. The experienced professionals of 2046 are the junior hires of today. If we do not hire them today, we will not have any in 20 years. After my parliamentary colleague Eileen and I put out a call for feedback some months ago, we heard from many young Singaporeans who are living this. Graduates who applied for over 100 roles, who took unpaid internships hoping it would lead somewhere, who are talented, willing, and being told by the market there is simply no place for them yet. They are simply asking for a chance to start. The broken rung is the most visible symptom, but the disruption does not stop at entry-level workers. Mid-career workers face a parallel challenge. Skills that took years to build being absorbed by AI faster than retraining programs can respond. So what do I ask for? Data first. We cannot manage what we do not measure. I call on MOM to publish granular employment data for new graduates broken down by sector, role type, and AI exposure levels. If the broken rung is happening here, we need to see it in our numbers before we can respond to it. The government's 400% Enterprise Innovation Scheme tax deduction for AI expenditure is a powerful lever as well. While the details are being firmed up, I asked that the government require that firms claiming the EIS deduction above a meaningful threshold demonstrate a credible plan for maintaining graduate and entry-level roles, not by preserving roles that AI has genuinely made redundant, but by investing in reimagining what junior work looks like in an AI-augmented firm. Public money for AI adoption should come with a commitment to developing the workers who will work alongside it. The government's announcement of 6 months of free premium AI tool access for workers taking selected courses is also a welcome step. But 6 months is a trial period. Mastery takes longer. AI is not a course you complete, it is daily practice, much like using a spreadsheet program is. A worker who built that habit over 6 months and then has the access removed is being set up to fall again. The Workers' Party has called for SkillsFuture credits to cover AI tool subscriptions on an ongoing basis. I renew that call today for young workers starting out and for those mid-career who need to stay current, as well as for our senior workers looking to embrace new technology. The SkillsFuture Level Up program currently targets workers aged 40 and above, but the disruption is hitting many earlier. Singaporeans in their mid to late 30s, the millennial cohort, where careers were built on skills that AI is now absorbing, are facing displacement before they even qualify for mid-career support. Lowering the qualifying age to 35 is a simple, concrete, and targeted step that addresses where the disruption is actually occurring. That brings me to the third and final question. AI is not just changing how we work, it is changing what we owe each other. The assumptions baked into our social contract about risk, about reward, about the relationship between capital and labor were written for a different economy. Budget 2026 is an opportunity for us to update this. So what do I ask for? The Workers' Party has called for redundancy insurers across multiple parliaments. I argued for it myself in my maiden speech, so I will not repeat the full argument today, but I want to offer a different frame for it. Critics have called it a welfare crutch. I want to make the opposite case. Redundancy insurance is the engine of the economic agility that this budget demands. A worker with 6 months of financial breathing room can say yes to retraining. They can take the risk of moving sectors. They can be the bold, adaptable Singaporean that the government is asking them to be. Without that buffer, the rational response to uncertainty is not agility, it is paralysis or grabbing the first job that comes along, plunging workers into a cycle of underemployment. And paralysis is exactly what we cannot afford in an economy that's undergoing structural transformation. The government is rightly optimistic about AI's potential, but responsible governance requires managing all our outcomes, including the downside. Redundancy insurance is a suitable hedge, and I urge the government to act on it. The EIS deduction condition I proposed earlier on maintaining graduate and entry-level pipelines as a condition for tax deductions addresses new workers entering the workforce. But there is a parallel question about existing workers. What happens to the person already in the job when AI arrives? Right now, the tax system is largely neutral on the question. A firm can deploy AI to augment its workforce or to replace it. And incentives are often available either way. Without a nudge, the default logic of capital is to substitute labor. Labor is expensive. Shareholders benefit when headcount falls. AI makes substitution easier than it has ever been. I propose a targeted retraining tax credit available only to firms that can demonstrate that they have reskilled a specific worker into an AI-augmented role, rather than retrenching them. Retention, done right, costs less than redundancy. Let us make the fiscal system reflect that. Which brings me finally to the distribution question. Global evidence consistently shows that productivity gains from AI do not automatically translate into wage growth. The government is investing taxpayer resources and regulatory sandboxes in 4 national AI missions: advanced manufacturing, connectivity, finance, and healthcare. These are the right priorities, but they come with a public obligation. I propose that an annual AI gains audit scoped specifically to these 4 sectors be implemented. Not red tape for every business, a targeted accountability mechanism for sectors receiving extraordinary levels of public support. To answer one straightforward question, are the productivity gains from state-backed AI missions flowing into the wages of our workers, or are they flowing into shareholder returns? Mr. Speaker, this is a budget with genuine ambition, and the Workers' Party supports much of its direction. But ambition must come with accountability. The strategic advantage of AI must be felt in the wages of our workers, not just in the earnings reports of the companies deploying the technology. Own the technology, not just rent it. Protect the worker that's being asked to adapt to it, and ensure that the gains of AI accrue to workers and not capital owners. These are not obstacles to Singapore's AI ambitions. They are the conditions that make these ambitions worth pursuing. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Dr. Chu Pei-Ling.
Mr. Speaker, sir, before I begin, I would like to declare that I am an assistant professor in imaging neuroscience at the Singapore Institute of Technology and am a registered member of the Allied Health Professions Council. Healthcare affordability is not simple. It is a shared equation. In mathematics, we assume that 1 + 1 = 2. It seems obvious, straightforward. But even something as simple as 1 + 1 only works when the foundations are sound. Healthcare is like that. Many Singaporeans ask, can healthcare be more affordable? Can waiting times be shorter? Why does it feel more expensive? These are valid concerns. But when we look beneath the surface at aging, chronic disease, medical inflation, workforce pressures, and rising expectations, we see that healthcare is not a simple sum. In this budget, the Ministry of Health's operating expenditure is about 20 billion. Over the past decade, healthcare spending has more than doubled. As more Singaporeans live into their 80s and beyond, demand will continue to rise. This 20 billion is not just a number. Behind it are countless hours of system design, workforce planning, infrastructure development, and careful budgeting by our policymakers, healthcare leaders, and civil service. It represents subsidies that keep care accessible, investment in hospital and community facilities, expansion of long-term care, training and retaining healthcare professionals. Healthcare is a system that must be carefully balanced. And like any equation, the outcome depends on how responsibly each part is managed. Affordability, therefore, cannot mean only what an individual pays today. It must also mean what the nation can sustain tomorrow. If costs are not shared responsibly, they do not disappear. They are simply borne elsewhere by taxpayers, by future generations. Budget 2026 reflects that balance, investing where necessary, strengthening fiscal structures and our financing mechanisms, and ensuring that our system remains strong, not only for this generation, but for the next. Mr. Speaker, healthcare waiting time is often where policy becomes personal. It is the elderly resident sitting quietly outside a specialist clinic. It is the working adult taking leave to accompany a parent. It is the anxiety of waiting for clarity. In Tengah, residents share these concerns with me. They are not asking for extravagance. They are asking for reassurance that care will be timely, accessible, and sustainable. Rising waiting times do not happen in isolation. Singaporeans are living longer, chronic conditions are more prevalent, and mental health needs are growing. Medical advances also mean we can treat far more conditions than before. Demand is rising partly because we are doing more and doing it better. That is progress, but progress brings pressure. Waiting time is the visible symptom of rising demand in a more capable system. Budget 2026 recognizes this structural shift. It continues to invest in hospital capacity and manpower. It strengthens primary care under Healthier SG. It expands community hospitals, step-down care, and long-term care capacity. These are not short-term fixes. They are long-term adjustments. But capacity alone cannot secure sustainability. Capacity is necessary, but sustainability also depends on managing demand appropriately and delivering care in the right setting. Hospitals are best focused on acute and complex care. Stable chronic conditions, prevention and recovery are often better supported closer to home through our general practitioners, community teams, and integrated networks. This is not about reducing care. It is about delivering care more appropriately so that access remains protected over time. Embedding strong primary and community care early in all estates is how we prevent avoidable strain as our population ages. If we manage demand wisely today, we protect access tomorrow. Mr. Speaker, Budget 2026 continues to strengthen Healthier SG and primary care. This reflects a simple reality. Long-term sustainability depends not only on how we treat illness, but on how early we prevent it. Doctors anchor our healthcare system. They diagnose, manage complexity, and intervene when risk is high. That role remains central. But health is shaped less by crises and more by consistency. In rehabilitation work, I often see how small, sustained interventions change trajectories. What appears to be a simple back strain may reflect years of cumulative weakness and poor movement habits. With early strengthening and education, recurrent injury and future specialist visits can be avoided. The issue is not just back pain. It is the long-term trajectory. Managing blood pressure before complications arise. Keeping diabetes controlled before organ damage develops. Maintaining strength and balance before a fall leads to hospitalization. These interventions are quiet, but they determine whether someone remains independent at 75 and beyond. For many families, that independence determines whether caregiving remains manageable. Prevention does not compete with hospital care. It protects it. The most affordable hospital bed is the one we never need to use. Budget 2026 strengthens this direction through healthier SG enrollment, primary care reinforcement, and expanded community and long-term care capacity. Embedding prevention early through thoughtful design in our residential estates and active aging programs allows us to shape healthier habits before chronic strain accumulates. Extending health span alongside lifespan reduces pressure on families, hospitals, and public finances. Prevention is not about spending less. It is about sustaining independence, protecting dignity, and preserving the system for the next generation. Mr. Speaker, Budget 2026 continues to strengthen care beyond the hospital walls through shared care with GPs, expanded community capacity, and home-based models. This reflects an important evolution in how we organize care. Hospitals are built for acute and complex conditions. Doctors stabilize patients after stroke, surgery, or serious illness. That role is decisive and remains central. But long-term outcomes are determined by what happens after discharge. Recovery is not automatic. When rehabilitation is timely and coordinated, patients regain function earlier. caregiver strain reduces, and hospital capacity is preserved for those who need it most. When recovery is delayed or fragmented, avoidable readmissions return pressure to acute services. Strengthening community rehabilitation and home-based recovery therefore improves both patient outcomes and system efficiency. This is not an additional layer of care. It ensures that our investment in acute medicine delivers full value. We can continue refining these by shortening time to rehabilitation after discharge, strengthening community therapy capacity, and tracking functional outcomes to ensure quality and accountability. These refinements do not compete with acute medicine, they complete it. For example, in my constituency of Tengah, as a young and growing estate, planning neighborhoods that are aging-friendly and rehabilitation supportive from the start will reduce avoidable strain as our residents grow older. Good medicine stabilizes. Recovery determines whether that stability lasts. Mr. Speaker, behind every infrastructure expansion and policy reform in this budget stands a healthcare workforce carrying increasing complexity. Doctors manage clinical uncertainty and high-stakes decisions. Nurses sustain care across wards and communities under rising demand. Allied health professionals restore function and independence. Pharmacists safeguard medication safety. Care coordinators keep services connected. Each profession carries distinct responsibility, and each is indispensable. If we want better access and shorter waits, we must strengthen not only capacity, but coherence. When responsibilities are organized clearly around training and competency, duplication reduces, bottlenecks ease, and patients move more smoothly through the system. This is not redistribution of authority. It is disciplined deployment of expertise. Sustainability is not only about infrastructure and funding. It is about work design, career pathways, and workforce well-being. Workforce sustainability is central to national resilience. No healthcare system succeeds if any part of the team is persistently overstretched. To our healthcare workers, your work is demanding and it matters deeply. A sustainable system must also be one that sustains you. When the workforce is supported, patients benefit, and when we steward both carefully, healthcare remains strong for generations to come. Mr. Speaker, in Mandarin, 议长先生，医疗从来不是一个简单的花多少钱的问题，它关系到家庭的安心、老人的尊严以及制度能不能长久走下去。很多新加坡人会问，这一趟我要付多少？这个问题很现实，也很合理，但我们也必须诚实地问另一个问题：如果个人完全不承担，这笔费用最终会由谁来承担？是纳税人？是我们的下一代？还是整个社会？医疗的成本不会消失，它只是需要有人承担。这正是医疗政策最困难的地方。在与登家居民交流时，我发现许多年长者最担心的不是自己受苦，而是不想成为家人的负担。这份心情我们必须理解。因此，我支持政府在保健储蓄、补贴制度以及长期护理资助方面的持续努力。在与此同时，我们也必须确保制度是可需维持下去的。最好的医疗不是等到生病才治疗，而是让人少生病、早康复、少住院。 医疗不是简单的加减法，而是全社会共同承担的责任。只要我们把基础打稳，新加坡的医疗制度就能走得更远、更稳。Mr. Speaker, to conclude, in mathematics, 1 + 1 = 2 only when the foundations are sound. Healthcare is no different. Affordability, access, and quality do not happen by accident. They are the result of careful choices, shared responsibility, and long-term stewardship. Stewardship is not about choosing between care and cost. It is about protecting both, with balance and foresight. If we want healthcare that remains strong for this generation and the next, then every part of the equation must be managed responsibly. Because in healthcare, 1 + 1 does not automatically equal 2. It equals 2 only when we build it carefully, together. I support the budget. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Fadli Fauzi.
Mr. Speaker, this is the first budget of the current parliamentary term. I like to think of this as an opportunity for us to future-proof Singapore. In a world characterized by flux, we must be steadfast in holding on to who we are. Our collective identity as Singaporeans are our roots, keeping us fixed and resolute as one people through disruptions and upheavals. Sir, the budget is as much about our collective values and identity as much as it is about dollars and cents. In his budget speech, the Prime Minister identified that the spirit of our people is our greatest strength. He also said that Singaporeans must be active participants rather than mere spectators in our nation-building efforts. I agree with these sentiments. But, sir, participation requires agency. If the government is sincere about the spirit of our people being our greatest strength, then we must be equally sincere about giving Singaporeans the means and the space to tend that spirit themselves. Too often, however, Singaporeans find themselves as mere spectators in the making of our national collective identity. The government recognizes the importance of nurturing the shared bonds of civic friendships among Singaporeans. I hope to, however, convince the House that our national identity and sense of solidarity is something that is best fostered organically, from the ground up, in ways that affirm and reflect our citizens' lived experiences. In the next few minutes, I will talk about heritage, history, and human ingenuity. First, I want to suggest the importance of heritage conservation, not out of sentimentality or nostalgia, but because these places have meanings for us as Singaporeans. Places and place memories are important to our identity and belonging. Unrelenting change, including those brought about by rampant commercialization, can degrade our sense of who we are. Second, I will also suggest that the construction of our national history can be more democratized and inclusive. If Singaporeans are to be active participants in nation building, then we deserve to tell a Singaporean story that is brought forth by the collective memory making of the Singapore public. My final point will address the government's focus on AI. I understand that we have to embrace advances in technology and seek to include these tools in our repertoire. My concern is specific, that we do not elevate artificial intelligence to such a degree that we risk undermining the very thing that we are seeking to enhance, our human ingenuity. Sir, our heritage is essential to our civic and national identity. The government has made it a priority to renew and strengthen our Singapore spirit in this year's budget. I especially welcome the Prime Minister's plans to strengthen our cultural and heritage institutions, which include the reopening of the revamped Malay Heritage Centre. However, even as the Istana Kampong Glam welcomes the public through its doors once more, it would be a pity if Kampong Glam itself loses its cultural character as a historical precinct which has served and still continues to serve local communities. I spent part of my early childhood in Busau Street, which was once known as Kampung Kaji. For me, Kampung Glam cannot be separated from the social and communal practices which are embedded within the neighborhood. Kampung Glam thrives because the district remains a living heritage for the communities who live, work, and visit there. I'm sure that the House shares my concern about how traditional and heritage businesses, often with long-standing roots in Kampung Glam, are finding themselves displaced by the challenging operating environment. On 12 January, a report by Channel News Asia revealed that between 2023 and 2025, the yearly median rent in Kampung Glam rose from $6.02 to $7.54 per square foot, translating to a 25% increase over 2 years. During our sitting earlier this month, the SPS for National Development confirmed that a small proportion of tenants did face rental hikes of 25% or more in these 2 years. He, however, said that these involve leases for shops in high footfall streets, such as Haji and Bali lanes. However, this is not sufficient as an assurance that Kampung Glam will remain viable for heritage businesses. However, this is not sufficient as an assurance that Kampung Glam will remain viable for heritage businesses. High rents in Haji and Bali lanes can easily have a spillover effect on other adjacent streets, such as Arab Street, which houses some traditional textile retailers. The disappearance of heritage businesses in Kampung Glam will be an irreversible thinning of the precinct's place meaning. We should also not understate the intimate connections between our sense of self, our sense of belonging, and our sensing of the physical infrastructure. To a large degree, our identity is anchored in places. People know who they are because they know where they were, where their grandparents brought them around to run errands, where they posed with their extended family around Sultan Mosque for a Hari Raya photo, or where they socialized over teh tarik with friends, or brought their partner for a date. Even when I grew older, I continued to bond with my father about Kampung Glam and our shared interest in its history and heritage. Born and raised in Kampung Gaji, my father would regale me with stories of Wat Chantok and playing with his friends from Gedong Kuning and other parts of Kampung Glam. While he is no longer here, our conversations still live on fondly through my memories and every time I drop by Kampung Glam. Mr. Speaker, it may be said that churn and change is a constant order of the market. However, such indiscriminate churn can carelessly sever the connective threads nested in Kampung Glam that intricately links people and places, history and memory, and identity and belonging. A nasi padang stall that has operated for decades, or a textile shop that has served both grandmother and granddaughter, these are not merely commercial storefronts peddling goods and services. These are also precious repositories of cultural knowledge, community relationships, and public memory. These are simply gone when they are gone. And no influx of souvenir shops, photo booths, and Instagram-friendly cafes can compensate for such a loss. Sir, if I may, I would like to quote a line from an essay titled Displacing Singapore, written by Mr. Peter Chopert, which described the constant physical transformation of Singapore as such. The past continually makes way for a future that has no time to ripen into a present. With Kampung Glam, we have the opportunity to do things differently, to let the past ripen into a present. We can still balance the forces of commerce and the imperatives of culture. This includes helping the heritage businesses that carry the memory of many generations, supporting the families who have anchored this district through the decades, and taming speculation so that the cultural heritage of the district is not hollowed out. The URA's planning perimeters for historic districts stipulate guidelines for building use. Would it not be possible to amend these perimeters to ensure that heritage businesses can remain viable in the areas, such as introducing heritage business licenses specifically for historic district? This would offer heritage businesses some measure of protection from open market competition, as well as prevent the over-commercialization of a historic district. Sir, I turn now to the topic of our national history. Recently, I visited the Albatross File exhibition at the National Library, which I thought was quite remarkable, since it is not often that the state offers a revisionist account of its own historical narrative. As a student, the narrative of separation that I was taught was one of expulsion. A Straits Times report from 21st December 2025, quoting a former secondary school history teacher, confirms this. That aside, the declassification of the Albatross File is a good move. Yet, the existence of this file was only first revealed in 1996 by Dr. Goh Keng Swee during an interview with Dr. Melanie Chew, and it took another 27 years for it to be fully declassified. Must Albatross really wait for 30 years before its existence was to be publicly acknowledged, and almost 60 years after independence before its contents were to be fully revealed to the public? Even then, the declassification process of Albatross seems tightly managed. I refer to the 7th December speech by SM Lee Hsien Loong, who shared how a specific team went through the material carefully, picked out the key documents and sections, annotated them, and wrote up the editorial apparatus. I don't mean to downplay the considerable work and effort of these scholars. However, was there a reason that the file was not released to the public domain in the first instance, so that the wider community of scholars and the public can read, discuss, interpret, and construct their understandings of a past in a more democratic and collective fashion? As the Minister for Digital Development and Information stated in her written answer on 12 January, a deeper appreciation of our history and how we got here will strengthen our national identity. I however doubt that our more mature and discerning citizens can truly have this deeper appreciation if the government's approach to history remains didactic, where history is meant to be consumed by the people rather than constructed by the people and for the people. Historical narratives gain resonance when it is written by the many, not dictated by the few. Sir, in the spirit of encouraging and facilitating a deeper appreciation of our history, would it not be more reasonable to have, as a default, an automatic declassification and public release of records once 25 years have elapsed? Currently, even government documents that have been transferred as public records to the NAS, the so-called public archives, are not easily accessible. In 2023, the then SMS for Communications and Information mentioned that the NAS has made the metadata of around 780,000 records available to the public. However, most of these records still require permission from the originating agency before they can be read. In the SMS's statement, it was also revealed that 68,000 file records have been declassified and made accessible to the public. Sir, surely any public archive deserving of its name should have its records readily available to the public without the need to seek permission from a government agency. An automatic declassification process will make records generally available to the public by default, instead of requiring interested Singaporeans and researchers to undertake an opaque approval process to gain access. I understand that a more transparent and open declassification policy may cause some anxieties. However, the government can heed the advice of SM Lee, who once said, quote, "In teaching the Singapore story, you have to deal with delicate issues, especially race and religion, and sometimes relations with our neighbors. We must treat such issues sensitively, but we cannot gloss over them. Amnesia is not an option. We cannot pretend that incidents involving race and religion never happened. They are part of our history," end quote. Sir, a society that can collectively author its history is one that is confident in facing the future. To future-proof Singapore, amnesia is not an option. If we want Singaporeans to be active participants in their own country, if we want our citizens to deepen their appreciation of our history and to strengthen our national identity, then the government must believe that Singaporeans can be trusted to participate in the construction of our national history. Sir, my final topic, artificial intelligence. A focal point of the budget speech was on harnessing AI as a strategic advantage for Singapore. The Prime Minister outlined the government's commitments to strengthen AI literacy for our IHL students and to help workers automate routine tasks so they can concentrate on performing higher value activities that would involve judgment, creativity, and human insight. These are pragmatic measures to familiarize Singaporeans with AI and integrate its use into our daily routines. However, I wonder whether we are in danger of becoming an AI-reliant society rather than an AI-resistant society. Sorry, an AI-resilient society. My worry is that such indiscriminate habituation to AI may risk undermining the very things that we want to augment. Those things that the Prime Minister talked about: judgment, creativity, and human insight. Sir, human ingenuity is a precious thing, and we must not let it be the case that the more we rely on artificial intelligence, the more we end up dulling our critical faculties for human ingenuity. Sir, as an undergraduate, I remember struggling through dense academic texts, picking apart the writings of scholars such as Emile Durkheim, Max Weber, and Karl Marx, trying to find out what their words meant and what it is they were trying to convey. Had AI been available then, it would have been convenient and very tempting for me to have ChatGPT summarize the content or generate ideas for an essay or seminar discussion. However, there is value in undertaking the sometimes slow, often uncomfortable, and always arduous task of reading a text and grappling to understand it on your own terms. This is the process through which we sharpen our cognitive skills. This is how we learn to decipher and interpret the meanings of the written word, and by extension, make sense of the world, which those words reflect and shape. This is how we develop our sense of judgment and our capacity for creativity. I appreciate the Prime Minister's reassurance that the government will define how AI is developed and used in Singapore, including setting out clear rules for its responsible and safe implementation. I await more clarity in this direction. One last point, Mr. Speaker. I will reiterate what my WP colleague, Dennis Tan, his concerns about AI and the environment. We should remember that every AI query has a physical and environmental footprint. We may think of AI as performing virtual magic on our computers, giving us answers in almost an instant, or even helping us to generate pantons for Parliament. But this magic has to piggyback on a vast infrastructure of data centers that consume voracious amounts of electricity and water. Globally, data centers, or DCs, are straining power grids and depleting water sources. Needless to say, the energy and water demands of these DCs also have third-party effects, such as increasing the utility costs for everyone else, including residents. This has become such a serious issue in the United States to the extent that the New York Times reported on 15 January that the politicians and lawmakers have started mulling over legislation to oblige tech companies to pay their fair share for electricity consumption, including paying upfront for the cost of upgrading the power grid. Locally, DCs accounted for 7% of Singapore's total energy usage in 2020. Moreover, DCs also contribute to the urban heating of our island, because for every 1 megawatt of heat removed from data centers by the cooling systems, 1.2 megawatt of heat is ejected into the environment. In fact, resource and sustainability concerns prompted the government to issue a moratorium on DC construction in 2019, which has been lifted in phases since 2022. In May 2024, the IMDA released the Green Data Center Roadmap, which established energy and water efficiency targets for DCs for the next 10 years. I hope that the government is confident that we are not only on pace to meet these efficiency targets, but to also ensure that the DC's energy and water consumption does not create upward pressure on the utility costs for households and small businesses. Sir, I highlight these issues not as a reason to abandon or shun AI, but the world is facing an existential challenge of climate change. And the UN University Institute of Water, Environment and Health recently warned of a global water bankruptcy. Given these circumstances, it seems only pragmatic for us in this House and as a country to consider the ethical and environmental trade-offs involved as we embark on a national quest to integrate AI into our personal, social, and working lives. Sir, the Prime Minister has identified the many challenges that Singapore is facing. I hope that the government reads my remarks as I intend them to be constructive amendments for the purpose of strengthening our civic endurance and collective resilience to navigate the challenging days ahead. Thank you.
Mr. Gabriel Lam.
Mr. Speaker, Budget 2026 is not incremental, it is strategic. It is presented at a moment when the Prime Minister has described a profoundly changed world, more fragmented, more contested, and less predictable. Last year, we grew at 5%. This year, growth is expected to moderate to between 2% and 4%. The global environment will remain structurally uncertain. And in such a world, resilience must be intentional. Today, I will focus on three foundations that will determine whether we truly secure our future together. 1, a workforce that can outrun disruption. 2, families that experience structural assurance. And 3, a Singapore spirit strong enough to withstand fragmentation. These are not separate agendas. They reinforce one another. Economic resilience begins with adaptability. This budget strengthens that adaptability. The local qualifying salary will rise to $1,800. The progressive wage credit scheme will be enhanced and extended. More than 600,000 individuals took up Skills Future supported training last year. Over 60,000 mid-career Singaporeans have benefited from the Level Up program. The merger of Skills Future Singapore and Workforce Singapore into a single integrated agency is a decisive structural move. It recognizes that in an era of frequent job transitions, training and placement must operate as one system. In the logistics industry, there have been many success stories of candidates undergoing career conversion or job reskilling and finding a newfound purpose in the workforce. I am very grateful to the various TACs as well who work hand in hand with the government agencies in securing jobs for workers in their sectors. But participation must translate into mobility. In a slower growth environment, our age will not depend on how many courses are taken, but on whether upgrading consistently leads to higher wage and better prospects. The next step must be sharper outcome accountability. I thus call on the government to publish regular data on post-training wage progression and re-employment outcomes by sector. Industry transformation maps should embed workforce mobility benchmarks, not just productivity metrics. Firms that receive significant transformation grants should demonstrate clearly how local workers benefit in terms of career progression. Resilience must mean that effort leads to advancement, visibly and measurably. Yet even the most adaptable workers draw strength from stable family foundations. Economic confidence cannot be sustained if households feel uncertain. This year's budget strengthens support across life stages. Preschool subsidies would extend to families earning up to $15,000. Comlink Plus enhancements can provide about $10,000 annually for families with young children. And CPF top-ups of up to $1,500 will support Singaporeans aged 50 and above with lower balances. We begin this term on a strong fiscal footing. These measures ease pressures at critical junctures. In my interactions with residents in Canberra, many families have shared similar concerns. They are working hard, managing their responsibilities diligently, and doing their best to provide for their children and care for their parents. What I hear consistently is not a demand for more, but a desire for greater certainty, certainty that support will remain stable, that costs will not outpace incomes unpredictably, and that the system will continue to stay behind them as they navigate different life stages. But in an aging society with structurally rising healthcare and retirement needs, assurance must be systemic. We must hence move towards a clearer, consolidated family assurance framework, one that maps lifetime support across housing, childcare, healthcare, and retirement in a transparent way. I call on the government to ensure that interagency support for families under multiple schemes is streamlined into a single digital interface, reducing administrative complexity. Income thresholds for key schemes should also be reviewed regularly and pegged transparently to median income growth, so that support evolves automatically with living standards. Assurance should not feel conditional or episodic. It should feel embedded. When families feel predictable stability, they make long-term decisions with confidence. And that confidence strengthens economic resilience. But every strong household and strong workers require something deeper. In 2025, global conflict remained high, with over 200,000 violent conflict events recorded across many regions and conflict-related fatalities rising to nearly 240,000, underscoring how geopolitical instability persists across multiple theaters and continues to affect millions worldwide. Singapore cannot afford social fracture. The budget invests deliberately in strengthening shared bonds through cultural institutions, expanding sports facilities, extended 250% tax deductions for donations and corporate volunteering, and a new 50 million SG partnership fund. These are not soft measures. They are strategic investments in cohesion. In Canberra, we launched Project Soundbox, a sound mitigating box that reduces the sound generated from the lion dance troops in the area by 40 decibels. The troops also work closely with various stakeholders to end training by 9 p.m. and to provide updates on their training schedules. This information is disseminated to the resident chat groups so that it can be kept informed. We have also organized learning journeys where residents of different races come and see the troops training, and with the troops giving a briefing on the significance of various dance moves. The troops are seen as a member of the community and are invited to various events in the community. But unity must be operationalized. The SG Partnerships Fund should incorporate clear multi-year community impact metrics so that cohesion outcomes are sustained and not symbolic. Structural civic participation pathways, including youth policy internships and project incubators, should become a permanent feature of our governance landscape. Corporate volunteering and social contribution metrics can be integrated into ESG reporting frameworks, encouraging deeper private sector ownership of nation building. A we-first society must be cultivated intentionally. Unity must be measurable, participation must be meaningful, and contribution must be normalized. In conclusion, Budget 2026 recognizes that the world has changed. Resilience, therefore, must be layered and disciplined. A workforce that translates skills into mobility, families that experience structural assurance, a society that embeds unity into practice. When these three reinforce one another, we do not merely withstand uncertainty, we convert it into strength. That is how we secure our future together. Mr. Speaker, sir, I support the budget. Thank you.
Mr. Kenneth Tiong.
Speaker, last week was Lunar New Year. I had the pleasure of sampling a Xiangshan Hongmei Mandarin orange. The texture was extraordinary. The vesicles of the orange were very sweet, the skin almost paper thin. It has been described as eating jelly or jelly growing on a tree. 12 to 15% sugar content, low acidity, no floating skin. So it inspired me to investigate its history. The Hongmei-ren was once called the Ehime number 28, developed over 15 years at the Ehime Prefectural Fruit Tree Experiment Station in Japan, prized for its jelly-like texture and ultra-premium positioning. But due to a lack of IP protection, it was lost. A handful of scion cuttings were carried to Xiangshan County, Zhejiang Province in China in 2001. Today, the Hongmei-ren has expanded to over 1 million mu over 15 Chinese provinces, dwarfing Japan's 300 hectares by over 100-fold. 15 years of breeding, gone just like that. It is one of the most consequential agricultural IP losses in modern Japanese history, alongside the Shine Muscat grape and strawberry leakages. And that reminded me of something closer to home. It is well known that our R&D ecosystem over the last 30 years has not produced impressive commercial outcomes. Tens of billions of spending since 1990, more than 30 years. Where are the deep tech commercial successes? The report card of significant commercial outcomes, high-value IPOs, globally competitive companies, is bare. That is what I would have said up to May 23rd, 2025. On that day, Mirexis, a microRNA cancer diagnostics biotech company incubated over many years of A-star research at Biopolis, IPO'd on the Hong Kong Stock Exchange, raising $1.09 billion with China-linked cornerstone investors. Finally, a $1 billion IPO. Coincidentally, also about 15 years of effort, like the Japanese breeding the Ehime number 28. But the story is more complicated. Mirexis listed in Hong Kong, not Singapore, because SGX has no equivalent to HKEX pathway for pre-revenue biotech. Its cornerstone investors were Chinese entities holding over 40% of the IPO. Its manufacturing is in Zhejiang Province. Its growth market is in China. So the initial science came from Singapore, but commercialization leaked offshore. If this is success, then what does failure look like? Now, this is not the fault of the Chinese. They optimize rationally within the realities of the system. This is our failure to capture value, our responsibility to anticipate, to get it right, to make sure Singaporean taxpayers reap the rewards of tens of billions plowed into R&D. Mirexis highlights two facts. First, the system does not produce a strong pipeline. That Mirexis is the only billion-dollar IPO or commercially significant R&D company after 30 years of continual investment tells you something. Second, even when a success emerges, the system is naively vulnerable to value chain leakage. To lose $1 billion IPO may be regarded as a misfortune. To lose more is carelessness. I will return to this later. So I welcome the budget's commitment to $37 billion under RRE 2030 and the expansion of startup SG equity into growth capital. These are steps in the right direction. But the question is not whether we are spending enough. It is whether the system converts that spending into commercial outcomes of Singapore. Now, why does the system produce these two outcomes? A limited pipeline of commercially viable R&D companies, and B, a failure to take advantage of successes when they come. The structural flaw is that agencies like EDB and the stat boards are structured as grant givers, not as investors or ecosystem builders. If you are a grant giver, your job is to mark the market, to benchmark, to do due diligence against market rates. If you mark the market, you are then subject to the audit process. Every decision scrutinized against whether you followed the benchmark. If you are a civil servant in that position, there's absolutely no reason to stick your neck out. Zero incentive for upside, only downside risk from audit. So of course, you end up with super conservative civil servants who say, I don't want to do any innovation. You end up with long meetings where senior officials agonize over $5,000 or $10,000 because they are worried about compliance. Worse, annual KPI cycles force officers to judge 5 to 7 year bets on a 12-month horizon, so promising ventures get culled before they can prove themselves. Meanwhile, you miss the forest for the trees. To take an ecosystem approach to funding so that the day-to-day operational environment for R&D startups is the best that it can be. To design policy to capture R&D upside. Our agencies are structured to avoid losing money, not to make it. That is why 30 years of spending has not produced 30 years of results. Now, I agree with the Prime Minister that R&D is a core imperative. Productivity gains, moving up the value chain, all of this matters. But there must be an honest reckoning with 30 years of limited commercial outcomes and value leakage. The R&D ecosystem needs three things: money, speed, and a market. First, money. I tried to count Singapore's government-linked startup funds. I stopped at 20. There are 8 sub-schemes under Startup SG umbrella alone: SG Innovate, Sora Innovation under Temasek, Vertex Holdings with 7 sub-funds, NRF, A-Star, IMDA, MES run their own programs. This is not an exhaustive list by any stretch of the imagination. Now, of course, each was created for a reason. Each has a logic. But the aggregate effect is a landscape so fragmented that no single entity has the mandate, the capital concentration, or the institutional authority to make the kind of large, decisive, fast bets that define successful deep tech commercialization elsewhere. The SG Growth Capital merger of Seeds and EDBI is a step in the right direction. But the deeper question is whether we have the institutional courage to truly consolidate, to give 1 to 2 entities the capital, the mandate, and critically the permission to fail at scale, rather than spreading accountability so thin that no one is responsible for ecosystem outcomes. The pruning must go deeper. France has a public investment bank called BP France, Banque Publique d'Investissement, a single institution combining innovation investment, SME lending, loan guarantees, export credit insurance, and strategic equity stakes. In 2024, BP France deployed 60 billion euros. Its officers proactively contact companies with programs. It is commercially viable with 2024 net income of 900 million euros. Under François Hollande and economic advisor Emmanuel Macron in 2012, France merged 4 fragmented investment bodies: 1 for SME loans, guarantees innovation, 1 for venture capital, 1 for strategic equity, and 1 for regional equity into a single entity, BP France. Export credit insurance was added later in 2017. It now employs about 3,500 staff, centralizing innovation investment, economy-wide strategic investment, SME financing, loan guarantees, export support, and regional business development. The diagnosis that prompted BP France's creation was plain. Despite strong science and underlying dynamism, France's entrepreneurial culture was weak, risk-averse, and fearful of failure. BP France also organized learning expeditions and export programs to help French companies internationalize. It became the anchor investor across French tech, not just deep tech. Its 10-year assessment found that 80% of French startups that raised funds between 2013 and 2021 received BP France support, and 2/3 of French VC funds have BP France as an LP. BP France deliberately accepts below market returns, targeting 7% annually rather than 10% plus, to take risks that private investors won't, training a generation of entrepreneurs and building an ecosystem from scratch. I believe we need an equivalent policy investment bank, an institution outside the civil service, incentivized to take risk and freed from line item accountability, staffed with ecosystem builders, not risk-averse civil servants. We need to take a portfolio approach, thinking in 10-year cycles, 10-year cohorts, 10-year mandates. They need the right incentives. Now, we had this in the early years with DBS and Temasek, but both have since drifted from that mission, and today, no institution fills the gap. The WP has argued before for an Exim Bank. The French example shows a mandate wider still: innovation investment, SME lending, export credit, strategic equity, all under one roof. It's often said that we have a lot of capital in Singapore, but we have the wrong type of capital for R&D commercialization. Capital tied to government and corporates, excessive obsession with business metrics way too early, startups forced to jump through 1,000 hoops for small checks, family offices largely uninterested in our R&D ecosystem. My colleague James Lim has proposed requiring a modest domestic allocation as a condition for family office tax incentives, which I support. What does success look like 25 years from now? A flywheel where private capital is sophisticated enough to understand deep tech. Patient capital writing experimental checks, less metric obsessed early on. This is the ecosystem that we should be building towards. Second, speed. Funders and regulators need to understand that 2 extra days of approvals or 1 month of delayed cash flow is life and death for a startup. You do not understand what it takes if you have not tried it yourself. Fast capital deployment does not just save companies. It trains a generation of entrepreneurs who won't waste 60% of their time fundraising. We should make peace with the fact that roughly 80% of bets on startups made in good faith will back a losing venture. That is the power law in action. The real gain is often the entrepreneur's second and third startup. But if the first attempt feels like pulling teeth, they drop out, and the compounding of iterated learning across business formation is lost. Speed is not just about money, it's about people. MOM uses income as its proxy for talent, the tech pass at 22,500 a month, the one pass at 30,000. This may work for hot fields. It seldom works for deep tech, which due to their core option nature, are unfashionable before they are fashionable. A strong biotech engineer in Thailand earns a quarter of Singapore wages. To bring them here, a startup must triple their salary, not because their skills are worth less, but because MOM's threshold demands it. That is startup cash burnt on regulatory compliance, not R&D. We are asking founders to choose between the talent they need and the runway they cannot afford to lose. The assumption that salary equals value breaks down where it matters most. Deep tech is scarce, specialized, and often transient. An 18 months engagement with a materials engineer or a combustion engine specialist can redefine a company's trajectory. The visa framework should reflect that reality. I propose a segmented approach, a company-driven deep tech visa, tied not to income, but the company's credentials. A monthly review committee of mixed Singaporean and international entrepreneurs evaluating deep tech companies. There are perhaps 50 to 80 serious deep tech companies formed here each year. Companies meeting the criteria enter a special segment, flexibility for 3 to 5 visas in year 1 with annual portfolio reviews, assessing whether the company is growing. Easy entry, progressively stricter requirements on each renewal, all strictly performance-based. Is the company growing? Are Singaporeans being hired and trained alongside foreign specialists? If yes, renew. If not, exit. Traditional organizations, banks, established corporates can afford strict income rules. There's enough local talent. But deep tech startups need radical fluidity, and the visa regime most suited to them should follow the company, not the person. We should also aim to make visa decisions snappy. It's fine to say no to people, but let's have the courtesy to do it fast, within a matter of weeks. Let's not waste our company's time. Third, a market and offtake. Money and speed are necessary, but insufficient if no one is buying. The system must be designed for offtake, structured so that when R&D produces something, there's a buyer on the other end. Singapore hosts regional headquarters, not global ones. Decision-making centers remain in New York, London, Paris, Shanghai. Regional postings run 3 to 4 years. When the regional executive who championed an innovation pilot rotates home, continuity goes with them. Corporate incentive structures often reward launching initiatives, not seeing them through, creating structural discontinuity. Tax incentives should require backing from both regional and global headquarters. If there is no interlocutor in New York or China who has signed off, no incentive. This ensures a direct link to decision-making and prevents projects from being forgotten when executives rotate home. Beyond that, we should attach strategic buyer offtake commitments to grants, require MNCs to pilot, evaluate or procure from at least one local startup or SME as part of grant conditions. And the government itself must practice innovation procurement. Europe and China give SMEs quotas of contracts to help them gain scale, so we must do the same. Now, I said I would return to the question of protecting value. Money, speed, and a market can build a pipeline, but pipeline alone is not enough if the value leaks out. 3 countries have dealt with this question, and they are not peripheral economies. They are among the most successful R&D ecosystems in the world. Israel protects at inception under the law for the encouragement of industrial research and development. Excuse me. I'll say that again. Under the law for the encouragement of industrial research and development, the Israel Innovation Authority attaches binding conditions to all public R&D funding. IP developed with public grants cannot be transferred outside Israel without explicit prior approval. Unauthorized transfer is a criminal offense. Now, no known prosecution has occurred, but the deterrent is powerful. Taiwan protects through structure. ITRI spun off TSMC in 1987 by transferring fabs, equipment, technologies, and 98 professionals to a new Taiwanese entity with significant government ownership. The critical feature was not any single restriction, but a system. Government ownership stakes in spin-offs, personnel who are Taiwanese nationals, incorporation in Taiwan, government funding giving the state structural leverage over deployment. South Korea designates core protected technologies. Under the Industrial Technology Protection Act, South Korea designates more than 70 technologies across 13 fields as national core technologies. Semiconductors, displays, batteries, and requires prior approval for any export or M&A involving these technologies. Maximum prison sentences for overseas technology leakage reach 18 years, with punitive damages at 5 times actual cost. Singapore needs equivalent mechanisms for conditionality. Now, some say we should adopt golden shares, IP retention conditions, protected technologies, domestic manufacturing requirements tied to public funding. My view is necessary. So, excuse me. I'll say that again. My view is a necessary and plausibly sufficient policy to adopt is an IP conditionality regime designed for a small open economy. Legislate the IP developed with public R&D funding cannot be permanently transferred offshore without prior approval from a designated authority, enforceable domestically against Singapore domiciled entities and individuals. Ultimately, we will be judged on the competitiveness of our ecosystem, and SGX that rewards R&D, SEZs that can scale up manufacturing at lower cost, company-driven R&D manpower policies, risk capital from a consolidated policy investment bank like BP France, trade architecture that companies actually use, not headline ATIGA numbers or scarcely used FTAs, but reduce non-tariff barriers and the ability to incorporate ones in Singapore and operate across key Southeast Asian markets. When companies reach a certain size, the siren song of redomicile will prove irresistible for many. The competition shifts to building a growth capital ecosystem deep enough and catalyzing a Southeast Asian market large enough that staying makes more sense than leaving. So sunset such an IP conditionality regime once the ecosystem is strong enough. This will crowd in private R&D and take the burden of sustaining our headline R&D numbers of the Singaporean taxpayer. Yes, fewer R&D startups may form under these IP conditions, but I say it's better to have fewer startups with real upside capture than sexy headlines, nice PR pieces in CNA, and nothing to show from it. And it shifts R&D accountability to where it belongs, not on public servants approving a grant, but on the system retaining value. You may be very proud of your EHIME number 28, but unless you take preparatory measures, unless you design for the upside, one day you will find your R&D being sold as a homemade red mandarin, incubated in Singapore, harvested in Zhejiang and Hong Kong. Thank you, Speaker.
Dr. Hamid Raza.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise to respond to Budget 2026, which shows a government responding to the needs of the people while taking care for the long term. As expectations rise with regards to access to care, social support, and well-being, and rightly so, we should not only be spending more in terms of the help we give our people, but also spending to ensure that the help is received in a simple and dignified manner. In this regard, I have 3 reflections to share. First, how residents experience our systems on the ground. Next, the progress Singapore has already made towards systemic integration. And third, how we can deepen integration so that care truly becomes seamless. First reflection, when help exists but feels hard to reach. Let me share a story of one of our residents in Jurong Spring, Gekpo. A senior elderly lady who comes monthly to collect her food packs from our weekly ground-up initiative called the Jurong Spring Food Cares Program. For months, she didn't come, and we wondered what had happened to her. One day, I received a phone call from her sister saying that she had fallen, taken ill at the hospital, and was now recuperating at home. She eventually returned to a home in our constituency, and I visited her. She was overwhelmed. Medical appointments, social service worker appointments, and many other agencies that she had to visit. At the same time, she was trying to cope with the new diagnosis of breast cancer, not knowing exactly how deeply this was going to affect her. Now, she did not lack the services or the help. What she had lacked was just better coordination and integration. Our systems are robust and well-intentioned, but to a vulnerable senior, they can sometimes feel difficult to navigate. Now, as we move towards a we-first society, we must design systems not just for efficiency, but also for human experience. Reflection number 2, the current progress we have made on integration as a nation. Mr. Speaker, sir, I want to acknowledge that Singapore has already made significant progress in integrating healthcare and social support. And this is important because health and social issues do not exist in isolation. the formation of the Agency for Integrated Care AIC, the development of regional health systems, expansion of community care, and aging-in-place initiatives like the Age Well SG demonstrate our strong foresight and the sustained effort by the Ministry of Health and the whole of government. Integration is already underway through care coordinators, transitional care programs, and stronger partnerships across primary, acute, and community care sectors. These are important and commendable foundations, but we must be cognizant that integration succeeds not merely when agencies connect, but when our people feel the connection. Health challenges today are rarely purely medical. A clinic visit may begin with diagnosis of diabetes or an injury, but underlying issues may include loneliness, caregiver strain, financial stress, or mental health concerns. To truly integrate care, we must see the whole person and not just the diagnosis. Reflection 3, learning from international practice and adapting it for Singapore. Now, during my public health training at the Swansea Hawke School of Public Health, I studied models of integrated care that left a lasting impression on me, including work from the Manchester Local Care Organisation in the United Kingdom, where integrated neighbourhood care has been implemented at scale. Patients with complex needs were assigned a single caseworker supported by a multidisciplinary team, which included doctors, nurses, social workers, and other allied health professionals. One person understood the patient's story. One person coordinated services. One trusted point of contact. Patients did not have to repeat their stories across agencies. They experienced continuity, clarity, and most importantly, dignity. Now, Singapore does not need to replicate another system, but we can adapt useful principles within our already strong healthcare and social care systems. Mr. Speaker, sir, I propose that we explore placing more integrated caseworkers within our community and primary healthcare systems, the first touch points for many of our seniors. Now, why these settings? First, the seniors already trust their doctors. Second, as I've mentioned before, medical and social needs surface simultaneously most of the time. Third, early intervention becomes possible. And fourth, support becomes proactive rather than reactive. Imagine a simple workflow, a senior visiting a primary care physician for follow-up for poorly controlled diabetes. The doctor identifies several social vulnerabilities. A co-located or a nearby social worker or caseworker immediately responds and assists with application for financial aid, mobility devices, befriending services, and even social prescription. True integration begins when help starts the moment the need for that help is recognized. Now, this can be piloted progressively within our regional health systems, leveraging our Healthier SG networks, existing care coordinators, shared digital records, community partners, including our community health posts. In fact, this might achieve 3 of our national priorities of creating more jobs, providing seamless care, and even piloting AI solutions when we handle very complex health and social issues. Now, stealing the words of my colleague, Dr. Tan Wu Ming, from last year's COS debates, this shouldn't be seen as a cost, but as a forward investment, an investment in our people, for our people. So let's invest more in integration. And integration is not just about building new systems, but about making existing systems feel like one. Mr. Speaker, in Malay, please. Tuan Speaker, izinkan saya memberi sedikit tumpuan kepada masyarakat Melayu Islam kita. Ramai warga emas Melayu Islam menghadapi cabaran bukan saja dari segi kesihatan fizikal, tetapi juga sosial, emosi, dan rohani. Dalam budaya kita, ketenangan jiwa dan sokongan rohani amat penting untuk menjalani usia senja dengan bermaruah. Ramai antara mereka datang bukan hanya untuk bantuan kewangan atau perubatan, tetapi untuk mencari sokongan dan bimbingan. Bagi masyarakat kita, tempat itu selalunya ialah masjid dan rangkaian asatiza setempat. Masjid bukan sekadar rumah ibadah, tetapi juga pusat sokongan komuniti. Kita sudah mempunyai asas yang kukuh melalui rangkaian M-Cube yang menyatukan usaha agensi, pemerintah dan institusi masyarakat Melayu Islam. Berlandaskan asas ini, saya ingin mencarakan 3 langkah. Pertama, memperkukuh latihan dan sumber bagi pegawai masjid dan sukarelawan supaya mereka dapat bekerjasama lebih rapat dengan sektor kesihatan dan khidmat sosial. Kedua, menempatkan pegawai penyelaras sosial kesihatan di masjid yang mempunyai ramai warga emas supaya bantuan lebih mudah diakses. Ketiga, memperluaskan program warga emas di masjid seperti tazkirah kesihatan, pemeriksaan kesihatan dan sokongan kaunseling. Dengan langkah ini, warga emas Melayu Islam bukan saja dijaga dari segi fizikal tetapi juga diperkukuh dari segi rohani dan sosial. Mr. Speaker, in Tamil, please. நாடாளுமன்ற நாயகர் அவர்களே, முதுமை தொடர்பான வரவு செலவு திட்டங்களை குறித்து நாம் விவரிக்கும் பொழுது இந்த நேரத்தில் முதுமையை நாம் எவ்வாறு புரிந்து கொள்கிறோம் என்பதையும் சிந்திக்க வேண்டியுள்ளது. அடிக்கடி முதுமை என்பது ஒரு சவாலாகவே விவரிக்கப்படுகிறது. நமது மூத்த குடிமக்கள் ஒரு சுமை அல்லர். அவர்கள் ஞானத்தின் களஞ்சியம், பொறுமையின் எடுத்துக்காட்டு, திறமையும் அனுபவமும் கொண்ட சமூக தலைவர்கள். மேலும் அவர்கள் குடும்பங்களின் மற்றும் சமூகத்தின் உறுதியான தூண்கள். எனவே நாம் தேசிய உரையாடலை மாற்ற வேண்டிய நேரம் இது. நாம் முதுமை அடையும் சமூகம் அல்ல, சுறுசுறுப்பாக நீண்ட ஆயுள் கொண்ட சமூகம். நாம் வயதாகிய சமூகம் அல்ல, நன்றாக வாழ்ந்து முதிர்கிற சமூகம். நாம் மூத்தோர்களை ஆதரிக்கும் சமூகம் மட்டுமல்ல, மூத்தோர்களை வலுப்படுத்தும் சமூகம். இதனை நடைமுறைப்படுத்த நாம் சில முக்கிய திசைகளில் முன்னேறலாம். முதலில் வாழ்நாள் முழுவதும் கற்றலை ஊக்குவிக்கும் அதிக வாய்ப்புகளை உருவாக்க வேண்டும். இரண்டாவது, மூத்தோர்களுக்கான அர்த்தமுள்ள வேலை வாய்ப்புகளை விரிவுபடுத்த வேண்டும். மூன்றாவது, இளைஞர்களுக்கு வழிகாட்டியாக மூத்தோர்களை செயல்படக்கூடிய தளங்களை உருவாக்க வேண்டும். நான்காவது, சமூக நிர்வாகம், கலை மற்றும் பாரம்பரிய துறைகளில் அவர்களின் அனுபவத்தை பயன்படுத்தும் வாய்ப்புகளை அதிகரிக்க வேண்டும். இறுதியாக, நமது திட்டங்கள் மூத்தோர்களின் தேவைகளை பூர்த்தி செய்வதோடு நின்றுவிடக்கூடாது. அவர்களின் வலிமைகளையும் பங்களிப்புகளையும் கொண்டாடும் திட்டங்களாகவும் நாம் உருவாக்க வேண்டும். ஏனெனில் ஒரு நாட்டின் வலிமை அதன் இளையோரில் மட்டுமில்லை, அதன் மூத்தோர்களின் அனுபவத்திலும் ஞானத்திலும் கூட உள்ளது. Mr. Speaker, sir, we should judge ourselves not just by how advanced our systems are, but by how cared for our people are within those systems. As Singapore moves towards becoming a we-first society, our task is not merely to build more programs, but to ensure that every resident experiences care as one coherent journey, simple, humane, and dignified. Because integration is not achieved when policies align on paper, but when a senior no longer feels lost, when help arrives without confusion, and when dignity is preserved at every step of life. If we succeed, aging will not be feared as decline, but embraced as a stage of contribution, purpose, and active longevity. So let us not just build a system that treats illness, health, social, or otherwise, but build a society that journeys with all our people together as one, with clarity, compassion, and care. I support the budget, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Alexio.
Mr. Speaker, I'm extremely heartened by the government's support of our seniors in this year's annual budget statement. As the Prime Minister acknowledged in the budget statement, with longer lifespans, retirement adequacy is a major concern for our seniors. This is a sentiment that's echoed by the seniors in Potong Pasir. Our life expectancy in Singapore has risen over the years to about 83.5 years. If a senior retired in 2005 at the statutory retirement age of 62 years, at that time, he or she will be 82 in 2025, a long retirement period of 20 years. During this 20-year period, if we use the MAS's Goods and Services Inflation Calculator, a basket of goods and services under the food, healthcare, and transport categories, which in my view are three categories that affect seniors significantly, increased approximately between 60% to 80%. For a retired senior, every dollar saved at the time of retirement for retirement will be stretched with each passing year. Accordingly, the government has over the years supplemented our seniors in retirement with cash and voucher support in various forms, CPF and MediSave top-ups, silver support, and the Pioneer, Merdeka, and Majula packages. In this budget, seniors can look forward to benefiting from additional subsidies for CareShield Life premiums via a top-up of the Long-Term Care Support Fund, further CPF top-ups, and changes to the CPF system to help build up retirement savings. The objective is to ensure that seniors age with dignity, security, and peace of mind. However, as the number of seniors continue to grow in the community, as we expect it to, it is inevitable that there will be seniors who fall between the gaps. Others may have to grapple with challenges that extend beyond financial concerns. Today, I wish to highlight the concerns of two such categories of seniors. The first are retired seniors who live in homes with higher annual value. I had raised the issue of reviewing the use of the annual value as a means test for healthcare subsidies in my maiden speech last year. This issue has also been raised by other members of this House on other occasions. To address this, the government had reviewed the annual value threshold for means testing from time to time and raised it to allow more Singaporeans to benefit from higher subsidies. I agree with the Prime Minister when he explained in his response at the budget debate last year that there is no perfect means testing regime to test both income and wealth. However, the fact that this issue has been raised on a number of occasions by members of this House reflects the ground sentiment that an increasing number of seniors living in homes with higher annual value are either extremely concerned about their retirement adequacy in the future or already facing financial challenges in retirement. To be clear, the mean testing regime of per capita household income, or PCHI, and in its absence, the annual value of one's residence is, on the round, an objective measurement of one's income and wealth in the distribution of subsidies. I will posit, however, that retired seniors who need to plan their retirement funds over a longer lifespan, own and live in homes with slightly higher annual value purchased through pre-retirement income, or have residential arrangements that may not accurately reflect their level of wealth, are disproportionately more affected by this means testing regime than any other demographic of Singaporeans. Perhaps the deeper underlying issue is to consider whether there is a need to review holistically how we access our retired seniors in the various subsidies and support mechanisms that we have in place. Some of these mechanisms are applied nationally across all demographics of Singaporeans. The means testing regime of PCHI and annual value is one. Other mechanisms are senior-centric, like silver support and the PG and MG packages. For those mechanisms applied nationally, in healthcare, for example, some subsidies are tiered, like in hospitalization ward subsidies, while others suffer a cliff drop reduction of subsidies, like in the case of residential long-term care services. Sir, if there is a policy imperative that the needs of our seniors, especially those in retirement, should be prioritized, I ask if the government will consider reclassifying seniors as a separate category for current subsidy mechanisms that apply across all demographics and apply a more nuanced and targeted approach to address the needs of this growing class of retired seniors. The second category are seniors who live alone. This is a growing trend. According to the Department of Statistics, the number of one-person households for those aged 65 years and above has more than doubled from 2014 to 2024, rising from 42,100 to 87,200 households. Based on the overall expectation that 1 in 4 Singaporeans will be over the age of 65 by 2030, we can certainly expect this trend to continue to grow. Through my pro bono LPA program over the past 10 years, I've had the opportunity to engage many seniors who make conscious choices on a very difficult and life-changing issue on the possible loss of mental capacity. It is abundantly clear to me that they are anxious, worried, and unsettled about what could happen to them as they age, especially if they are single or choose to live alone due to complex family dynamics. Let me share an example. A senior lived alone in a home that was in a state of disrepair. Our volunteers in the neighborhood observed that she needed help. No family member or relative was contactable. She was physically frail. Sadly, her mental capacity was also failing. She missed her bills and had her utilities turned off. She missed her meals, even though volunteers left cooked meals at her doorstep. She was friendly one day and extremely hostile the next. Our grassroots team, the SSO, AIC, and other volunteer groups rendered assistance in whatever way possible. Yet they were limited as to how far they could go, and no agency had the authority and or the power to intervene directly. Eventually, after almost a year, we were informed that some action had been taken to have her situation addressed. Now, this may be an isolated case, one with a peculiar set of circumstances, but as the number of seniors living in Singapore alone, But as the number of seniors living alone in Singapore grows, the expectation must be that more such cases will emerge. Currently, the public guardian can only supervise or investigate matters involving LPAs and/or deputyships. Under certain circumstances, the public guardian may appoint suitable third parties, like social workers or medical care providers, as professional deputies. The Mental Capacity Act, however, does not empower the public guardian to intervene directly if a senior loses his or her mental capacity and has no viable person who can be appointed as a deputy to make decisions or manage matters on his or her behalf. This could result in vulnerable seniors failing to get the support or timely intervention they need, even with many willing helping hands in the community. I ask if the government will consider reviewing the Mental Capacity Act and empowering the public guardian to intervene directly in such cases. The public guardian can work alongside the public trustee to manage the assets of such seniors and direct caregiving agencies to administer the care required. I understand that in jurisdictions such as Australia, there exists a legal framework that allows for direct intervention in such cases. Interestingly, Australia also recently enacted the Rights-Based Aged Care Act 2024, which came into force on 1st November 2025, with a focus on empowering seniors to uphold their rights, needs, and personal choices in their aged care. Mr. Speaker, as our population ages and the needs of our seniors become more varied and complex, it is vital that our policies evolve with greater clarity and foresight. The concerns I raised today, from retirement adequacy to fair access to support, and the vulnerabilities of seniors who live alone, remind us that no single framework can meet every circumstance. As we continue to strengthening our systems, let us work together collectively to achieve the objective espoused in this year's budget for every senior in Singapore to age with dignity, security, and peace of mind. Sir, I support the budget. Thank you.
Mr. Chai Ing-Tzu.
A surplus of 15.1 billion. Mr. Speaker, sir, this year we find ourselves in a position of remarkable fiscal strength. This year we find ourselves in a position of remarkable fiscal strength. Much of the debates in this House have been dedicated to national AI missions and our digital frontier. With the privilege of being the last speaker of the debates, I want to speak about a different kind of infrastructure, one that doesn't run on silicon or servers, but on the time, heart, and grit of our people. I'm referring to the care economy. When we say care economy, we are not just talking about a sector of work. It refers to the unpaid labor of a daughter waking up at 3 a.m. to check on the rise and fall of breath of her bedbound father, the teacher conducting a welfare check in the evening at home of an absent child. It is the parent caring for an adult child with special needs, worrying about the future when they pass on, or a retiree delivering lunch to a lonely neighbor unwell for the day. Currently, the national accounting of our GDP struggles to see that work. It is invisible. The World Economic Forum estimates compensation of unpaid care labor globally to be in the tune of roughly 11 trillion, 9% of global GDP. Closer to home, a 2024 Duke and US study revealed that informal caregiving for all seniors aged 75 and above is worth 1.28 billion annually, and equivalent to 11% of our total government expenditure on healthcare, which is today second after defense. Behind every fiscal surplus is an invisible surplus provided by our caregivers. Their time is unaccounted, but without it, our society would fracture. We must recognize that care has a cost, often paid in the currency of burnout by those who give the most. First, I'd like to call for a flipping of paradigms. The terms silver tsunami or super-age society are used often with a sense of gloom and burden. I call for a reframe. Let us strive amidst a silver opportunity for a super healthy society. It is heartening to see the expansion of SG Partnership Fund, but we can be bolder. I propose a specific senior-led tier within this fund, offering higher funding for ground-up initiatives led and participated by those above 60. Let's empower our active agers to be perceived not just as recipients of help, but mentors to youth and first responders to frail neighbors in community. Let us build a silver economy where products and services are designed by seniors, for seniors, allowing them to age with agency and purpose. Next, as HDB supply gradually begins to meet demand, the anxiety of our residents shifts. It is moving from, will I get a BTO, to what happens to my home in the long run. For those still on the margins, single unwed parents, or Singaporeans with foreign spouses, the question remains, is there a place for me here, for me and my family? We must reframe the narrative of home ownership. HDB should not be viewed through the lens of taking depreciation or potential profit. It should be seen as a home for life. When a resident feels secure in the longevity of their community, they don't just live there. They invest social capital, and their generations after continue aspiring to remain, as many generations have in Toa Payoh. While we await the details of VERSE, it is an opportunity to reframe and offer a vision of Singapore where HDB ownership provides psychological and social security through every transition of life. Mr. Speaker, the true test of resilience is only discovered when it is tested. In Toa Payoh, we have 17 rental blocks in Toa Payoh Central. I noted in a PQ reply this week that the median number of occupants in a two-room rental flat is 4. Allow me to visualize what I've seen. You step into a flat with multiple children, up to 8 or 10 people in a two-room. 1 room, 1 hall, and 1 toilet. The only room is typically wall-to-wall with mattresses, with clothes piled, strewn all around. The living room doubles as a kitchen and a nursery. Young children lie occupied with screens, while parents cook or rest after a long day of work, if they are even home. Sometimes you find a charging PMA. Within these 4 walls, a conducive environment is a state of mind. Staying on the right track in life and keeping up with educational goals is a daily uphill struggle. While our nation's commitment to education reform is a vital tool for social mobility, school only accounts for a fraction of a child's day. What happens during the school holidays or the unsupervised hours after the bell rings? I've sat with primary school students who shared a cigarette, exchanging tips on which shop to shoplift. And this is a friction of inequality that no ministry alone can solve. What is heartening, though, is the organic resilience of our community. Youth from the Youth Network have formed a kids club in Toa Payoh Central. What started as weekly activities at the basketball court during school holidays have become homework sessions during school term. These same children are now supervised, at least for 1 night in 7 days. Mr. Speaker, these children want to study, but they can only do so in the right environment with the right role models. If we truly believe that education is a vital tool for social mobility, let us reconsider and prioritize the design of spaces and rules in our homes and communities. We have ease for retrofitting seniors' homes. How about access as a Comlink scheme milestone? Incentive for retrofitting modular furniture for families with young children in rental flats. I've even thought of the acronyms. Access can stand for adaptable, compact, child-centric enhancements for small spaces, or augmenting conducive childhood environments for student success. Our income inequality is at its lowest on record, but the more insidious wealth inequality has widened. When a few accumulates significant assets, properties, equities, and growing bank balances in an uncertain world, the instinct to secure one's future can easily transit into a cycle of accumulation where enough is always just beyond reach. The gap between the haves and the have-nots threaten to wedge society psychologically. As President Tharman Shanmugaratnam reminded us at the opening of this parliament, we must resist the trend where wealth entrenches and inequality is passed down. With a 15.1 billion surplus, we have the fiscal capacity to do exactly that. We must be surgical in a moral division of resources to reinvest in our collective social capital, beginning with the stability of homes. Caregivers often torn between being at work and the bedside. Just as childcare leave supports the role of a parent, we must fund paid parent or elder caregiving leave. Workplace accommodations so that choosing to care for a parent does not mean a blow to one's career for the sandwich generation. Not every disability requires a wheelchair. Thousands battle autoimmune and invisible conditions that demand immense stamina. We must fund better diagnostic support and workplace flexibility, ensuring our infrastructure of care includes the struggles we cannot see. The rising tide of youth mental health challenges is a cry for presence. We must divert resources to give parents the commodity of time, prioritizing parenting over productivity during critical development windows and crisis. Family must always be our first line of defense. While staff in senior care centers uphold basic care and nursing competencies, yet when those same seniors requiring specialized care return home at night and on weekends, we do not require our foreign domestic workers to have these similar qualifications. We should subsidize upskilling specialized in geriatric and palliative care. Offering these professionalizing home-based services can extend aging in place and provides our seniors dignity and our families a peace of mind. For the vulnerable and PWDs, we must move deeper for them. This means moving beyond vouchers towards long-term coordinated interventions that break the cycle of poverty, safeguard our children, and ensure every Singaporean is an active contributor to our nation. For large families with many children, costs do not merely add up. They multiply, from space at home, food portions, to educational expenses and transportation costs. These scale exponentially with every single member. Unfortunately, childcare leave and CDC vouchers does not follow the same logic of proportionality. If demography is destiny and families are bucking the trend to hold up our TFR, we must increase direct tiered support for families with 3 or more children to ensure that the invisible infrastructure of a large family remains a source of strength rather than a driver of household debt. Mr. Speaker, I will now address some of the concerns of my residents in Mandarin, please. 议长先生，政府大力投资人工智能 AI， 但我走访大拜窑时，常听到乐龄人士对 AI 有种爱来卖来、要来又不要来的复杂心情，请让我解释。第一个爱是 AI 人工智能。今年农历新年，相信许多都收到 AI 生成的卡通画全家福，甚至看到朋友在画面中与骏马奔腾。这种科技让大家的早安图也更有趣了，是大家欢迎的 AI 用途。但科技的价值不因此，我们要利用 AI 强大的是组织能力， 处理复杂的行政工作。因为第二个爱，必须是爱心的爱。长辈担心的不是机器多聪明，而是机器取代了温情。他们卖来，不要来的是那种只有图片、画面，没有对话的冰冷机器互动。我们要明确 ，AI 是帮我们识别弱势群体的阶梯，但关怀网络里的每一个结合，都必须由人来填补。议长先生，面对科技浪潮，我希望我们的社会不会像冷冰冰的 AI 系统来取代，应该抱着郭富城经典歌曲中的精神，对你爱不完。科技带来的不是距离，而是更有温度的凝聚力。In conclusion, Speaker, a rich Singapore is not defined by the size of surplus in our banks, but by the strength of the bonds in our community. It is a place where a senior feels valued, a caregiver feels seen, and our social fabric and cohesion remain strong. Let us invest in the high-touch human connection that no AI mission can ever replace too. And as Benjamin King would sing in our 2024 National Day song, Not Alone, if we just look to each other, then this house will feel like home. Mr. Speaker, I support the budget.
Prime Minister and Minister for Finance.
Mr. Speaker, this year we tabled the largest budget in our history, larger than the 5 budgets combined in 2020 to fight COVID. And not surprisingly, we also have a record number of members participating in this debate. And I thank everyone who has spoken and supported the budget. I would like to start by sharing with members something I say to at all budget dialogues I have attended so far, and that is, please do not look at any one budget in isolation, because it's not possible for any single budget to be all-encompassing. So if your favorite item is not mentioned in this year's budget, it does not mean that it has been overlooked or ignored, because every budget builds on the last and lays the framework and groundwork for the next. Indeed, in the debate, several members highlighted that suggestions and points they raised on AI in previous years were taken up this year, in this year's budget. So that's the spirit in which we craft and design every budget. And on that note, I've listened carefully to the many thoughtful suggestions that have been shared in the last few days. Even in the occasions when I've not been in this chamber, I've read your speeches. We will study your suggestions and give them due consideration. And maybe in a few budgets from now, some of these suggestions will be highlighted thereafter. Sir, I will not be able to address every point raised today. The program-specific questions will be taken up during the Committee of Supply debates. For my response, I will focus on 3 broad issues that have been highlighted. First, how will we secure continued economic success and good jobs for Singaporeans in a changed world? Second, are we doing enough to ease cost pressures and ensure every Singaporean can progress? And third, is our fiscal strategy fit for the future, the challenges we face both now and in the future? Let me start with how we sustain economic success and secure good jobs for Singaporeans. Many MPs, many members spoke about this, including Ms. Jessica Tan, Mr. Victor Lai, Mr. Kenneth Tiong, Dr. Neo Kok Beng, Dr. Wan Rizal, Ms. Goh Zeki, and Mr. Vikram Nair, amongst others. Our economic strategies must adapt to a changed world. This is a world where power and strength increasingly shape outcomes, where rules are more contested, where economic relationships are being rewired. We felt these pressures acutely last year, especially after the US Liberation Day tariffs.
Now, fresh changes in US tariffs remind us that uncertainty and volatility is becoming the norm. And in such a world, smaller countries like Singapore risk being bypassed or marginalized. Right? So we cannot afford to stand still. We must deepen trusted partnerships, diversify our links, and strengthen our resilience. And crucially, we need to establish leadership positions in key domains so that we create distinctive value that others cannot easily replicate. And many members talked about value capture for our economy. That's exactly what we are doing. And so we are investing heavily in R&D, building up our enterprise ecosystem step by step, and anchoring cutting-edge investments in Singapore. We must stay at the frontier in advanced manufacturing, finance, digital services, and new growth sectors. In the past, growth and jobs moved more closely together. When the economy expanded, firms hired more workers across the board. Today, the relationship is more complex. Let me explain. Our fast-growing sectors are export-oriented. That's to be expected. These companies in these sectors compete globally, and they create well-paying jobs with strong career progression opportunities. But precisely because they compete at the frontier, they have to be productive and operate efficiently, often with lean manpower. And that's a global trend. You look at leading companies around the world, some of them run highly automated facilities, including so-called dark factories that operate 24/7 with minimal human presence. And that's one reason why manufacturing employment in many advanced economies has steadily fallen. We see similar patterns here in Singapore. Over the last decade, the manufacturing sector has on average contributed about 20% of GDP, but its employment share is smaller. It has declined from 14% in 2015 to about 12% today. Over that same period, employment in exportable services, areas like finance, IT, and professional services, has grown as we diversified our economy. Yet, taken together, the manufacturing, finance, IT, and professional services segments of our economy account for just around 30% of employment. Does that mean that growth is no longer important? Far from it. Growth is essential. It creates new opportunities, raises wages, and generates the resources we need as a society. Frontier industries, in particular, produce positive spillovers. They anchor our enterprise ecosystem and drive demand across the rest of the economy. So without sustained growth, and especially growth at the frontier, investments will go elsewhere, capabilities will erode, wages will stagnate, and Singapore risks a real decline. But growth alone is not sufficient. Growth alone will not automatically translate into job opportunities across the board. We must also uplift the broader domestic economy, raising productivity, wages, and career pathways across the services sector. And that's why we are taking sustained action in areas like education, healthcare, and social services. We have put in place skills frameworks to articulate competencies, enable skills upgrading, and support structured progression in these areas. We have increased salaries for workers in public healthcare institutions and government-supported preschools. We have updated salary guidelines for the community care and social service sectors. These are not ad hoc or one-off moves. They are integral to our economic strategy because inclusive growth means more than developing frontier industries. It also means ensuring that domestic services that Singaporeans rely on daily, become more productive, more professional, and more attractive as careers. In this regard, SMEs play a critical role. They employ many Singaporeans and anchor economic activity across our island. Many members also shared their concerns about SMEs, including Ms. Diana Pang, Mr. Jackson Lam, Mr. Fadli Fauzi, Mr. Edward Chia, Ms. Denise Pua, Mr. Azhar Othman, and Mr. Shahriar Taha. In particular, the two SME segments under greater pressure are retail and
F&B, food and beverage. These sectors face structural headwinds from e-commerce and changing consumer habits, and from increased overseas travel by Singaporeans, and perhaps also by the strong Singapore dollar. Yet, even amidst these challenges, the number of F&B and retail establishments continue to grow. And with more players in the market, competition has intensified. So how should we respond to these trends? In the immediate term, we have provided corporate income tax or CIT rebates, including in this budget. Over the longer term, our support must be sustainable and should not distort market incentives. For businesses in retail and F&B, what are their cost drivers? The largest components of their operating expenditure are the cost of goods and materials, labor, and rent. Let me go through each one of these. In a small economy like ours, goods and materials are largely priced in global markets, so there's little scope for us to influence these costs. On rental cost, at the macro level, rentals have broadly tracked economic fundamentals. Rent increases for retail spaces have trended below nominal GDP growth and inflation in the last few years. Rental costs have also declined as a share of total business cost. Between 2019 and 2024, they fell from 26% to 17% for the F&B sector, and from 30% to 26% for the retail sector. Now, that's the broad picture. Of course, market rents vary by property type and location. Individual tenants may face higher rent increases at renewals, and we are mindful of these cases. Where government agencies are landlords, like HDB and JTC, and where we have direct oversight, like in hawker centers, we have frameworks to keep rents fair and competitive. And we will continue reviewing and updating these frameworks. We will also continue to monitor the situation closely to ensure that rentals remain sustainable and competitive. I've covered cost of goods, rental, next, manpower. Indeed, labor costs have increased in recent years. Part of this reflects structural factors, an aging population and tighter labor supply, as well as market forces as firms compete for workers. But part of this is also the outcome of policy. Through the progressive wage model, we are raising wages for lower wage workers. That's the right thing to do, to uplift incomes, strengthen dignity in work, and narrow wage gaps. And at the same time, to support businesses through the transition, we introduced the Progressive Wage Credit Scheme, and in this budget, we are enhancing the scheme and extending it for another 2 years. That reflects our consistent approach to uplift workers while supporting firms to adjust. Mr. Mark Lee asked for more leeway for SMEs to hire foreign workers. We cannot relax the dependency ratio ceiling, the DRC. Doing so will encourage excessive reliance on foreign manpower and weaken our Singaporean core. But we will consider calibrated ways to provide more flexibility, like expanding the sources from which businesses can hire work permit holders for certain types of occupations where genuine shortages exist. And we will continue to strike the right balance, sufficient flexibility for businesses without undermining Singaporean workforce development. Ultimately, the sustainable path forward is productivity improvement and business transformation. And many members spoke about this. We know that SMEs need more support to embark on such transformation. Several members, including Ms. Cassandra Lee, Mr. Lee Hong Chuan, and Mr. Henry Kwek, have offered suggestions on what more we can do. Mr. Mark Lee also highlighted the need to strengthen management capabilities. And he and several other MPs, including Mr. Liang Eng Hua and Mr. Victor Lai, spoke about the importance of internationalization. These are all useful feedback and suggestions, and the government will continue to take them on board, study them, and lean forward to enable our SMEs to innovate, upgrade, and internationalize. SMEs that redesign jobs and transform their operations can offer higher wages and more meaningful opportunities to attract and retain Singaporeans. Many SMEs have done so successfully, including those in retail and F&B. Enterprise Singapore and the Singapore Productivity Centre recently did a deep dive into F&B establishments in Singapore. The findings were reported in the media, and they are very instructive, because F&B establishments that benchmarked themselves with productivity standards and knew that they were lower than the benchmarks could find practical and useful ways to raise their productivity. And when they did do so, they have generally done better. I mentioned Harry Ann's on Budget Day as one example. Other companies have done so too, restructured, transformed, digitalized, and even expanded abroad. And we want to encourage many more SMEs to take that path. Let me cite another example, Po Heng Jewelry. It was founded in 1948 as a small shop on North Bridge Road. Over the decades, it grew into a household name. A few years ago, the company embarked on a serious transformation. It strengthened its management. It embraced e-commerce. And with government support, it is developing AI tools to analyze customer data and shopping behavior so as to enable more personalized product recommendations. And it now employs 150 people and is making plans to expand into ASEAN. These examples show that even traditional industries can reinvent themselves and in doing so create better opportunities for Singaporeans. Another powerful force reshaping our economy is artificial intelligence, or AI. And many members spoke about this, including NTUC SecGen, Mr. Ng Chee Meng, Mr. Desmond Tan, Mr. Desmond Chu, Dr. Charlene Chen, Mr. Darrell David, Ms. Lee Hui Ying, Ms. Mariam Jaffa, Mr. Andre Loh, and Associate Professor James Lim. Many also shared about the anxieties that workers and fresh graduates are feeling. These concerns are real, and we must and we will take them seriously. Historically, every major technological wave has displaced some jobs, but also created new ones. Computers displaced stenographers and typists, but created new professions in ICT, in finance and services. And over time, productivity gains expanded opportunities for workers. Indeed, what we have seen in Singapore so far is that AI can augment jobs and help workers achieve more, even as it automates certain tasks. Take the example of Ms. Angeline Tan, who works at Nanyang Incorporated, a local event infrastructure company. Her company adopted an AI chatbot to handle customer inquiries. Instead of being displaced, she stepped up. She became a chatbot manager, assuming responsibility for auditing the system's responses and ensuring its accuracy. But she did not stop there. She upgraded her skills further. And today, she is an AI tech lead in the company, overseeing the implementation of AI tools, improving workflows, and taking on more creative responsibilities. And that's the pathway we want to encourage, workers moving up the value chain. AI can also make our workplaces more inclusive. Robots can handle physically demanding tasks. For example, they can support seniors and persons with disabilities. Ms. Denise Pua, Mr. Sharil Taha spoke about this, and we will step up efforts in this area too. These are not theoretical possibilities. They are already happening today. And for now, our labor market remains resilient. The proportion of permanent employees has risen to a record high of nearly 91%, with gains across most sectors. Vacancies continue to outnumber job seekers, and over 40% of openings are entry-level BMET roles, indicating still healthy demand for young graduates. So, thus far, the evidence does not point to widespread displacement. But as many members have highlighted, there are emerging pressures, and we recognize that. We cannot rely only on today's data. We must prepare for tomorrow. And I mentioned earlier that the historical experience with major technological waves is that ultimately more jobs are created than lost. That has been so in the past, but there is no economic law that says this will always happen or that this will happen in the future. Indeed, many are concerned that this time may be different because AI is more powerful, advancing faster, and affecting a wider range of occupations, and many members raised important concerns. For example, that companies may lean too heavily on AI and invest less in worker training, that more workers could be displaced and the older ones will find it harder to re-enter the workforce, and that entry-level jobs, the first rung of career ladders, may be hollowed out. We are alert to these risks, and we will act early to prevent such outcomes from taking hold in Singapore. We will invest more deliberately and more systematically in our people. In that regard, I agree with NTUC Secretary General's Mr. Ng Chee Meng's 3 calls to empower every worker to be AI ready, to strengthen support and safeguards for workers, and to strengthen the labor movement's ability to protect and uplift PMEs. We will work closely with our tripartite partners, especially NTUC, to realize these shared goals. What does this mean in practical terms? For example, as we develop champions of AI and implement our national AI missions, we will not only just help companies transform, we will capture value in Singapore. We will pay close attention to how these companies apply AI, and importantly, guide them to use AI to enhance human skills and expertise. Take aviation maintenance. Machines and AI can perform many functions, but skilled technicians remain essential, and AI can help them make better diagnosis and perform their work more cost-effectively. Achieving all this will not be easy. Every sector is different, and how they use AI and the impact on workers in each sector will vary. And that's why we are coordinating all of these efforts through the National AI Council, aligning industry transformation and workforce upgrading to ensure that AI uplifts our workers. That is our assurance. And that's why our strategy going ahead is clear. We will not have jobless growth in Singapore. We will exploit AI to grow the economy, and we will ensure that growth translates into good jobs and better wages. That's how we give every Singaporean confidence to progress in the future. Next, let me touch on cost pressures. We achieved better than expected growth of 5% last year. Yet, as many members have highlighted, including Ms. Aslina Abdul Halim, Mr. Saktiandi Supat, amongst others, Singaporeans continue to feel cost of living pressures. The data may show improvement, but lived experience and realities do matter. So the question is this: what more must we do to ease cost pressures and ensure every Singaporean can continue to progress? We must first understand why affordability and cost concerns have surfaced, not just in Singapore, but across many economies around the world. After COVID and the war in Ukraine, inflation surged globally. In Singapore, it rose to more than 6% in 2022, and it has since come down to 0.9% last year. Inflation has moderated, but price levels remain higher than before, and that's what households are experiencing. To cushion the spike, we provided more than $10 billion through the assurance package. Some have observed that the transfers in this year's budget are smaller than last year. But in fact, support in this budget remains substantial and broader in scope. We are providing CDC vouchers, cash support, utilities rebates, Child Life SG credits, and CPF top-ups for seniors. What does this mean? A middle-income household with young children receives about $2,800 after you tot up all the different items. A lower-income household with young children, about $5,000. And a retired elderly couple, about $7,600. Essentially, we give more to those with greater needs, and we give more to seniors, especially our retirees, as they are not working and have to cope with higher prices on fixed incomes. These are meaningful sums, and they are on top of substantial, broad-based subsidies for essentials like education, healthcare, and housing, as well as targeted support for lower-income families and workers. Mr. Louis Chua said that the government's primary response has been to rely on one-off and ad hoc handouts. He said that last year I had clarified the matter then, but regrettably he has repeated this false claim again this year. Because the facts are, only about 5% of our overall budget is for one-off measures. That was so in FY 2025, and it is so in FY 2026. The remaining 95%, the overwhelming share, is for longer-term and structural schemes. And in this budget, we enhanced preschool and student care subsidies, as well as Comlink Plus to support families with children. Total social spending has increased this year. It has not gone down. We are providing more help for Singaporeans. And our approach is not just to cushion the cost, because the durable solution to cost pressures is steady, sustainable wage increases. And Mr. Sean Low highlighted concerns that a decreasing proportion of Singaporeans benefit from economic growth. He highlighted the concerns among seniors. And indeed, one group that will face greater impact is retirees, because they are not working. And that's why we provide more for them in the budget. But when we look at data at both the household and the individual worker levels, household and workers, in fact, incomes have risen faster than inflation over the past decades across the entire income distribution. So real incomes have gone up for both households and for workers across the entire income distribution. We also look at household expenditures. Spending has increased in dollar terms, but expenditure as a share of income, that has either remained stable or fallen across the income distribution as well, meaning Singaporeans generally are spending less as a share of their incomes, even if their expending has gone up in dollar terms. In particular, the share of household income spent on essentials like food, public transport, and education has declined across all income quintiles. There is one exception, and that is healthcare. Singaporeans are spending a larger share of their income on healthcare and health insurance. That reflects our rapidly aging population, because as you get older, you will tend to spend more on healthcare. And that's why we provide significant and growing subsidies for healthcare services and for our national health insurance premiums. It's also why we have taken steps to rein in overly generous private riders and other practices that drive up medical inflation, especially in the private sector. And we will continue to ensure that healthcare remains affordable in Singapore. No Singaporean will be denied the healthcare they need because of an inability to pay. That is our assurance. Another reason for concerns about cost is that inflation for some frequently consumed services, especially F&B, has risen faster than general inflation. Now, food consumption may form a smaller share of income, which I mentioned just now, but we experience the higher prices each time we order something or we dine out, and the psychological impact is immediate and visible. The domestic services, be it healthcare or F&B, are labor-intensive. We want wages for Singaporeans in these sectors to rise. But when wages rise, costs also increase. And that's the fundamental tension every economy must manage. Some countries choose to suppress service wages to keep prices low. But then this traps a segment of workers in low-paying jobs. That's not what we want to do. Others, like the European economies, have taken a different path. Wages in the services sector are high. You go to any European country, you'll know. They are paid very well. But that leads to higher prices overall and a heavier cost burden, which in turn has to be supported by a larger welfare state, financed by taxpayers. There's no free lunch. Someone's got to pay this. So Singapore is forging our own path. We pursue broad-based wage growth, but wage increases have to be supported by skills upgrading and productivity improvements. And at the same time, the government bears a substantial share of the cost of essential services through subsidies and transfers with more support for lower and middle-income households. Overall, this balance has delivered good and affordable services to Singaporeans at a sustainable cost. But we know that this is still a work in progress. The macro data may be reassuring, but as many members have highlighted, the lived realities differ from household to household, and the circumstances will vary for specific segments. Different families face different pressure points. For example, there are larger families with more children, and they will face greater cost burdens, as Mr. Pritam Singh and Mr. David Ho have highlighted. Mr. Singh suggested adjusting the CDC vouchers. That could be one way to help them, but we will continue to explore other measures to help those with larger families. There are also families caring for seniors or children, and especially those sandwiched with both. Ms. Yeo Wan Ling, Ms. Jessica Tan, Ms. Nadia Samdin highlighted their concerns. And in fact, we already provide more for them in the budget, in every budget, including in this year's budget. There are families with members who have special needs. Professor Kenneth Poon and Ms. Haslina Abdul Halim highlighted their concerns. And caregivers too need to be supported, as Mr. Tsai Ying-cho and Ms. Herting Ru highlighted. In recent budgets, including this one, we have strengthened support for all of these groups, and we will continue to do so, and will consider the suggestions that members have made. Targeted support for targeted specific groups requires means testing, and we use different indicators to means test. The two key ones are the annual value of dwellings, or AV, and per capita household income, or PCHI. Quite a number of members in this debate, including Mr. Alexio, Ms. Jessica Tan, Mr. Gerald Giam, Ms. Sylvia Lim just now, Mr. Edward Chia suggested reviewing these indicators. I suppose if we were to take a step back, most of us would agree that support should be given to households with less income and less wealth. No one would dispute that. How to measure income and wealth is the challenge. AV and PCHI are practical and effective indicators, but no measure is perfect, and we will continue refining our criteria, especially when it comes to support for seniors. The cost pressures can also feel sharper due to inequality. Because of inequality, comparisons intensify and social stresses grow. Encouragingly, in Singapore, income inequality has narrowed compared to a decade ago. Lower and middle income workers have seen faster real income growth than those at the top. Without this inclusive growth, I have no doubt that the cost pressures that we are feeling on the ground would have been far worse. We have achieved good outcomes, but we will continue to press on. And in this budget, we are raising the local qualifying salary, as well as enhancing and extending the progressive wage credit scheme. Several members, Mr. Patrick Tay, Mr. Melvin Yong, Mr. Sanjeev Tiwari, suggested further steps to support lower wage and vulnerable workers. We will study your suggestions carefully, balancing wage increases with sustainable productivity improvements. We are also paying close attention to wealth inequality. We have begun publishing the data and will track this more systematically. But we are not starting from a weak base. Through housing grants, home ownership, and CPF top-ups, we enable lower-income households to accumulate assets in Singapore. Today, households in the lowest quintile have average net wealth of nearly $300,000. That's a meaningful foundation. Mr. Saktiandi and Associate Professor Terence Ho suggested additional asset-based transfers. I think someone called it a Singapore dividend, or other forms of putting together the measures that we do to help Singaporeans build assets. In fact, this is the approach that the government has long taken. We focus not just on income support, but on enabling Singaporeans to accumulate assets, because asset ownership gives families a concrete stake in our nation's success and allows them to share directly in Singapore's progress. We do this through a range of different mechanisms, like the Child Development Account, EduSave, Post-Secondary Education Account, through CPF and our housing policies, and most recently we introduced the ITE Progression Award, which incorporates an element of CPF top-ups. We will continue to strengthen pathways for Singaporeans to build savings and assets. We also have progressive taxes on wealth through our property and vehicle taxes, and we will continue to study ways to moderate excessive wealth concentration carefully and responsibly. But redistribution has its limits. It's very easy to say, let's tax the rich more. But capital and talent are mobile. And if we rely solely on ever higher taxes for this segment, eventually the broad middle will also have to shoulder the burden. And we risk undermining competitiveness, enterprise, and job creation. Redistribution alone cannot build a strong and resilient society. So our approach is balanced. We keep taxes moderate but progressive. We redistribute resources to those with greater needs, and we complement that with heavy investments in human capital, early childhood education, quality schooling, and tertiary education, as well as lifelong learning through Skills Future. Upward mobility remains central to our social compact, because here in Singapore, your starting point should never determine your finishing position. Several members also spoke about retirement. Mr. Saktiandi has been championing this for many budgets. Ms. Polisan also mentioned this in the debate. And in this budget, we are indeed strengthening our CPF system because Singaporeans are living longer and we want them to retire with confidence and peace of mind. Our CPF system rests on sound and sustainable principles. Each member saves for his or her own retirement, but we do not leave individuals to fend for themselves. We boost those with lower balances through silver support, a modular package, and periodic CPF top-ups, and we continue to review the parameters of these schemes. That keeps our system fiscally sustainable while ensuring that those with less get more support. The CPF provides, as members would know, risk-free returns of 2.5% on the ordinary account and 4% on the special account with extra interest of 1 to 2%. Members who wish to invest their savings for potentially higher returns can do so today through the CPF investment scheme, or the CPF-IS. But the experience with the CPF-IS has been mixed. From 2016 to 2024, while a majority of CPF-IS OA investors earn above 2.5% per annum, only about half achieved returns of more than 4%. This is for OA. In other words, many would have been better off topping up their CPF special account and earning the guaranteed 4% return. For CPF-IS SA investors, the results were even more sobering. Around 3 in 4 made 4% or less per annum. In other words, they underperform the SA rate, which is risk-free. So the reality is that we all talk about investment, such a wonderful thing, but investing and earning consistently good returns is not that easy. And that's why we took some time to study how to implement a low-cost investment option within the CPF. It has to be simple, low-cost, and effective. There are commercial life cycle products available in the market, but up to now, the take-up has been limited, partly due to the high fees, which can go up to as much as 2%. But in recent years, the market has matured. More players have entered, and digital platforms have helped to lower the cost. And that's why we now believe it is possible to offer well-diversified life cycle products at lower fees. The CPF board will be engaging the industry next month to call for expressions of interest. There's still a lot of work to be done. Designing the scheme, the specific parameters that several members talked about, building the IT system, and ensuring a smooth and seamless user experience. The CPF board is working towards rolling out the scheme in the first half of 2028, but if we can do this earlier, we will. Beyond retirement, we have and will continue to strengthen support across life stages. We have initiated major moves as part of Forward Singapore. In public housing through the new HDB classification system of Standard Plus and Prime flats. In healthcare through Healthier SG and Age Well SG. We have made Skills Future a key pillar of our social compact, and we are strengthening this further. We have introduced the Skills Future Job Seeker Support Scheme, and we have enhanced ComCare and ComLink Plus. Mr. Abdul Muhaimin asked about this particular issue of ComLink Plus. Let me just touch on it briefly. There are today about 11,000 families on ComLink Plus. Most are in rental housing. There are around 14,000 eligible families living in rental flats. We have approached them, but some chose not to come on board ComLink Plus or could not be contacted. With the enhancements to ComLink Plus, we will redouble our efforts to reach out to them, and with stronger community support, we hope more of them will come on board the scheme. And we will also extend ComLink Plus to lower income families beyond the rental blocks. Members have also offered many other suggestions to further strengthen our community and social support system. Many suggestions have been offered, for example, in healthcare delivery and integration with social support. Members like Dr. Chu Pei Ling, Mr. Dennis Tan, Ms. Rachel Ong, and Dr. Hamid Razak just now spoke about this. Suggestions around housing and neighborhood rejuvenation. Mr. Ang Wei Neng, Ms. Joan Pereira touched on that. More support for the arts, culture, and community initiatives. Ms. Eliza Chen, Associate Professor Kenneth Goh mentioned that just in their speeches, as well as suggestions to review the income thresholds for the Job Seeker Support Scheme, which Mr. Ng Chee Meng and Mr. Patrick Tay had advocated. We will study these suggestions carefully. In particular, the Job Seeker Support Scheme was launched only recently, about a year ago, so we will review the scheme and its parameters once we have more experience. Many members also asked for more support for families, especially for parents and would-be parents. Mr. Fu Tse Siang, Ms. Hanny So, Mr. Sean Low, Ms. Eileen Chong, Mr. Gabriel Lam, and others have highlighted this concern. Indeed, our falling total fertility rate is a serious concern. It's not unique to Singapore. It's happening across all advanced and high-income economies. So we really should have some humility about this, because no country has truly succeeded on a sustained basis to reverse this decline. Members offered practical suggestions around housing, cost pressures, and the affordability of raising children. Some also asked for more work flexibility and leave provisions so that parents can be present in their children's formative years. In fact, we have taken significant steps on both fronts recently. We have enhanced shared parental leave, and with the large family scheme, parents can receive now up to $48,000 for their third or fourth child, and even more for the fifth or subsequent child. As a result of the recent enhancements, our expenditure on marriage and parenthood initiatives has increased from $4 billion in FY 2020 to $7 billion in this budget. But we will not stop here. We have not given up. We will not give up. We are already planning for the next tranche of measures to strengthen support for families, and there will be an opportunity to discuss this at the COS debate, and the Minister in the Prime Minister's office will share more at that occasion. Sir, this government will continue to provide stronger assurance for Singaporeans at every stage of life. We will do this in a coherent and deliberate way, strengthening individual responsibility, reinforcing collective support, and preserving long-term sustainability. We will continue to strengthen our social compact and ensure Singapore remains a society where every citizen can progress with confidence. Let me move on to the third question. Is our fiscal strategy fit for immediate challenges, and is it positioning us well for the future? Let us look at the global context. Since the start of this decade, countries have been tested in ways few could have anticipated. Many advanced economies are now carrying record high levels of public debt. And as debt rises, so will borrowing costs. Over time, this constrains fiscal flexibility and weakens longer-term growth potential for these economies. Against this backdrop, Singapore's strong fiscal position is a strategic advantage. Many members spoke about our fiscal position and public finances, including Mr. Ang Wei Neng, Ms. Valerie Lee, and Mr. Seah Yao Chuan. I'm glad they see our healthy fiscal position as a strength, a source of strength. Given the surplus we've generated, 25 and in FY25 and also the ones that we expect in FY26, Mr. Gerald Giam had asked whether the GST hike should be re-evaluated. But let us consider the facts. At the beginning of this decade, we knew that healthcare spending would rise sharply in line with our rapidly aging population. This was structural, not cyclical. And healthcare was not the only area where spending pressures were increasing. We had estimated that healthcare alone would require additional funding of 0.6% to 1.2% of GDP. And this would happen in the second half of this decade, which we are in right now. That is a significant and permanent increase. The question was how to fund this. And we studied a range of options. We raised property taxes and motor vehicle taxes for luxury cars. We increased the top marginal personal income tax rates. But these moves were still not sufficient to close the structural funding gap. The Workers' Party had suggested raising the maximum net investment returns contribution, or NIRC, we can use in the annual budget from 50% to 60%. We did not agree with that proposal because the NIRC framework was carefully designed to safeguard intergenerational equity. If we increase the cap to 60%, that can ease immediate pressures, but it will weaken fiscal discipline, reduce our buffer for future shocks, and shift a heavier burden onto the next generation. And in the end, the GST was the only broad-based and sustainable option to fund rising healthcare needs while preserving our reserves framework. But even as we raised the GST, we also made sure we mitigated the impact on Singaporeans. We delayed the effective tax increase for the majority of Singaporean households by at least 5 years. We enhanced the permanent GST voucher to further defray the tax paid by lower and middle-income households. And after accounting for these measures, the majority of GST collections are and will continue to be from higher-income households, tourists, and foreigners. In other words, we secured stable funding for healthcare while cushioning the impact of the increase for most Singaporean households. Could we have relied instead on corporate income tax collections? But remember, back in 2022, when we made the decision on the GST, there was no sign that corporate income tax collections would rise so significantly. At that time, discussions on BEPS were still evolving. The eventual outcomes and their revenue implications were far from certain. It would not have been responsible to fund permanent healthcare commitments using revenue sources that were uncertain and can yet dry up. The corporate income tax collections only started rising towards the end of FY 2023 and have stayed elevated until now. This outcome was not anticipated. It was due to GDP growth outperforming expectations in 2024 and 2025, as well as better than expected contributions from multinational enterprises in a few key sectors. And this brings us to the issue of fiscal marksmanship. Mr. Alex Yam, Mr. Gerald Giam, Mr. Louis Chua, Mr. Seah Yao Chuan touched on this. And we have debated this before in the House. It's perhaps my favorite topic because I've shared before I started work in MOF doing precisely this, fiscal projections. And as I've explained, our forecast deviations are within a reasonable range, comparable to other advanced economies. Within this range of variation, revenues in recent years have indeed come in above projections. Is that because we were overly conservative? The short answer is no. Our projections are prepared by MOF economists using the best available data at the start of each financial year, including GDP growth assumptions at that time. But for a small, open economy like Singapore, growth outcomes can diverge significantly from forecasts as global conditions evolve because we are so dependent on the external environment. Forecasting Singapore's GDP growth is like forecasting the world's GDP growth, which is very, very difficult to do. Likewise, revenues from property transactions or COE premiums are inherently difficult to predict. You can tell what the next year's property prices will be, what next year's COE premiums will fetch. It's very hard to do. In the case of COE, we increased the quotas, yet the premiums continue to rise with sustained demand. And that explains the increase in revenue from licenses and permits, which Mr. Gerald Giam asked about. So forecasting in such an environment will never be exact. But I assure everyone in this House and Singaporeans that our approach has been and will be responsible and professional. A further insinuation is that the PAP government deliberately painted a doom and gloom picture for electoral advantage. But let's consider the facts and the context. After the US Liberation Day tariffs, there was widespread uncertainty across the world, not just in Singapore. At that time, how many analysts projected 5% growth for Singapore in 2025? I don't recall any. The reason why things did not turn out as badly as we feared was partly due to factors beyond our control, but also partly because of the decisive steps we took. DPM Gan Kim Yong and the team moved quickly, engaging the US to safeguard our core interests, deepening links with other countries, forging new agreements that sustain investor confidence. Our agencies, our businesses, and our workers adapted swiftly and worked tirelessly through a very uncertain period. Their efforts deserve recognition. So let us not belittle these contributions just to score a political point. The fact that we are in a better position today than our projections is something we should all welcome. It's good news for Singapore and Singaporeans. Imagine if we had chosen differently, if we didn't raise GST and had instead hoped for revenue upsides, and then the economic situation did not turn out so well. We would be having a very different debate today. We will be scrambling to close fiscal gaps. We will be responding from weakness. But because we made the difficult yet responsible decision, because we chose responsibility over convenience, we are now in a position of strength. So, sir, we did not gamble with Singapore's future. We made the hard call, and that's why we can act with confidence today. Next, let me turn to our medium-term revenue and expenditure outlook. We are expecting structural revenue increases from FY 2027. That's when the first revenue collections from the BEPS top-up taxes come in. Based on the strong corporate tax collection so far, and that's pre-top-up tax, our initial sense is that the further increase from the top-up taxes could be significant. We will continue to firm up our estimates over the coming months as we get more up-to-date data on how firms are performing and adjusting their plans. Since the BEPS revenue is coming in, some may ask, well, how about rolling back the GST? But again, the GST increase was introduced to fund rising structural healthcare expenditure for an aging population. These spending needs are permanent and will continue to grow, and they should be supported by a stable and reliable revenue base. At the same time, as I've shared in the budget, government spending is rising in many other areas, aside from healthcare, for social needs, economic competitiveness, our energy transition, security, and infrastructure. So the additional corporate tax revenues will strengthen our fiscal position and support these growing needs, but they do not replace the structural role of the GST, and especially what we have done to fund for permanent and rising healthcare costs. In fact, expenditure pressures are already evident. Take the example of defense spending. I mentioned that MINDEF's budget of 3% would be where it is for now, and that budget includes spending on cybersecurity by MINDEF and SCF, something that Mr. Giam asked about. But it does not include cybersecurity spending beyond MINDEF. And we do need to spend more on cybersecurity outside of the MINDEF family. MDDI and the Cybersecurity Agency, for example, will have to invest more. We will have to harden our critical information infrastructure, like our grids and our power system, against cyber threats. And that's why I said in the budget that security spending will rise in the coming years. In short, our aim is not to run high surpluses for the rest of this term of government, something that Mr. Liang Eng Hua asked about. Our objective is a balanced budget over the term of government. And that's clear from our historical records. Mr. Seah Yew Tran very helpfully gave a speech yesterday outlining the historical data. And if you look at the past years, we've had balanced budgets in many years. Balanced meaning within a range of plus minus 0.5% of GDP in terms of the overall fiscal balance. We've had years of surpluses, we've had good years, but we've also had years of deficits. But on the whole, we plan for a balanced budget over the term of government. And if there are upsides on the revenue, if there are revenue upsides, when there are revenue upsides, we will deploy these to meet our growing needs. Mr. Sean Low suggested giving back surpluses above 2% of GDP to all Singaporeans. But in practice, we actually do not wait to cross a mechanical threshold like that. Whenever there are revenue upsides, we have shared some of the gains with Singaporeans. Last year, we used that to fund the SG60 package. This year, we channeled them towards CPF top-ups and the cost of living special payment. And we have also strengthened our national priorities by investing in our social support system, enhancing our connectivity, security, and economic resilience. For this FY 2026 budget, expenditure is at 18.4% of GDP. As I said just now, it's the largest budget on record. Earlier, MOF had projected that government spending could reach 20% of GDP by 2030. Now, if you look at the trends, since emerging from COVID, expenditure has been growing by an average of $10 billion every year, and we expect our needs to rise even more for the coming years in this term of government. So government spending is likely to exceed 20% of GDP well before 2030. In light of our fiscal position, Mr. Sean Low had asked if the government can commit to not making further major revenue moves. At this juncture, if circumstances remain broadly stable and without any further major revenue moves, we expect our fiscal position during this term of government to remain healthy. We've already said that there will be no further GST increases until at least 2030. Aside from the GST, we continue to review our tax system regularly as part of prudent fiscal management. We will make revenue adjustments only when necessary, to fund structural spending needs or to achieve clear policy objectives like strengthening progressivity or addressing externalities. These are difficult decisions. Any tax change, I should say any tax increase, is a difficult decision. We take them only after careful study and full consideration of the impact on households and businesses. MOF had earlier published medium-term fiscal projections up to 2030. With updated revenue and expenditure developments, these projections will need to be refreshed. So we will publish updated medium-term projections extending to 2035 by next year. But a word of caution is in order, because in today's fast-changing world, assumptions can quickly become outdated. So the forward projections serve as a guide, and will have to be continually updated. Ultimately, what matters most is maintaining fiscal discipline, together with the agility and nimbleness to respond swiftly as circumstances change. Let me turn to specific points on our tax system. Ms. Diana Pang asked about the timing of the changes to the PAF rebate. We implemented the vehicle tax changes immediately to prevent a rush to market. That has long been our practice for property and motor vehicle-related taxes. The changes are announced and then applied immediately to ensure market stability and fairness. A number of questions has been raised on this particular issue, and MOT will address them separately. Mr. Saktiandi and Mr. Louis Chua shared their views on the personal income tax regime. When taken together with our progressive tax rates, tax reliefs, and rebates, currently about 1 in 3 resident workers pay no personal income tax. Amongst those who do, about 8 in 10 have an effective tax rate of less than 6%. So we will consider these suggestions around the personal income tax as part of our regular fiscal reviews. There was a debate yesterday about what it means to run a surplus, a fiscal surplus. Does a fiscal surplus mean that the government is taking more from the economy and leaving households and businesses to bear a deficit? This is an oversimplified and inaccurate characterization of how our fiscal system works. A surplus simply means that in a year, revenue exceeds expenditure. And in Singapore's case, revenue includes significant investment income from our reserves, not just taxes collected from businesses and households. So if you exclude NIRC, expenditure exceeds revenue. In other words, we are putting money back into the economy, not draining money from businesses and households. And in fact, our budgets in both 2025 and 2026 have been expansionary, with significant support for households and businesses. More importantly, we should look at who pays the tax and who benefits from the transfers. And on that score, the picture is clear. For every dollar of tax paid by the top quintile, they receive 20 cents in benefits. That's the top income quintile. Pay $1 in tax, you get 20 cents in benefits. In contrast, the middle quintile receives around $2 in benefits. $1 of tax, you get back more, $2 in benefits. And the bottom quintile gets $7 in benefits. In other words, those who have benefited more, those who are better able to contribute, are the ones who generally pay more in taxes. And we use that revenue to strengthen our social compact and provide greater support to those who need it most. So, Mr. Speaker, our fiscal system is fair, progressive, and sustainable. It is pro-worker, pro-enterprise, and pro-Singapore. Let me conclude on a final point around accountability. And I agree in principle with the many comments and suggestions that members have made, including Mr. Pritam Singh, Dr. Haresh Singaraju, and Mr. Yip Hon Wing, asking for more information to ensure fiscal accountability and value for money in government spending. We want to do that. We want to ensure that. And that's why we've been publishing the Singapore Public Sector Outcomes Review biannually since 2010. That sets out the key outcome indicators across major policy areas and allows the public to track our progress over time. We will continue to review the indicators in the report and ensure they are relevant and useful. It's not static. We continually look at refreshing and updating this document. Ministries on their own also conduct detailed reviews of major spending programs to assess effectiveness and outcomes. And I will ask all ministries to provide clearer and more accessible information on major initiatives so that Singaporeans can better understand how public resources are used and what results they achieve. Mr. Speaker, let me conclude. I have outlined our strategies to secure our future together in this changed world. I thank members of this House for your support for the direction we must now take. This next phase will not be easy. The economic headwinds remain. The geopolitical environment is becoming more contested. The major powers are competing more intensely. They may say they are not asking others to choose sides, but in reality, they are using the full range of tools from economic leverage to regulatory controls and technology restrictions to advance their interests. Some pressures will be overt, others may be subtle, seeking to influence opinions, shape narratives, or even sow division amongst our people. We must be clear-eyed about these realities, but we have faced difficult external environments before. We have navigated uncertainty, preserved our sovereignty and independence, and emerged stronger because we remain one united people and acted with resolve. And we enter this new era with considerable strengths: a strong economy, a cohesive society, sound public finances. These are not accidental achievements. They are the result of decades of hard choices made by generations of Singaporeans. So this budget builds on that strong foundation. It is a collective commitment that we will do what it takes to thrive in a more demanding world, that we will stand together when pressures mount, and we will continue pushing forward to seize new opportunities on the horizon. The world may be more uncertain, but we are prepared. We are united, and together we will shape our own destiny and secure a brighter future for every Singaporean. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Before I call honourable members for clarifications, I seek members' understanding to keep them clear and concise. And if you have many clarifications, please raise all of them when called upon. Knowing Prime Minister, I know he will also keep his answers clear and concise. Mr. Pritam Singh.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will be brief. I actually didn't have any clarification questions until Prime Minister reached the end where he spoke of more information, more accountability, more sharing from the government. This is, of course, warmly welcomed. I made some points in my speech about RIE. Just to make the point very clearly, the previous RIE plan had actually a simple pie chart with a diagram telling people who are interested what $25 billion would be used for. The latest one does not have anything of that sort. It just dives straight into the RIE domains. And this is an example of, I think, the sort of accountability people are actually interested in, looking at how much or where $37 billion, which was committed to RIE 2030, how it will be expanded, how Singaporean jobs will be enhanced, and what opportunities there would be for Singaporeans, to say nothing of the budgetary issues. I believe there was a member yesterday also who commented that he filed some parliamentary questions to MOE and he didn't get the answers that he asked for. And I think there's quite a lot of work to be done there, and I hope in this term of government we see a new approach from the PAP government.
Prime Minister.
So we will provide more information. I see the value of getting ministries to put out more information, to share more about how their resources are being used and what outcomes they have achieved. And so as I've committed in this budget, or in the speech just now, we are getting ministries to do more, certainly in the area of RIE as well. More information, and hopefully that will encourage people, Singaporeans, to also look at the information and have a better understanding of what we have achieved. For example, in the debate just now, I heard Mr. Kenneth Tiong talk about the outcomes of our R&D spending. We may have different views. I think that was rather one-sided in talking about how poorly we have performed in terms of R&D spending and what outcomes we have achieved. But hopefully, with more information, we can have a more holistic appreciation of the various outcomes we have achieved, and we are not complacent. We are always looking at ways to do better. We acknowledge that. But having the information to provide more informed debate is always something we would encourage.
Ms. William.
Thank you, Speaker. I have a question for the Prime Minister on what he said about BEPS. I'm not an economist, so please forgive me if I don't frame it correctly, but he appeared to say that we're expecting upside in the next few years due to BEPS. From what I recall in past debates, he was more cautious. I mean, he said that, well, we also have to consider the incentives that we need to give to businesses, and in the end, it might not be a net positive. So I wanted to know whether he has changed his view on this.
Prime Minister.
So we were more cautious in the initial years because there was no certainty how BEPS would evolve. And remember, there was Pillar 1 and Pillar 2. Pillar 1 was targeted at jurisdictions like us, hub economies, where there was a move to shift profits away from hub economies. So we were concerned about revenue loss under Pillar 1. Pillar 2 was about a minimum tax rate across the board. And that would give revenue, give upsides to revenue, but we weren't sure at that time whether Pillar 2 would be implemented. Today, Pillar 1 has not taken off. So the downside risks have come down, at least for now, It may be resurrected later on, but Pillar 1 has not been implemented. It's not on the agenda for now. Pillar 2 has had broad-based consensus, and therefore jurisdiction after jurisdiction have been implementing their version of a domestic top-up tax, and we have to. That certainly will provide revenue upsides, but it does not change our broader assessment that even with the revenue upsides, we will have to spend more, and we will have to find ways to strengthen our investment promotion toolkit. Because notwithstanding the minimum corporate tax of 15%, which was supposed to give governments more negotiating power over the MNEs, the reality is the MNEs still have considerable negotiating power. And governments everywhere want to attract these strategic investments to their own countries. And they are continuing, notwithstanding a minimum corporate tax of 15%, to offer other generous incentives, which are considered BEPS compliant. So they are spending more, they are offering a whole range of different incentives to reshore the competitive landscape is today. That's the reality of the competitive landscape. So the revenue upside is more assured in terms of the domestic top-up tax, but at the same time, we are very likely to also have to spend more on the economic front to stay competitive.
Associate Professor James Lim.
So I appreciate PM Wong's highlighting of the F&B sector, which of course is close to many Singaporeans' hearts and stomachs. There is facing indeed undue pressure, and feedback that we get as well. PM emphasized how the government has, where it can, look to mitigate pressures that they face on rent. He spoke about how it tries to limit hikes in properties that it controls. Yet many business owners share that there is insufficient effort at restraining unbridled market forces, and they hope that some form of a cap on the year-to-year rate of increase in rentals without outright rent control via a fixed rent ceiling may be helpful, and wonder whether PM can share whether this is a possibility in future. On labor, I appreciate PM's explanation that foreign worker quotas and levies remain needed to ensure a Singaporean core. Yet the feedback we receive is that despite paying rather solid wages, in this sector it's really hard to attract locals. And I note that certain other sectors like construction actually have higher dependency ratio ceilings. I believe the F&B is currently classified under services, which has a much lower DRC. Given the unique work conditions within F&B, I'm wondering if the government will consider relaxing the ratio for this sector.
Prime Minister.
So on rentals, as I mentioned just now in my speech, at the macro level, we have not seen rental rates spiking up. In fact, as I mentioned just now, At the macro level, rental rates have moved in line with economic fundamentals, lower than GDP growth, lower than inflation rates. There may be localized issues, localized shortages or particular area very popular. That kinds of things, these things can happen. I'm not saying they don't. There will always be a distribution of rental increases. But overall, the situation remains stable, so we do not envisage imposing rental caps, particularly since at the macro level, the situation remains stable. In fact, the experiences of jurisdiction everywhere when they impose such rental caps has been not so positive because you end up with inadvertent consequences and you do not always achieve the objectives that you had wanted to do, which was to ensure competitive rentals. On foreign worker levies and DRCs for the F&B industry, they are part of services. The DRC is lower than construction, but we prefer not to carve out something separate for F&B because it's really very hard to distinguish between F&B as a service and the other service industries. And once you make F&B, the DRC for F&B lower, you can be sure there will be many F&B workers in Singapore, foreign workers in Singapore doing non-F&B jobs. And it's very hard to monitor, it's very hard to enforce because they are all service related. So we rather keep services DRC as a whole where it is, but as I mentioned, where there are ways in which we can extend some flexibilities to businesses, like on the source of workers, we will consider doing so.
Mr. Saktiandi Supat.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've got 3 SQs. First of all, I'd like to thank PM for mentioning that he'll be releasing fiscal projections beyond 2030. I'm just wondering whether I can get clarification from PM whether those projections will be accompanied with economic baseline assumptions, specific scenarios. That would be useful for the public. Secondly, not secondly, but within the same domain, thank you to PM for explaining the reassurance that the fiscal policy has been expansionary, so it helps relieve concerns that it has been extracting, and there's opportunity cost on that front. Second SQ, Mr. Speaker, is on climate transition. I think PM in his speech and in his opening budget did touch a bit on climate and energy transition, but I was wondering whether PM can share a bit more about climate transition, especially our plans to have those polders around Singapore. What are those costs on our fiscal needs and our fiscal expenditure going forward? Because those will be quite substantial beyond 2030 and beyond 2040 as well. And thirdly, in terms of I would like to thank PM as well about him mentioning about my suggestion about changing the thresholds for the income tax thresholds to help relieve lower income and middle income workers and Singaporeans. I was wondering what's the possibility of that suggestion actually being implemented. Thank you.
Prime Minister.
So on the 3 questions, first, yes, we will provide the economic assumptions underpinning our fiscal projections. Second, on the climate transition, we will continue to provide more information on both our mitigation as well as our adaptation plans, because we are moving on both. On the mitigation, it's really about pushing for decarbonization and doing more in terms of clean energy, and there will be opportunities in due course to share more. On adaptation, it's really about protecting Singapore against rising sea levels, and we will also find opportunities to share more about these plans. We have already started to set aside resources for these 2 areas of work, which will require a lot of additional investments. So we are already setting aside funds for that. Thirdly, on the personal income tax thresholds, as I said just now, we will take in these suggestions, take on board these suggestions as part of our regular fiscal reviews. I would also just want to mention again on the point that Mr. Associate Professor J. Muslim talked about rental. While I gave a macro picture about the overall rental rates, as I mentioned in my speech just now, I do recognize averages may not capture every single experience. There will be instances where rental renewals end up with sharp increases. We know that this happens, but the interventions and the way we help will have to take into account the different considerations. We do not think rental caps will work, but for example, if we understand better a particular situation where there has been very sharp increase in rental, but for that location, it could be a supply shortage. There could be specific circumstances linked to that area. Then we will have to study and consider what appropriate interventions might work for such circumstances.
Okay, Associate Professor James Lim.
Just to very quickly clarify, I don't mean a rental cap in terms of the total amount that it can increase to, but just the rate of increase, precisely what you are getting at, which is when there's a surge, whether there's a cap on how much that surge can occur.
Prime Minister.
Sir, as I mentioned, in instances where government is a landlord or where we do have some control over rentals, hawker centers, HDB rentals, JTC rentals, we already do so, and we will continue to fine-tune our framework.
Ms. Mariam Jaffa.
Thank you, Minister. Thank you, Speaker. Actually, I have two clarifications for the Prime Minister. First of all, thank you so much for addressing capital intensity, the increase in capital intensity at some length. I actually asked 2 PQs yesterday about it. I didn't get to ask an SQ for, so I'm going to take the chance to do it now. At the same time, also, I'm very heartened to hear you talk about to hear the promise that in Singapore we will not have jobless growth. I also am very heartened by the promise at the end of your speech on greater transparency on outcomes. So I was wondering if you could share, if capital intensity continues to increase, how will the government's measures of outcomes change, if any? My second clarification is you talk about making the hard calls. I think it's very easy to talk about hard calls in terms of raising revenues, but let us also remember that hard calls are also in how much we choose to invest to grow the economy. And so I'd like to just hear his thinking around how he will balance, the need for immediate support, preserving fiscal space for unforeseen pandemics or higher than expected healthcare increases, but also importantly, putting more into things that will grow the economy. Even though $1 billion is being laid out for AI, for example, I would like to hear whether there is openness and preserving fiscal space for investing in growth, actually.
Prime Minister.
So as the member has highlighted, returns to growth accrue to capital or labor. There is a lot of concern that with AI, you will see a disproportionate shift of returns to capital and labor will suffer. We are, as I said in my speech, I didn't highlight that in such terms, but that is the risk we are very much alive to. And if the trends in the marketplace globally are moving in that direction, well, we will have to consider what additional levers, what steps to take, how we ensure that workers benefit from growth. That is our commitment. We will try our very best to have AI develop in such a way that is pro-worker, that enhances human skills and expertise. And at the end of the day, we will have levers also through Skills Future, through transfers, through a whole range of different means to make sure that growth in Singapore is balanced and Singaporeans will benefit. Not just capital owners, not just the companies that push out AI tools. Singaporeans will always benefit from growth in Singapore. On the question around our openness to using fiscal space and resources for growth, yes, of course we are. We will always want to grow the pie because that's what our future is about. We have to be at the frontier. We have to keep on expanding the pie for all to benefit. our investments in R&D are very much in that direction. With AI and all the moves we talked about in AI, we will also allocate more resources to pushing the frontier so that we can continually expand opportunities, jobs, and better incomes for Singaporeans.
Mr. Louis Chua.
Thank you, Speaker. Three clarifications for PM. I think the first is on the point he mentioned about the one-offs that I mentioned in my speech. To me, the question is really, as I've shared in my speech, in light of our surpluses, are we then better off to put in place the structural levers and interventions rather than having to decide on these on a one-off basis year after year? So I gave the example of personal income taxes. Are we better off having that updating of the bracket rather than have varying personal income tax rebates year after year? Similarly, on the corporate front, are we better off with revising maybe some of our PTE, SUTE schemes, which were last changed in 2018? And I also gave the example of how for the GTP program, that was extended up to 2031. So that's the first. The second is in relation to the occasional paper that the MOF has put out. Just wondering if PM has given the MOF team perhaps a timeline as to when recommendations may be put forth to address some of the issues that were brought up. Specifically, when it comes to the taxing of wealth, I think it's always been mentioned that it's mainly via our system of property taxes. And as the report has showed, actually wealth, especially for the top 20%, to the extent that it's underreported, I would say that probably the share of non-property assets is likely to be larger than what we have found. So in the context, wealth taxes beyond just property taxes. And last but not least, in terms of the TFR, on this front, again, to maybe borrow a phrase from the MSE, are we willing to have ambitious and realistic targets with regards to the TFR, even if for a medium to longer term, to kind of guide our policy interventions? Thank you.
Prime Minister.
Sir, I thank Mr. Chua for his clarification on the first point about the government relying on one-off ad hoc measures. I hope we can banish this forever in this House, because we don't rely only on one-off ad hoc measures. It's not, we have some, yes, 5% is the budget. I mean, how is that an over-reliance? We have much more allocation of resources on longer-term and structural schemes. And will there continue to be some one-off measures? Yes, we will, from time to time. It's not mutually exclusive, but the weight of our fiscal moves are really on the longer-term and structural schemes. The emphasis is in that direction. And it's not just a mindset issue, it's not just a policy issue. You can look at it from a resource issue. 95% allocated there. Clearly, the emphasis in these areas. And the reviews will be done from time to time. It's not, as I mentioned just now, policy changes, policy reviews take some time. We take in suggestions. Some suggestions we may not be able to do, and we explain our position, and there will be differences of views, but there will be suggestions which we think are good, and we will consider them carefully, and in time to come, we will make the changes. And for the suggestions that Mr. Chua had suggested on, I had put forward on personal income tax, we will take them, as I mentioned to Mr. Saktiandi, together with other suggestions that members have given as part of our regular fiscal reviews. That also goes to timeline. The occasional paper that we are putting out will be done by next year, but the fiscal reviews that we do on policy front, that happens on a regular basis. There's no specific timeline for this because we are always on a continuing basis reviewing and updating our policies. On TFR and measures, will we be more ambitious? I would say we've always tried to be ambitious. We've pushed the boundary each time in terms of the moves we made. And in this coming review, we will be even more ambitious. Can we set targets? Name me a country which has succeeded on a sustained basis. These are very complex. This is a trend that is happening around the world. It's not just about economic. If money can solve the problem, I will put the money down and solve the problem. But it's not just an economic issue. It's far more complex than that. Countries have spent far more than us and have not been able to achieve meaningful, sustained improvement in their TFR. So we will try. We are not giving up. We will be more ambitious. And Minister Indrani at the COS debate will share more about how we can try to engender a whole of society reset around marriage and procreation. We will give it our best efforts. Just a quick point that I wanted to, my colleague just highlighted to me when Mr. Singh talked about the RIE reports and what had been published. In fact, someone alerted me that there are additional reports that, beyond what Mr. Singh had shared, the office, they do put out, NRF has put out more information already. But in any case, as I said, our commitment, whatever the baseline is today, we will do more.
Mr. Mark Lee.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have two clarifications for the Prime Minister. When tariff shocks escalated last year, businesses were certainly genuinely uncertain. It was the government's swift and credible response that stabilized sentiment and positioned Singapore as a trusted base amid fragmentation. However, as the tariff situation becomes uncertain again and supply chains continue to readjust, could the Prime Minister give assurance to businesses that we will have the fiscal space to support them to respond decisively if volatility intensifies? At the same time, as we move decisively into frontier industries like AI, quantum, and space technologies, these are energy-intensive and capital-heavy sectors. Could the Prime Minister clarify how the government assesses our long-term fiscal headroom to support both frontier industry development and the sustainable energy infrastructure required to power it? Thank you.
Prime Minister.
So on the first question, yes, we give our assurance to all businesses. We are all in this together. Whatever uncertainty and volatility we may face, the government will certainly be there to walk with our businesses and our workers to navigate the changes ahead of us. We are not out of the woods yet. The situation was better than expected last year, but there is new uncertainty now, and I think uncertainty and volatility will now be the norm anyway. So we will continue to work closely with our businesses and workers, and also as part of our tripartite system. On the frontier industries and sustainable, and the fact that they are energy intensive, it is a cause for concern. I think Mr. Dennis Tan had also spoken about this. We are trying our best to manage this, and the solution for us at the end of the day is to accelerate our efforts on decarbonization, to be able to harness even more clean energy sources than what we have, than the limited sources we have today. That is key. It may not be, the new sources may not materialize in the short term. We are working on multiple fronts, including importing clean energy from outside Singapore, pursuing ideas like hydrogen as well as civilian nuclear energy. But we are going full steam ahead on all of these areas so that we can find clean energy sources for ourselves, reliable, sustainable, competitive, and that will help drive the industries of the future.
Ms. Yeo Wan Ling.
Thank you. Prime Minister, our workers were very, very encouraged and inspired to hear that you will be personally overseeing the Singapore's AI transitions. With revenue autonomous vehicle bus services expected to commence this year, as well as pilot AV shuttle services already underway, it's clear that the pace of change is accelerating. My question is, how will we ensure that sectors such as our bus industry and point-to-point transport sector are given sufficient time and structured support for these transitions? In particular, how do we sequence implementation so that technologies like AI and AV strengthen safety standards, uplift skills, and enhance livelihoods rather than become a source of disruption and anxiety for our workers?
Prime Minister.
So I recognize the anxieties of our drivers. In fact, when I had the dialogue with union leaders, this was surfaced as well. So the assurance I gave then and I give now is that we will manage this very carefully. We already have very close engagement with the unions and drivers. And as we introduce these new technologies, we will pace the transition in a way that ensures that we are also able to retrain workers if jobs are impacted and make sure that the transition and the introduction of technologies do not adversely impact our workers. We want workers to benefit from new technologies.
Dr. Neo Kok Beng.
Well, thank you, Speaker. The Prime Minister mentioned in the budget speech that 1% of the GDP is dedicated to R&D expenses, commonly known as the GERD, G-E-R-D, or gross expenditure on R&D. Now, Israel, the innovation nation, has 6%. I think Sweden has 4%. Most of the European countries about 3%. What's our target, and how can we actually use part of the 15 billion surplus to give it a boost? Thank you.
Prime Minister.
So we have been maintaining that commitment of 1% for some time now. I don't think it's about saying we just have to do more and spend more, but we, as many have highlighted, want to ensure good outcomes from our R&D spending as well. So we will continue if the outcomes are good, if we are getting good results, we are able to get good projects, certainly we will be prepared to put more into government R&D. But it's also not, we also don't just track what government spends. We want government spending to catalyze more business R&D. So the other measure, aside from GERD, government, is BIRD, the business expenditure on R&D, which is commonly tracked as well. And we are heartened that the business side, private sector R&D in Singapore has also gone up, corresponding or together with government spending on R&D. And that bodes well for the future because that means that the private sector too are seeing the benefits of investing more in R&D and investing for the future.
Mr. Kenneth Tiong.
Thank you. Thank you, Speaker. So I, of course, respect the Prime Minister's prerogative to characterize my views on R&D as somewhat one-sided. So I'd like to offer him the opportunity for a fuller defense in light of perhaps three groups of facts. First, since 1991, the first National Technology Plan to RE 2030, the nominal amount committed is about 125 billion, of which I think that there are indeed no few visible commercial outcomes. Meraxis in 2025 was the first and only billion-dollar IPO. I don't recall any other commercially significant companies out there. And even if we were to, accept that we were to give the government that it is an MNC-driven strategy, the first phase of the Biopolis project was not a big success. I mean, for all the MNC R&D offices for these pharmaceutical companies. In 2010, you have the departure of Eli Lilly. 2013, you have the departure of Pfizer. 2014, the departure of GlaxoSmithKline. 2016, the departure of Novartis. So I don't really quite see where perhaps he is having his different view from. And my second clarification is whether he will consider taking on a policy, putting on a policy investment bank function, or rather reconstituting it, given that it has been missing since Temasek, since Madam Ho Ching took over Temasek in 2002.
Prime Minister.
Sir, as far as the outcomes of R&D are concerned, we track a whole range of outcomes. It's not just on the basis of a company getting IPO success. There are outcomes with regards to jobs created. There are outcomes with regard to the spillovers to local industries and the SMEs that support our MNEs doing research here. There are outcomes to the wider economy and incomes that are raised. So there are outcomes with regards to business expenditure on R&D, which we talked about just now. So it's not just a narrow focus on a single measure of success, but a wide range of different indicators. For both the research part, mind you, which is also important because we are not only wanting commercialization success, we also want to anchor strong basic research. That scientific base is important. It's also tracked with another set of different indicators, like publications, which we also track. So there are a wider range of outcomes we track in terms of our R&D spending, and that's why I said just now that the views that Mr. Tiong had highlighted were rather one-sided. I do agree with Mr. Tiong, though, what he said about the broad principle of, that sometimes the system can be risk-averse, that there are ways to do more in terms of value capture. There's no disagreement in principle in terms of that direction. We want to encourage more private innovation. We want to encourage more of an enterprise-building approach in terms of how we grow our economy rather than just focus on specific individual grant schemes. There is scope to have less fragmentation. These are things we are already doing and will continue to do. On the question of an investment bank approach, well, I would also disagree with him that this has changed with the CEO in Temasek. This has never been the case. Temasek, when it started, was always very clear about its mandate from the very beginning: commercial, not doing national service. Focus on commercial outcomes. If there are things that the government wants to do, and Temasek thinks it's useful to do from a commercial point of view, then yes, we can partner Temasek to do so. And there are many instances, even till today, including some of the equity funds, which are done with a co-investment approach with Temasek. Not because we force Temasek to do these as national undertakings, but because they see commercial value in growing enterprises and growing the enterprise ecosystem and in achieving and securing better long-term returns for their portfolio. This has been consistently the approach from the start, and that is the same approach we will continue with Temasek going forward.
Ms. Denise Poh.
Yes, sir. Thank you, PM, for a convincing roundup speech. I'm seeking three clarifications. Number one is on SMEs. In this age of AI and growth, I asked about how government intends to strengthen the intermediaries who are actually advising the SMEs in this age. And intermediaries like the SME Centre, Singapore Business Federation, NTUC, E2I, the trade associations, for example. From where can these intermediaries tap resources to advise and to be in a good position to advise as well? That's my first clarification. The second one is on PM's comment on no jobless growth. I wrote that down, so you said that. No jobless growth. And I wanted to hear your thoughts on the prognosis of those Singaporeans who are unlikely to catch up, the vulnerables, for example, and like the seniors, some of the seniors, like persons with disabilities who have higher support needs, for example, and they might actually lose jobs in this time and age. So I wanted to hear your views on those who are likely to lose jobs, actually may not be able to take up or upgrade their skills in that sense. And the third clarification is on TFR. I think somebody mentioned it, but I'm very relieved to hear from PM that it's not a lost cause, and that even if the budget, your budget does not, statement does not cover it, and that Minister Indrani will cover that. And hopefully what Elon Musk has predicted, that Singapore will become extinct, that will not be a reality. But can PM share a little bit more about strategies other than producing our own? And we know that many young people may not want to get married, or even after they get married, some of them prefer pets to children, Are there other strategies that you will consider, like easier adoptions, procedures to have more people be adopted, more of us Singaporeans adopting. And second is in terms of immigration as well, to bring in people who are of the right profile and suitable profile to grow our Singapore population. So 3 clarifications for you, sir.
Prime Minister.
So on intermediaries, it is an area we are looking at. No easy answers now, because where it comes to providing IT solutions that are AI-enabled, that's quite straightforward. But when you talk about intermediaries who truly understand what it means to transform an enterprise using AI, in fact, there are very few. And I mentioned this in my budget speech. Even the leading companies are grappling with this and looking at ways to do this better. So it's an area where we ourselves are looking to build capabilities and expertise and identifying experts who can help us and also help, not just help us as in help government, but help the intermediaries within our economy who can in turn help our businesses, especially our SMEs. Second, on jobless growth and the concerns that vulnerable groups may have, we are very mindful of these concerns, and that's why we have progressively strengthened our social support system. We've put in place job seeker support. We are strengthening Skills Future, and we will continue to monitor this segment very closely, the impact that AI may have on vulnerable and disadvantaged workers, on seniors, and we will continually review and strengthen our support mechanisms. Third, on the TFR and whether there are other ways in which we can encourage or we can maintain our Singaporean core, whether it's through adoption or immigration. Yes, indeed, we will have a multifaceted approach. Mr. Fu Tse-Siang gave a very good speech yesterday on adoption procedures and how it can be very complex and frustrating for parents who would like to adopt. And I think it's something certainly we would want to take a closer look to see how we can streamline. So our approach, as Minister Indrani will share during COS, will not, of course, marriage, procreation, parenthood within Singapore is important, but also other areas like adoption as well as immigration will come in as well.
Associate Professor Kenneth Goh.
Thank you, Speaker, and I thank the Prime Minister as well for his wrap-up speech. My questions relate to education and inequality. And just like Member Denise Phua, I want to quote something you mentioned, which is that the starting point should never determine our finishing position. I think that's a very high and inspiring principle to share. But I bring this up because, based on the recent data, and I had asked PQ to MOE before about the difference in PISA scores across different income groups. And we find that these differences are statistically significant. They are there. While they are no different from the other OECD countries, I think that we have that larger aspiration, not just to match up to what other countries are doing, but to do better regardless of what the other countries are doing. So I wanted to hear from PM, what your thoughts are, what the MOF's thinking is around this issue. Thank you.
Prime Minister.
So the concerns that the member had raised on education are indeed on our agenda. In fact, many members spoke about education during the debate. I didn't really touch on it as a topic in the round-up speech, but we have this as one of the key items on our agenda for this term of government, looking at how we can especially help disadvantaged groups level up in our education system, focusing on those with less resources, those with different start points, making sure that more support is given to them, but at the same time addressing the other concern too, which many members spoke about, the concerns about high-stakes exams, the anxiety about the arms race that parents and students are feeling. So that's on our agenda. That's something we are looking at. Other concerns that I think members raised in this House during the debate, for example, around digital screen time, Ms. Herting-Rue talked about that, others too, access to social media for children, that's also on our agenda. So there are things that we are reviewing. Like I said, I can't cover every single topic in a budget or in a round-up speech, but these are things and priorities that we are looking at, and we will have future occasions to address them.
Mr. Jarogia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the Prime Minister for responding to my speech. I have got two clarifications. The Prime Minister said that budget estimates are prepared by MOF as economists based on available data, including GDP growth projections. While I accept that GDP growth is highly sensitive to external shocks and can deviate significantly from forecasts, and this impacts the actual fiscal position. But in the interest of transparency, will MOF provide more disclosure regarding the methodology of its revenue projections? For example, are GDP assumptions pegged to the midpoint of the official forecast range at the start of the fiscal year? And what is the specific weighting of GDP growth in fiscal estimates? Secondly, the Prime Minister argued that these deviations are within a reasonable range and result in unavoidable volatility. However, this does not fully account for the systemic nature of the trend. Could the Prime Minister explain why there's a consistent directional bias towards conservative fiscal marksmanship over the past 20 years, excluding the 2 years of exceptional circumstances of the COVID-19 pandemic and the FY 2023 modular package allocation? 18 of these 20 years, the actual surpluses have consistently exceeded original estimates by significant margins. A review of the historical data shows that these variances frequently reach double-digit, triple-digit, or even quadruple-digit changes.
Prime Minister.
Sir, the MOF economists, when they look at fiscal projections, use the government's forecast of the economy, which is also published. We would typically use the midpoint of the range. And then, of course, you have to factor for, because this is in nominal terms, you have to factor for that. And the projections are done on those bases, right? There is a well-defined methodology used by many governments to project revenue, which often are tied to incomes. There's a certain buoyancy estimate of how buoyant the revenue is when incomes rise. So the GDP is the most critical assumption in many revenue projections. The estimates are what they are. Why have we seen more revenue upsides than downsides over the years? Perhaps there is a simple explanation to this, which is that we have consistently performed better than expected. We should welcome that.
Mr. Azhar Ahmad.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. When mentioned about space technology, quantum technology, artificial intelligence technology, and decarbonization technology, if you look forward, it is very exciting to see all this coming. But at the same time, we must also understand the capacity of our workforce. At one point, they must be prepared to train towards a certain skill, and these skills are somewhat, I would say, common across the board, and this technology are expert skill or highly skilled needed. Having said that, how do we ensure that our workforce can keep up to the change? And furthermore, does our education allows that to happen as well? Because the speed of technology moves so fast. In other words, the speed of education must also follow through as well. So these are things that become very clear and very apparent of what I think we must prepare the workforce to. The ability to learn, the ability to quickly learn become crucial as well. Secondly, the point I want to raise is that I look at countries who have a 2040 vision, a 2050 vision, and sad to say that the fundamental of the citizen are not able to cope to the change where the country wants to go to. So in other words, as the country moves forward and get better and better, the workforce or the people still lag behind. At one form, they try to get better because of their own internal problems or their own family problems. Another section is that how do we improve, how we make them improve to keep up to the technology or to the change. So Singapore, in a context whereby we are moving quite rapidly, so does the world, but does the workforce, does the citizen able to do so? And how do we change the structure or allow the structure to be evolved, starting from education, and looking at how workforce can adapt to it. Because the word itself is
get to your clarification.
So this is the point I say, how do we prepare our workforce towards this technology change? Thank you so much.
Prime Minister.
So I agree fully with Mr. Azhar that human capacity, human capital is critical. In fact, I would say the long-term potential of Singapore, how far we go, really depends on us being able to maximize our human potential. That is key. And that's why we have long invested in education. And it's not just about the investments, but it's about updating our system so that at the school and tertiary levels, we help prepare our students well for new industries of the future. But even that alone is not enough because, as Mr. Azhar highlighted, the technology is changing so quickly. Whatever you have learned in school or from your tertiary levels of education may very well need a refresh and an update a few years later after you graduate. And that's again why we are investing significantly in Skills Future, and we have made it a key pillar in our social compact. So we are mindful of all of these concerns, of the need to prepare our people well for the future, and we will continue to invest heavily in every Singaporean.
Mr. Sean Low.
Mr. Speaker, I have quite a few questions, but PM has been answering our questions for close to an hour, so I'll ask only one. And I note the collective sigh of relief in the House. I'm glad to hear PM's roundup speech. Specifically, he acknowledged that rising incomes are the best way to guard against increases in the cost of living. But he also acknowledged that for the 500,000 retirees in Singapore, they do not experience these rising incomes when the cost of living increases. To the government's credit, the last few years of support have given that assurance to our retirees. Would the PM now agree that we should assure this group of retirees that that structural support should always keep up with the cost of living, not the once-off measures that PM mentioned, but that 95%? Can PM promise our 500,000 retirees in Singapore that the cost of living should be not too much of an anxiety to all of them, and that the current levels of support should stay the same in real terms? Thank you.
Prime Minister.
So I was relieved when Mr. Loh said he only had one question, but he asked the most difficult question. But to answer the question, we will continue to monitor cost of living across all segments of society. We are very mindful that retirees will face potentially the biggest concerns because they don't have incomes, they will not benefit from wage increases, and the cost of living pressures will be felt more acutely by this segment. And so our assurance to them is that we are watching out for them. We will take care of our retirees, but at the same time, we will also take care of all Singaporeans to make sure that we help wages go up. We help retirees who do not have wage increases ease their cost pressures across different areas. And everyone in Singapore can truly benefit from the nation's progress.
Ms. Polisan.
Thank you, Speaker, and thank you, PM, for a run-up speech. PM, you mentioned in your budget speech on taking Skill Futures forward and strengthening the assurance for mid-career workers and seniors. And in my speech, I asked to help our young seniors stay relevant and employable for the long term. I call for more fundamental revamp of the skill futures and to retrain our workforce every 10 years or so to counter the shorter economic cycles and the impact of AI. I'd like PM to share more about beyond merging WDA and Skill Future and involving the IHLs and ITs more for CET. Will the government be looking at more measures to help our young seniors, especially the PMETs, to stay effectively more relevant and more employable? Thank you.
Prime Minister.
So the short answer is yes, we will certainly help our young seniors. We know that at that mid-career level, if you are made redundant, getting back into the workforce can be more challenging. At that level, wage increases also may not be as high because there is a certain life cycle to wages. It tends to be higher. Wage increases tend to be higher when you are younger, and then after a while it starts to plateau off. So they will face more pressures too. So we are mindful. That's why we have already put in place schemes like Level Up for those above 40. And we will continue to see how we can strengthen support for mid-careers, young seniors. And with the merger of SSG and WSG, I'm sure we can do more. There are many good ideas put forward by members for many different segments. Young seniors, retirees, disadvantaged groups. We want to do more for everyone. I wish I had a wand, a magic, solution that can solve every problem and take care of every group overnight. But the realities of life are not like that. Policies take time. New schemes take resources. And importantly, let us be very mindful. We are able to talk about all of these things and all the good things we can do because our economy has done well, because we have good growth, and now we are in a position with the resources to act decisively. If these foundations are not present, we'll be scrambling. We'll be having a very different conversation. So let's also be mindful of the fundamentals. Keep our economy growing, keep on ensuring a dynamic, vibrant economy, good growth, and generate the resources we need in order to take care of all the different segments of society.
We've had an hour of clarifications from 16 members. I don't see any more members raising their hands. The question is that Parliament approves the financial policy of the government for the financial year 1st April 2026 to 31st March 2027. Those who agree, say aye. Aye. Those who disagree, say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Order. We have completed the debate on the budget statement. I had originally intended to take a break, but we are a bit short of time and we have a long day ahead, so I'm going to proceed next to the Committee of Supply. Clock.
Item 2, estimates for the financial year 1st April 2026 to 31st March 2027, Committee of Supply, first allotted day.
Main and development estimates of expenditure of Singapore for the financial year 1st April 2026 to 31st March 2027 contained in Paper Command 4 of 2026. For convenience, I shall take the totals for each head of expenditure in the main and development estimates as they appear in the last columns of the schedules of estimated expenditure under the main and development estimates outlays for financial year 2026 on pages 6 and 7 respectively of the command paper. A total of 425 amendments to the estimates of expenditure have been submitted this year. The Guillotin Times to the discussion of the heads of expenditure under Standing Order 92, Section 7A have taken into consideration the earlier commencement time of a sitting, the reduction of question time, and the extension of sitting times of the Committee of Supply for each allotted day. I must remind honourable members that the total time for discussion of each head of expenditure includes the replies from the front bench. With the assistance of the additional timer in the chamber, I trust that honourable members will be able to keep to the speech times indicated against their amendments. I will urge honourable members from both from the front as well as the back benches to adhere to their time limits. As I will be not just me, my deputies will be stringent in our timekeepings. And I certainly hope I don't have to do this, which will mute your microphone. I shall deal first with the heads of expenditure in respect of which amendments stand on the order paper supplement. Head U, Prime Minister's Office. Mr. Fu Zhexiang.
Mr. Chair, I beg to move that the total sum to be allocated for HU of the estimates be reduced by $100. Sir, the rules-based international order that has prevailed for decades, characterized by free trade, global supply chains, and the development of multilateral institutions like the UN and the WHO, and international law and treaties like the Paris Agreement on Climate Change, is being unraveled. Countries have adopted more protectionist measures like tariffs and restrictions on trade, contributing to the fragmentation of global supply chains and economies. As a small and open country, these trends will disproportionately affect us in Singapore. How we adapt and capitalize on these trends will determine Singapore's success in this new era. As frontliners and policymakers, our public service plays a critical role. Our public officers will need to have a keen understanding of our rapidly changing global environment. They will need to have the gumption and courage to question assumptions held by their seniors and predecessors, to be able to make decisions necessary to seize and develop opportunities for Singapore and Singaporeans. At the same time, back home, Singaporeans' expectations of the public service are evolving. Our social fabric is becoming more diverse. Singaporeans increasingly want to play an active role in shaping our nation's future. They seek meaningful engagement and consultation on policies and initiatives that affect their lives, including their lived environment. For example, when I recently did a citizens' reflection session with my citizens, I received strong and positive feedback from those that joined the session to discuss the recent land transport bill. They told me that they found the session refreshing and they gained much deeper perspectives into the workings of our legislative process. And their interest will extend to the realms of the executive processes, land use planning, and many other policy areas of Singapore. That said, the conduct of the session took considerable time and effort by the Institute of Policy Studies and myself, and it also required sustained commitment from the participants to produce a report. So greater consultation requires not just a willingness to consult, but the dedication and commitment to put in the time and effort. So in light of this, how is the public service preparing our officers to better understand and meet the challenges posed by a changing domestic landscape, where there's a greater need of engagement and consultation, as well as a fracturing world order? Thank you very much.
The question is that the total sum to be allocated for head year of the estimates be reduced by $100. Ms. He Ting Ru.
Sir, Singapore entrusts significant powers and broad discretion to the executive to make decisions on a wide range of matters. These include POFMA and FICA, which allow ministers to give directions and make decisions relating to fake news and foreign interference, and the Online Safety Relief and Accountability Bill, which empowers the Online Safety Commission to direct takedown of harmful content or restrict online accounts. Where executive discretion is exercised, and in the absence of a judicial review ouster, the public usually is only able to use judicial review to question it, albeit limited to grounds of legality, procedural propriety, and rationality. A recent use was in the UK in 2019, when the Supreme Court ruled that then Prime Minister Boris Johnson's prorogation of Parliament was unlawful, and Parliament resumed the next day. In Singapore, judicial review is rare. Given this, how does Singapore guide and monitor the use of executive discretion, and what are the safeguards in place to ensure that these are done judiciously? I'm not saying that there is no place for judicial discretion, nor am I calling for judicial micromanagement. Instead, I hope for a better understanding and data about, first, if there is any central tracking of the use of executive powers, and second, what are the principles, if any, that guide the use of such oversight. We should have a central public registry to record ministerial powers and delegated authorities, allowing Parliament, the media, and citizens to better understand who holds what powers and when they apply. Public bodies should publish periodic reports on how the discretionary powers are exercised. For instance, during the debate on the Online Safety Bill, we proposed that the OSC submit annual reports detailing the number and categories of reports received, directions issued, and findings of online harms trends. Finally, the legal principles and thresholds guiding executive discretion should be transparent and made known, providing a clear framework for decision-making and reducing public concern about motives. Thank you.
Mr. Sanjeev Kumar Tiwari.
Mr. Chairman, as we speak about transformation across the Singapore economy, it is also equally important to understand the transformation within public service. I'm going to talk about the launch of the GRID program, or GRID at Gov, which reflects an important move to attract young Singaporeans to develop them for meaningful careers within public service. As a union representing public service, we welcome that efforts to strengthen the pipeline and provide meaningful early exposure to the public service work. And this is also to help the much-needed experience that they will be able to better then compete in the market, as experience is a prerequisite to many jobs and, of course, to get better pay. However, recent news reporting indicates that placements are still building up since the program started in October 2025. We want to understand how can awareness, matching, and role clarity be better strengthened so that suitable candidates are able to see GRID at Gov not just as traineeship but as credible entry pathway into long-term public service careers. Beyond the placement numbers, it is also important the quality of experience that trainees have when they are placed at the respective roles within public service. And it is also important how impactful the roles are so that they not only find purpose but also see clear development pathways ahead within the public service. In addition, this is also important for mid-career officers who require similar guidance on career refresh and job redesign. Ultimately, whether we speak of GRID at Gov, AI-enabled transformation, career progression, or workplace fairness, the central question is, can public officers see sustainable and meaningful long-term career in public service? The next thing is also with the soon-to-come Workplace Fairness Act, which marks an important national step in addressing workplace discrimination. While the Act does not apply directly to public officers, the underlying principles remain relevant within public service. We hope to understand, in this context, how will the government apply the principles of early resolution and mediation that will be reinforced to promote fair and timely handling of workplace grievances. Thank you, Chairman.
Minister Chan Chun Sing.
Chair, I thank members for their questions on how the public service will ensure we continue to meet the needs of Singapore and Singaporeans well. Let me first address the cut by Mr. Fu Zhexiang on how we are preparing our public officers for tomorrow's challenges. We agree Indeed, the international order and our domestic landscape are fundamentally changing, and changing fast. Singapore must rethink our approaches and seize new opportunities to secure our place in the world. To keep Singapore exceptional and ready for the future, I believe we must do three things well: understand the world well, understand our people well, and understand technology well. First, understanding the world is vital to sharpen our clarity on how Singapore and Singaporeans can stay relevant in the new world. Given how small and open we are, and how everything in Singapore is affected by global developments elsewhere, from security to trade to food and technology access, we need to make sound decisions for Singapore, and our officers must understand the new world that we operate in. To help public officers build up their global exposure and connections, we are ramping up overseas postings and exchanges, attachments to international organizations, and stints in the private and people sectors. We also ensure public service leaders are globally informed and connected. Today, nearly 4 out of every 10 officers on our central leadership development programs have participated in programs with structured overseas exposure. By understanding the world, our public officers and leaders can better seize emerging opportunities and safeguard Singapore's long-term interests. Second, we also need to understand our peoples and their expectations well. This will help to shape our purpose. The work of the public service is not just to deliver transactions, but to build trust. Singaporeans want to be heard, to be involved, and to co-create solutions. Following the Forward SG exercise, we have strengthened the partnerships with citizens and communities through the Singapore Government Partnership Office. In 2025, agencies received over 1,600 partnership proposals from citizens, corporates, community groups, and organizations. We also continue to make our services more accessible, inclusive, and responsive. Today, 99% of government-to-citizen transactions like CDC vouchers can be completed digitally. Citizens who need help in person can visit Service SG centers where they can access 600 services from over 25 agencies under one roof. To bring these integrated services closer to more residents, we have set up a 10th Service SG center in Ang Mo Kio this year. To serve Singaporeans well, we must also invest in our officers. Mr. Sanjeev Tiwari asked how public officers can have a meaningful, sustainable career within our service. Last year, I announced the launch of a career fitness movement for public officers to prepare for meaningful careers with increasing longevity. To date, more than 4,300 officers from over 69 public agencies have gone through the foundational program under the movement. Building on this momentum, we are introducing supplementary programs to provide targeted support for officers at different career life stages. This is only possible through the strong support of our partners, such as the AUPE, which Mr. Sanjeev heads. Mr. Sanjeev Tiwari also asked how the public service reinforces fair and timely resolution of any workplace concern. The public service is committed not only to invest in career fitness of our officers, but also recognizes the importance of resolving early any workplace concern from our public officers. We have in place a grievance handling procedure and internal disclosure policy. These strive to ensure early resolution of any concern with maintaining confidentiality. We will continue to review them to ensure that they remain relevant and effective, working in partnership with the unions. On Mr. Sanjeev's question on the Grid at Gov program, the government is committed to invest in the skills of trainees. For trainees with an interest and aptitude to pursue a long-term career in the public service, we will also continue to invest in them as part of our career fitness movement. Third, let me touch on technology. Understanding technology is an essential capability for every public officer and leader. Technological advancement, like generative AI, is not a good to have, but a must-have for all of us to thrive in the future. Hence, we are enhancing our capabilities in science, technology, and engineering across the public service to improve how we deliver services. For example, all public officers are required to undergo compulsory digital and AI training while digital training for senior public service leaders have accelerated over the past years. This goes to every level, from the PERMSEC to the last officer. Let me now conclude. To ensure Singapore is ready for the future, our public service will equip our officers to understand the world, understand our people, and understand technology. Understanding the world will sharpen our clarity on how we can maintain Singapore's relevance. Understanding our people will shape our purpose and enable us to deliver for and with Singaporeans. And understanding technology will strengthen our capabilities and enable us to harness the latest achievements. Let me say that again, and enable us to harness the latest advancements to be future ready. This is how we will continue to deliver as one public service and keep Singapore exceptional for all Singaporeans. Let me now address Ms. Herting-Ru's question on how PMO guides the use of ministerial powers and discretion. The Prime Minister assigns responsibilities to ministers, including for statutory functions. All statutory functions must be exercised in accordance with the law. The law confers discretion on ministers and other officials so that they can exercise their judgment on how best to deal with each case based on the facts instead of mechanically applying a rigid rule. The rationale for a discretionary function is scopes and limits, and any applicable safeguards would have been debated by this House when the legislation was passed. Each minister is responsible for exercising the statutory functions assigned to him or her. The most important issues are referred to and discussed by Cabinet before a final decision is taken. Cabinet, in turn, is collectively responsible to Parliament. Thank you, Chair. May I have your permission to take clarifications for PSD's portion now? And I think we have 100 seconds.
Any clarifications for Minister from the three members? Ms. He?
I'd like to thank the Minister for his reply. And can I just ask for a clarification whether the PMO will consider eventually one day publishing more data so that the public can better understand how the various ministerial discretions will actually exercise, especially in the cases, the example I cited earlier for the OSC, when we actually called for this to be published a bit more. Thank you.
Minister Chan.
Chair, we will certainly look into that, but let me assure the House that for every decision made, actually is carefully recorded, and the grounds of the decision made is carefully recorded, and over time we will build up the corpus of knowledge, just like case law. Thank you.
Dr. Chu Pei-Ling.
Mr. Chairman, the Prime Minister has laid out clearly the realities of the world we face. It is more uncertain, more fragmented, and more competitive than before. In such a world, innovation is not optional. It is central to Singapore's long-term economic strength and strategic resilience. The government's $37 billion commitment under RIE 2030 reflects foresight and discipline. It is a deliberate investment in deepening our capabilities so that Singapore remains competitive, relevant, and able to create real opportunities for our people. As we move into the next phase, I would like to focus on two priorities that will determine whether this investment delivers its full impact. First, anchoring and capturing value from innovation. Second, sustaining renewal within our talent system. Singapore has built strong research and innovation capabilities over decades in semiconductors, advanced manufacturing, biomedical sciences, and artificial intelligence. These were the result of sustained and deliberate choices. As our ecosystem matures, the emphasis must increasingly shift from building capability to anchoring value. In a small and open economy, we will always participate in global value chains. Participation in global value chains is not enough. We must anchor higher value segments here in Singapore. Anchoring value means retaining intellectual property, scaling Singapore headquartered enterprises, and creating high-value roles for Singaporeans across the innovation chain. Traditional research indicators, publications, patents, and grants remain important measures of quality. But as investment scales up, it is appropriate that we continue sharpening how we track economic impact. This includes attention to intellectual property anchored locally, enterprise growth driven by domestic innovation, productivity gains linked to publicly funded research, as well as high-skilled opportunities created for Singaporeans. We cannot compete on scale. We compete on focus, execution, and value capture. This is not a change of direction. It is discipline refinement. It ensures that our accumulated research depth translates into sustained economic strength. Excellence in research must translate into consequence for our economy. Innovation ultimately depends on people. Singapore has built strong institutions, attracted global expertise, and expanded our local research base. These are significant achievements. As our ecosystem matures, renewal becomes as important as accumulation. Strong systems endure when experience and fresh perspectives reinforce one another. We can continue strengthening renewal by providing meaningful leadership opportunities for emerging innovators, recognizing mentorship and leadership development within our institutions, designing mission-based programs with structured progression pathways. These refinements build on existing strengths. When younger Singaporeans see that frontier ideas can be pursued and realized here, and that leadership pathways are real, confidence in our innovation ecosystem deepens. Renewal is not about replacing experience. It is about ensuring succession. Innovation policy is not about funding levels only. It is about incentives, institutions, and value capture. What we measure influences behavior. Who we empower influences direction. Where value is anchored determines national strength. The government has taken a bold and necessary step with RIE 2030. If we steward this investment with discipline, anchoring value and renewing talent, Singapore will not merely participate in technological change. I would welcome the Minister's thoughts on how RIE 2030 will continue strengthening value capture and structured renewal pathways as we move into this next phase. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
EPM Gunn.
Mr. Chairman, Dr. Chew Pei Ling highlighted the need to anchor and capture value from innovation and sustain renewal within our talent system. Research, Innovation and Enterprise 2030, RIE 2030, will focus on contributing to our economy and national priorities and ensuring our research capabilities and talent remain globally competitive. We will launch a number of new large-scale cross-cutting RIE flagships and RIE grand challenges. These will focus on research and innovation, which can drive outcomes in major economic sectors and key national strategic priorities. For example, Semiconductor RIE flagship seeks to strengthen Singapore's position as a strategic node in the global semiconductor supply chain, building new research capabilities and advancing the manufacturing of chips and semiconductor equipment in Singapore. The benefits from RIE investments extend beyond the economy to the society at large. The RIE Grand Challenge on maximizing healthy and successful longevity, for example, aims to generate research insights and interventions that support healthy aging and enhance our ability to slow the onset and progression of cognitive and physical decline. On the other hand, our National Precision Medicine Program aims to develop more targeted treatments based on the genetic makeup of our patients and our population. RIE 2030 will also address sustainability challenges through targeted investments in areas such as decarbonization, climate adaptation, and sustainable urban development. We will develop a comprehensive portfolio of decarbonization solutions. We will also accelerate Singapore's nuclear safety research through the Singapore Nuclear Research and Safety Institute, or SNRSI, to explore safe, clean energy options for our future energy mix. For climate science and adaptation, we will develop integrated solutions for flood prevention, urban heat management, and coastal protection. We will strengthen Singapore's resource resilience through advanced water treatment, next-generation urban farming, advanced and circular waste management systems. Enhanced climate science capabilities will provide more precise weather forecasting and climate projections, strengthening Singapore's competitive advantage in weather-sensitive sectors like aviation and maritime. We will continue to support the building of strong collaborations between our research institutions and private sector partners to conduct industry-relevant research and development, and to commercialize inventions and technologies from publicly funded research. Through these collaborations, our institutions build up capabilities and know-how while meeting industry needs and enabling our researchers to commercialize their intellectual property with companies developing innovative products and services. This, in turn, spurs increased private sector investments in Singapore and creation of new high-value jobs while further strengthening Singapore's RIE's ecosystem. We are also scaling up platforms that bring together our institutes of higher learning, public research institutes, and industry to accelerate commercialization of technological advancements in strategic areas, including medical diagnostics and additive manufacturing. For example, we will continue to support the establishment of corporate laboratories between companies and IHLs to address industry challenges and support their journey to become product builders. Our R&D investments have also created good jobs. In 2023, more than 60,000 jobs were associated with R&D activities. Research scientists and engineers, or RSEs, accounted for over 70% of such jobs. We will sustain our investments in talent and basic research. RIE 2030 will seek to attract top and upcoming researchers while nurturing local talent across research, engineering, and innovation domains. Talent schemes such as the NRF Fellowships and Investigatorships, Returning Singapore Scientist Scheme, and the NRF Professorship enable awardees to establish strong teams and access advanced facilities needed for ambitious and high-impact research. NRF has introduced a new postdoctoral award to support high-potential postdoctoral talent to pursue independent research. International postgraduate scholarships for Singaporeans will also be enhanced to broaden global exposure and open up new avenues for value creation. These moves will help to strengthen Singapore's deep tech and commercialization talent pipeline. We will continue to attract top-tier and promising research talent and enhance links between our researchers and the global community, which will anchor a strong base of scientific capabilities here that will spur future breakthroughs and create value in the long term. Thank you, Chairman.
Any clarifications from Minister? No, we move on. Ms. Polisan.
Mr. Chairman, the climate has two faces, and Singapore must deal with both of these with one budget. First, the climate is a global commons. So, as in so many things for a small and open economy, Singapore is a price taker of global norms of behavior. We cannot ourselves dictate how fast the sea levels rise, how much human activity to curtail, how little carbon is emitted into the air. We must instead prepare and protect as much as we can this little piece of land 1 degree north of the equator. This is the second phase of climate change. that although much happens is a result of all countries acting in concert, the impact on specific countries must be dealt with by each country on its own. No global savior is going to come and give us a helping hand. There are very few countries that can say with confidence and indeed with enough bankability to say what we are saying with this budget, that we, as a country and as a people, are prepared to spend hundreds of billions of dollars for generations of the future to protect our sea line, our homes, and businesses. Because although we are price takers in the global commons, we are not passive. We have the resolution and resources to ensure climate adaptability. This is in many ways the Singapore story. As our forebears have done for us, so now we must do for the future. Here, I would like to thank the National Climate Change Secretariat for its achievements in 2025, especially at the COP30 at Belém, Brazil. There, Singapore was amongst the 13 out of 195 countries, to update its nationally determined contribution by the deadline. Singapore's 2030 NDC aims to reduce emissions to 45 to 50 million tons of CO2, supporting our 2050 net zero goal. This shows Singapore's commitment. Even though we contribute only 0.1% of the world's emissions, can I ask the Minister what is the expected impact to Singapore's climate goals from USA's stance on climate, including most recently its withdrawal from international climate organizations? Second, in view of PM's mention in his budget address on carbon tax pricing, to adopt the lower range of, or to possibly adopt the lower range of $50 per million ton CO2, I would like to ask what is the progress on Singapore's key domestic mitigation measures to meet our 2035 NDC target? What progress has Singapore made in procuring carbon credits to meet our climate targets? And if we do cut to $50, how do we ensure businesses do not back off on their green transformation plans?
Mr. Azhar Othman.
Thank you, Chairman. I would like to request an update from the Ministry regarding our progress towards achieving net zero by 2050. As a small nation, there is so much we can do to harness solar energy through rooftop installations and water-based solutions. Given our limited land resources, it is understandable that we are focusing on importing green energy from neighboring countries. However, this approach carries risk, including high costs and the vulnerability of relying on external sources, especially in adverse situations. I would appreciate insights from the Ministry on the specific actions taken to reach net zero. I do support the importance of energy efficiency, and the energy efficiency grant is a positive step in this direction. It is crucial for Singapore to demonstrate its commitment to climate change mitigation and carbon reduction. By doing so, we not only showcase our responsible actions to the world, but also protect ourselves from severe flooding and rising sea levels with the countermeasures in place. Thank you, sir.
Ms. Tingru.
Mr. Chairman, the PM signalled in his budget speech that the government is considering the lower end of the planned carbon tax range for 2030, citing weaker global climate momentum. While we still have time before deciding, how does the government ensure that there is enough pressure on large emitters to decarbonize? With the recent carbon tax increase, how does the government evaluate its impact and progress on decarbonization, given that the allowance system makes the decision-making process more complex both for firms and for price setters? Is progress fast enough? Have KPIs for allowances been met? Which allowance recipients are resisting decarbonization? What is the government's evaluation of the carbon tax's effect on the development of domestic renewables projects and projects importing low-carbon electricity to Singapore? Has the constrained supply of high-quality international carbon credits pushed Singapore towards higher reliance on low-carbon electricity import projects? These are pertinent questions as our electricity use accelerates, particularly with the expansion of data center capacity. While the government should support higher levels of low-carbon electricity use in data centers beyond the 50% stated in the second data center call for application, Is the increase in demand for electricity hampering our decarbonization efforts? Are big tech firms also outcompeting smaller users like SMEs and households for cheaper renewable electricity? Even without the AI-driven expansion, green electricity is in high demand due to increased electrification. The government should consider tougher measures on data centers and other key polluters alongside the carbon tax. Frameworks already exist in the form of efficiency standards and grants to support progress. What is needed is ambition to scale up incentives and disincentives, alongside more clarity on what our emissions roadmap looks like in the industrial sector.
Mr. Mark Lee.
Chairman, in a more fragmented global environment, climate policy is no longer moving in lockstep. The United States have pulled back from certain multilateral processes, while Europe and regional partners are progressing at differing speeds. Singapore, as a small and trade-exposed economy, must navigate this divergence carefully. The business community thanked the government's position that our carbon tax trajectory is set with a pragmatic and calibrated approach, taking into account international developments, competitiveness, and the progress of decarbonization technologies. The long-term direction is clear, but in the near term, calibration must remain dynamic. How does government continuously assess whether Singapore's carbon pricing remains aligned with major trading partners to minimize carbon leakage and unintended relocation of emissive activities? Beyond the tax trajectory, coordination is equally important. If decarbonization is left to firms individually, costs may fragment and SMEs may fall behind. One way is to manage through structured supply chain coordination. Large procurers, our queen bees, can lead by setting common reporting standards, sharing tools, and co-funding capability building across supplier networks. Will the government consider scaling such supply chain-led models so that decarbonization becomes coordinated and investable rather than uneven and burdensome? Thank you.
Ms. Lee Hui-Ying.
Mr. Chair, we are in a race to a low-carbon future while I'm in a race against time. In his Budget 2026 speech, PM acknowledged the decline in global climate momentum, which may see Singapore pegging its carbon tax at the lower end of the $50 to $80 per tonne range by 2030. This will be buffered by other measures such as developing other energy sources, importing low-carbon electricity, scaling up the use of EVs. However, one area of growing concern is the significant carbon footprint incurred by the use of Gen AI. Singapore is taking much-needed steps forward, but also risks leaving a larger environmental footprint with every step. How can Singapore ensure AI development is climate-aligned? The carbon footprint of Gen AI can vary significantly depending on factors such as model size, training frequency, cooling systems, and the energy mix powering data centers. Given this, does the ministry have an estimate of the environmental footprint based on the planned AI scale-up? If yes, how does it fare against our existing footprint? How does the ministry intend to quantify Singapore's specific emissions arising from AI development? Is there a framework to measure and publicly disclose the carbon footprint associated with large-scale AI infra? How is the projected energy demand from AI being incorporated into Singapore's long-term carbon modelling and emissions trajectory planning? Are there plans to implement carbon taxes on AI infrastructure to encourage responsible use? What is the expected carbon tax rate, considering all known factors? The increase in carbon tax rates will translate into higher costs borne by corporations and communities. What measures will the government take to alleviate the burden on businesses, households, and individuals for a successful race to a low-carbon transition?
Ms. Nadia Ahmad Samdin.
Sir, the new global order, AI advancements, and climate pressures are reshaping economies, lives, and livelihoods. Climate change is not a distant threat. Its impact is already felt.
2024 was one of the warmest years on record, with total rainfall 8.1% above the long-term annual average. But around the world broadly, the momentum for climate action has slowed. A report by climate forecasting consortium Inevitable Policy Response showed that decelerating or regressive policies surged by over 500% in 2025. In Singapore, many companies want to transition, yet some may lack the expertise. Others, particularly large emitters, find it not so easy to pivot and require high capital investments to improve efficiencies and transform their operations. In some sectors, commercially viable low-carbon substitutes are not yet available at scale. In this regard, I seek the government's views in 3 areas. In a world where climate action is slowing or increasingly becoming politicized, how will Singapore maintain credibility of our carbon tax policy while ensuring that industries remain competitive and our country is economically viable, especially vis-à-vis other countries in ASEAN? Last year, I raised a parliamentary question regarding the structuring of transition allowances. Sir, we should remain transparent about allowances and committed in our push towards decarbonisation. Could the Ministry share more about future plans for the use of transitional allowances and purchasing of international carbon credits to ease near-term pressures while ensuring that the integrity of our carbon price signal remains strong? Beyond carbon policies, the transition will also depend on whether firms and workers can adapt. The recently published Green Skills report defines what are green jobs and green skills, finding that such competencies are being integrated into mainstream roles, not just specialist jobs, with about 5,000 workers projected to be needed by 2030. It also reviewed more than 100 existing interventions and programs which have been implemented by agencies and stakeholders thus far. How successful have current interventions been in terms of translating into jobs filled and income growth for Singaporeans? How can Singapore grow into a green skills hub for ASEAN and the wider Asian region? Finally, amid the evolving technological landscape with increased adoption of AI, advanced manufacturing and digital systems, how is Singapore building a pipeline of hybrid green digital talent? At the heart of it is how Singapore can sustain credible climate action while remaining competitive and building capabilities needed for the transition. No single country, especially one as small and trade exposed as ours, can solve this alone.
Mr. Ng Chee Shen.
Chairman, in this budget focusing on helping workers to transit in a changing world, I want to talk about how our decarbonisation plans translate into opportunity, not anxiety, especially for workers and companies in carbon-exposed sectors. The UK established a dedicated North Sea Transition Authority in 2022 to manage industrial and workforce transition in a coordinated manner. Singapore context is different, but as carbon pricing rises, we may want to consider whether stronger sector-level coordination is needed for marine and energy-intensive industries. Closer to home, Sembcorp Industries has pivoted steadily into renewables, expanding its solar and battery energy storage portfolio. Seatrium is delivering cleaner energy projects and offshore renewable projects right at the Sembawang shipyard. This demonstrates that our traditional capabilities can evolve to support the energy transition. Many technicians in these sectors already have strong skills in electrical systems, safety compliance, fabrication, and project management. These are transferable skills to electric vessel servicing, offshore renewables support, battery systems, and industrial energy efficiency. I suggest the NCCS considers establishing a coordination function to map sector exposure, identify transferable skills, and align industries, agencies, and employers early. In this way, workers need not look for greener pastures elsewhere. They can build greener careers here in Singapore. The green transition can and must be a mobility ladder, and decarbonisation should strengthen, not weaken Singapore's industrial workforce. Thank you.
DPM Gun.
Mr. Chairman, sir, let me thank members for your interest in the subject of climate change, which has long-term implications for Singapore's competitiveness, our energy security, and our resilience. With your permission, I will take clarifications after this speech. Let me first begin with the fundamentals. Whatever the political debate of the day, the physical reality of climate change will continue its course. In fact, its effects are becoming more pronounced, more frequent, and more costly. Globally, last year was among the hottest on record, with rising ocean temperatures and intensifying extreme weather events driving higher economic losses worldwide. These impacts are especially acute in Southeast Asia, one of the world's most climate-vulnerable regions. As a highly open economy dependent on regional stability and global supply chains, Singapore is directly exposed to these risks. In short, climate change is no longer a future risk. It is already affecting lives and livelihoods here and now, and the cost of inaction will only continue to rise. At the same time, we must acknowledge the reality on the ground, especially on the political front. Global climate action is under strain. Some countries have slowed down the implementation of climate actions and started to review their climate policies. The recent decision by the United States to withdraw from the Paris Agreement has introduced additional uncertainty into global climate cooperation. At COP30, countries could not reach consensus on the phasing out of fossil fuels. Some multinational companies have also scaled back their sustainability commitments. These developments do present cause for concern. But we must be clear that while global progress has been uneven, it would be a mistake to conclude that climate action is no longer relevant. Some developed countries, such as the UK and the EU members, continue to make sustained emissions cuts towards their 2030 National Determined Contribution Targets, or NDC targets. Over 130 countries have set NDC targets for 2035. In total, these targets cover around 80% of global emissions, including the US, before it withdrew from the Paris Agreement. China, the world's largest emitter, has committed for the first time to absolute emissions reductions beyond its peak. Malaysia has done so too. South Korea's 2035 NDC target range is aligned to a linear pathway to net zero, with room to improve. Major economies are also continuing to make sustained investments in clean energy and technology. Clean energy now attracts around 2/3 of global energy investment. In many countries, technologies such as solar and wind are already cheaper than some fossil fuel alternatives. For many countries and companies, investing in new technology, in clean technologies, is increasingly the rational choice, improving energy security, lowering long-term costs, and creating growth and good jobs. Overall, while the current global picture is mixed and political momentum is uneven, economics, technology, and nature will eventually drive the global transformation towards a low-carbon future. Against this backdrop, Singapore approaches climate change as a climate realist. We begin with 3 hard realities. First, climate change is real, worsening, and will shape the operating environment for our economy and our society. Second, Singapore contributes only 0.1% of global emissions. While what we do alone cannot solve this global crisis, we must make our contributions as a responsible member of the international community. This spurs others to do likewise and helps us secure our own long-term competitiveness and resilience in a carbon-constrained world. Third, Singapore is alternative energy disadvantaged. mature and easily deployable decarbonization options are simply not available to us. Our transition will be more challenging and will require more lead time. Therefore, Singapore needs to prepare early for a world that will become increasingly carbon constrained and climate impaired. If we delay action, the eventual adjustment will be sharper, more costly, and more disruptive for us. At the same time, we must calibrate our climate actions carefully, taking into consideration global developments to manage near-term costs and competitiveness for our households and our industries. Let me outline now our approach. First, sending the right signal through carbon pricing. As we announced earlier, we have increased the carbon tax to $45 per tonne this year. As the world decarbonizes, businesses and economies that are more emission-intensive will become less attractive to carbon-conscious investors and consumers. Carbon pricing sends a clear economy-wide signal that emissions carry a cost and that cleaner solutions have a value. Ms. Li Huiying and Ms. He Ting-ru asked about carbon tax and how the carbon tax can encourage sustainable AI usage and adoption of renewable energy, respectively. Carbon tax plays an important role through the right pricing signal. Power generation companies pass on their carbon tax burden to end users through higher electricity prices. This increase, which is small for households but more significant for energy-intensive companies, leads to two effects. First, this drives end users, such as data center operators, to be more energy efficient, which helps to promote more sustainable adoption of AI. Second, this narrows the difference in cost between cleaner energy alternatives and fossil fuel-based options. Carbon pricing is gaining traction globally. Carbon pricing adoption continues to expand, driven in part by measures such as the EU's Carbon Border Adjustment Mechanism, CBAM, which started this year. The UK will introduce theirs next year. In our region, Thailand introduced a carbon tax last year. Malaysia plans to do so this year. And Japan will make its national emissions trading system mandatory this year. For Singapore, decarbonization will be more costly than for many other economies because of our resource constraints and lack of alternatives. This means our carbon tax must be right-priced to spur companies to invest in low-carbon technologies and reduce their emissions. But pacing also matters. As Mr. Mark Lee and Ms. Li Huiying have noted, we must manage the near to medium-term cost impact on our households and businesses relative to our regional competitors. We are therefore reviewing the carbon tax trajectory for 2028 and beyond, and will announce future rates in advance. If the global push for climate action slows down significantly, we may need to position ourselves towards the lower end of the previously announced range of $50 to $80 per tonne by 2030. We will support our households and businesses through this transition. It may be challenging for some companies in emission-intensive and trade-exposed sectors to decarbonize in the near term. This makes it difficult for them to compete with firms operating in locations with low or no carbon tax. We are engaging these affected companies to support their transition. We will also support households to manage energy costs through additional usage rebates, as we have announced. Ms. Polisan and Mr. Azhar Othman asked about progress towards our climate goals. We are making steady progress on various fronts. For example, we have reached our 2030 solar deployment target of 2 gigawatt peak ahead of schedule, and will raise our 2030 target to 3 gigawatt peak, as announced by PM in the budget speech earlier. MDDI will provide more details on clean energy during its COS. We have also made good progress in the built environment and land transport. We have greened 66% of our buildings as of last year, up from 61% the year before. We are on track to reach 80% by 2030, reducing emissions while helping businesses to save costs on energy. We are also progressing well towards our goal of having all vehicles run on cleaner energy by 2040. Last year, 85% of newly registered cars were cleaner energy models, up from 82% in 2024. EVs were the top-selling new cars registered last year. Every effort matters. Together, they form the backbone of our domestic mitigation effort. Because our domestic options are limited, cross-border solutions are essential. Carbon credits is one example. Carbon credits allow us to decarbonize by financing emission reductions in overseas sites where there is greater potential for decarbonization. To date, we have signed 10 implementation agreements with countries such as Vietnam, Thailand, and Peru. We have successfully operationalized 4 of these agreements so far. Building on this momentum, we will operationalize our 5th agreement on 31st March with Thailand, with a call for projects under our partnership. This marks our first operationalized agreement with an ASEAN member. We are creating clear demand signals for carbon credits. Last September, we announced the award for about 2 million tons of high-integrity, nature-based credits from projects in Ghana, Paraguay, and Peru. A second request for proposal for both technology and nature-based carbon credits is currently in progress. Looking ahead, we are exploring novel solutions such as biomethane, low-carbon hydrogen solutions, and nuclear in the longer term. Not all pathways will succeed, but we must continue to study our options and create more options for Singapore. The climate transition will create new growth opportunities in areas such as green manufacturing, carbon services and trading, and sustainable finance. We will help our enterprises navigate this transition and thrive in this future economy. We have a suite of support schemes that businesses, particularly SMEs, can tap on. This includes the Enterprise Sustainability Program and the Enterprise Development Grant. In addition, we are supporting companies to build capabilities, including in sustainability reporting, through schemes such as Sustainability Reporting Grant, and this helps them remain integrated into the global supply chains. As Mr. Mark Lee noted, green procurement is another important enabler for transition. Green procurement stimulates demand and revenue for companies which can operate more sustainably and offer lower carbon products. Since last year, the government has set aside up to 4% of tender evaluation criteria for environmentally sustainable considerations for large construction and ICT hardware tenders. This provides opportunities for our businesses to build a track record to meet the demands of other buyers and investors who are seeking green goods and services. For example, large companies with significant purchasing power, such as Siemens and Schneider Electric, have their own green procurement framework globally. We continue to support greener procurement choices in a manner that takes into account industry readiness and international developments. Most importantly, as Mr. Ng Shi Xian and Mr. Nadia Ahmad Samdin have said, Ms. Nadia Ahmad Samdin have said, we will support our workers to capture opportunities in this green transition. For example, we are implementing new training programs in sustainability reporting and in the energy sector, 2 priority areas identified by the Green Skills Committee. To pull together the many strands of work, the Singapore Business Federation has recommended establishing a public-private Carbon Transition Council to support companies in transition planning and seize green opportunities. We are assessing the proposal and will provide an update in due course. Climate change cannot be solved by any single country. It requires collective action, and even as we press on domestically, we are working with international partners to push ahead with global climate action. Singapore contributes by catalyzing flows of finance and shaping credible frameworks. At COP28, we launched the Financing Asia's Transition Partnership, or FAST-P, to bring together public, private, and philanthropic partners to finance Asia's green transition. Singapore has pledged up to $500 million to FAST-P with the aim of crowding in up to $5 billion of commercial capital. The Green Investment Partnership under FAST-P has achieved its first close with $510 million in committed capital, 10 times the government's initial contribution of $50 million. This will be deployed to support green and sustainable infrastructure projects. We are also doing our part to support the development of high-integrity carbon markets and rolling out novel types of carbon credits, such as energy transition credits, to support early coal phase-out in the region. These efforts reduce regional climate risks, strengthen economic resilience, and reinforce Singapore's role as a trusted and credible partner. Finally, mitigation alone is not enough. Even under optimistic scenarios, the world will face increasingly severe climate impacts. We must undertake adaptation as a core pillar of our long-term climate resilience. We are developing a national adaptation plan to strengthen resilience across infrastructure, public health, water, food, and coastal protection. We are ramping up targeted measures, particularly to address heat stress. MSE will elaborate on this. Mr. Chairman, the road ahead will be bumpy. Global climate action will remain uneven. Technologies will mature at uncertain pace. The cost impact will need to be managed carefully. But the direction towards a low-carbon future is clear, and we are heartened that the world has made meaningful progress. The annual increase in global carbon emissions is now at 0.3%, one-fifth that in the decade before the Paris Agreement was signed. Although this is still not enough to keep global warming below 1.5 degrees Celsius. Singapore's task is not to posture, but to prepare and to act. We are a climate realist. We will watch developments in global climate action and key technologies that will inform the pace at which we ought to move. And we will do what we must to secure our survival and prosperity in the low-carbon and climate-impaired world of the future. By decarbonizing steadily and adapting decisively, we will ensure that Singapore remains competitive, livable, and resilient for many decades ahead. Thank you very much.
Ms. Nadia Samdit.
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you, DPM, for your speech as well. I had two clarification questions. The first is really in the acknowledgement that Singapore is a small player, and at the same time, we continue to be a trusted partner to others who are on the same journey as us. Could DPM please share more whether there are plans, especially if the recent Green Skills report, and opportunities for us to expand to really provide talent to wider Asia, beyond just creating good jobs for our people? This will also allow us to build closer relationships regionally for greater effort. And my second clarification is on transparency and plans for transition allowances moving forward. Thank you.
EPM Gun.
Thank you, Chairman. On the carbon allowance, Ministry of Trade and Industry will respond to that issue during MTI's COS. On regional cooperation, indeed, we are working with international partners to reach out to our regional contacts and to, especially in the developing countries, to help to train professionals and to help to train skills development, to do capacity building, so that we can come together and move forward together in this journey towards climate action. So I think we are indeed doing this together with our international partners.
Mr. Ng Su Shen.
Thank you, Chairman. I just have one clarification for DPM. I'm heartened to learn that Singapore is doubling down on its decarbonization plans, and I also refer to the SBF Carbon Transition Council, which was mentioned in DPM's reply. And I wanted to seek clarification because the council sounded like it was looking at just professional skills transition. I hope that that would not exclude any engineers or technicians who are looking to build their careers in this transition plan as well.
DPM Gun.
Thank you. As I said, we are assessing and evaluating the proposal. I think we will discuss with SBF further and to see how we can structure it so that it's effective and be inclusive, so that it will be effective in helping our companies and helping our professionals to be trained and to be ready for this transition. Thank you.
Mr. Asa Ahmad.
Thank you, Chairman. As far as I made aware that we are planning to import green energy from different countries, being vulnerable to this kind of power sources, can DPM clarify how do we mitigate the risk of importing such power from these countries? As we all know, a certain position, a certain situation can happen that these may be blocked or disrupted. Thank you, sir.
DPM Gun.
Thank you, Chairman. We adopt a multi-pronged approach to ensure our energy supply and security. Today, we rely primarily on natural gas, and even our natural gas supplies are imported. We don't produce our own natural gas. So there is a certain need to ensure supply resilience, and it is something that we always think about, we always consider, and we need to invest. To some extent, we built our storage system for the natural gas. We have long-term contracts, and we also have multiple contracts with multiple suppliers, and that will ensure our supply chain resilience. And similarly, as we explore alternative energy sources, we must also keep in mind this energy security, whether it's import of electricity, whether it's import of other possible energy sources. We will always have to bear in mind this energy security. And one strategy is really diversification. The other way is to make sure that you have long-term contracts, you have secure contracts, and you have alternatives. So we will not be able to rely on any single particular source, any single particular form of energy. So I think diversification is our key strategy in ensuring energy security. Of course, we need to do as much as you can internally, and that is why we are maximizing our solar deployment and explore other alternatives, including the possibility of a nuclear at some point in time.
Moving on, Mr. Vikram Nair.
Chairman, Singapore's latest total fertility rate stands at 0.97, a historic low. There are several drivers for this, all of which are common across developed countries. First, family formation is occurring later. As marriage and first births shift into the 30s, the biological and practical window for having children narrows. Second, the costs of raising children have risen. This includes financial costs, such as housing, childcare, and education, as well as opportunity costs. The perceived career penalty of motherhood remains real, so many higher-earning women postpone parenthood. Third, recent years have also been marked by changes in attitudes towards parenthood. As reflected in an OECD report, both young men and women increasingly find meaning in life outside parenthood, and there is a broad movement towards an increased acceptance of not having children. These are common threads across developed countries, with France and the Nordic countries having the best TFR in the developed world. Although, even in these countries, it is falling, with Sweden and Norway now at 1.43 and 1.44, and France at 1.62. The one common thread these countries have, though, is a very heavy socialization of childcare-related costs, all the way from childcare to university, with healthcare costs being state-provided, and long periods of parental leave. It was reported in 2021 that France allocates 3.6% of its GDP to family policy, which is among the highest in the OECD. The general pattern is that the greater the role the state plays in the child-rearing process, the more likely it appears people are to have children. And on this topic, I am a socialist and look forward to hearing the government's detailed plans to improving TFR and playing a role in supporting in the child-rearing journey. Thank you.
Mr. Sean Low.
Mr. Chairman, during the budget debate, I spoke about the need to take decisive action by assuring Singaporeans that the basic cost of child raising should never be a barrier to having children. PM said the government will not give up. His words will resonate with many Singaporeans, perhaps even my wife. It is now time to fundamentally rethink our long-term population strategies and plans. First, for the past few years, our fertility rate has been far lower than the population white paper's assumed fertility rate of 1.2. This has implications on immigration and integration. Slowly but steadily, immigration rates have been creeping up. New citizenships granted reached an all-time high, around 23,000 per year. If our citizen births around 29,000 in 2024 continue to decline, there will come a day when the number of new citizenships given to immigrants exceeds the number of Singaporean babies born. We must delay this for as long as possible. Singaporeans deserve a lot of credit for maintaining an open and harmonious society, but we should not take this for granted. We must increase the emphasis on assimilation. Within our immigration framework, this means prioritizing immigrants who have spent a longer time in Singapore and who have married into Singaporean families. It means prioritizing those who are contributing in a larger way to society. It means prioritizing those who have a basic proficiency in English, which is the language of interaction in our common space. By extension, this also means rejecting behavior which ostracizes our minority communities, such as shop signs that do not have English. And it also means ensuring that our common spaces at work, home, and play support the continued integration of immigrants. This is not the government's job alone. Businesses and the community have a part to play. Second and finally, technology has advanced, and especially at the intersection of artificial intelligence and robotics. This has granted us a new opportunity to reduce our reliance on foreign labor. Today, our economy creates 1 million jobs that are held by work permit holders, with a significant number in construction and manufacturing. COVID-19 showed how vulnerable we were. In other countries, intelligent robots destroy jobs and displace citizen workers. But in our situation, intelligent robots can help to reduce our reliance on foreign labor, creating a more resilient economy and freeing up infrastructure for other users. In conclusion, if we are willing to take new action with greater ambition and align all Singaporeans with our strategies, we can build a better Singapore together. Thank you.
Mr. Andre Loh.
Chairman, earlier this month, the Ministry of Finance published Singapore's wealth inequality data for the first time. Our wealth Gini stands at 0.55, higher than our income Gini and likely an underestimate. Wealth and income inequality are distinct problems, and they require distinct solutions. Wealth compounds across a lifetime and passes down across generations. MOF's own data shows that social mobility is moderating. Among children born to fathers in the bottom 20%, the proportion who remain stuck in that bracket increased across successive cohorts. The ladder is still there, but the rungs are getting further apart. The Child Development Account has one great feature. The first step grant is automatic, but the CDA is designed for money to be spent on healthcare and childcare, not saved. And its most substantial feature, co-matching of up to $15,000, accrues only to families who can afford to deposit money in the first place. The families who need the help most benefit the least. I propose that Singapore study the introduction of a baby bond, a universal state-endowed account opened automatically at birth, invested in a diversified and low-cost portfolio over 18 years. If directed to Singapore equities, it gives every Singaporean child a stake in the nation. Time and compounding do the heavy lifting. A meaningful endowment invested early becomes real capital by adulthood. I propose 3 design principles. 1, a universal starting grant, the same base endowment for every Singaporean child. After all, we are all equal at birth. 2, public funding only and no private contributions. The UK's Child Trust Fund allowed private top-ups, and it ended up compounding the advantage of families that were already ahead. 3, withdrawals restricted to wealth-building users only. Education, entrepreneurship, housing, or retirement savings. One more reason this is timely is that the CPF Lifetime Retirement Investment Scheme appears set to launch in 2028. A baby born built on the same life cycle investment logic could roll over directly into the LRIS at maturity, potentially structured as an extension of the same scheme, drawing on the same commercial providers. A hypothetical $5,000 endowment at birth, compounded over a lifetime, could become $200,000 with a conservative life cycle approach, or even $400,000 or more with a more aggressive equities-based strategy. And therefore, Chairman, I asked the PMO to commission a feasibility study on the baby bond scheme for Singapore. It will be a useful arrow in a quiver to tackle wealth inequality. Thank you.
Mr. Edward Chia.
Mr. Chairman, I rise to speak on population sustainability and the Singapore core. Our total fertility rate remains low, and if these trends persist, it will pose long-term structural challenges. At the same time, we are aging rapidly. Longevity is a blessing, but it also means a shrinking ratio of working-age residents supporting rising healthcare and social needs of Singaporeans. Mr. Chairman, this is a long-term challenge requiring clarity and consistency. I look forward to the Minister's response. Thank you.
Ms. Nadia Ahmad Samdin.
Thank you, sir. Prime Minister Lawrence Wong was a great hype man for Minister Indrani, so I'm really looking forward to her speech. In my past speeches, I have made calls for better fertility health support, including on subsidies, IVF treatments, and health screenings. In my budget speech yesterday, I spoke about how our super-aged society status and low TFR presents an existential challenge. Over the past few years, the government has made significant efforts, including our Made for Families plan. These are deeply personal decisions, and we must frame it sensitively and optimistically for younger Singaporeans to feel hopeful about having someone to have and to hold through good and bad times in life. I urge the government to continue to respond meaningfully, not incrementally, and consider what are the most meaningful ways between direct cash transfers to offset costs, provision of services such as childcare, or even tax measures. Today, I will focus on forming and flourishing families. Sir, love cannot be legislated, but more conducive environments perhaps can be designed. Many youth share how a lack of time and opportunities to meet people, as well as economic and social anxieties, are some barriers to romance. Facilitating intentional opportunities to meet new people once youth have left school, outside of the grind of work, and repeated proximity in shared contexts, for example through hobby communities or even volunteering, could ignite a spark. Could we weave some of this into our design of schemes to gently create opportunities for social interaction? For example, a version of the Culture Pass to encourage shared experiences by bundling special tickets for two and encourage bringing someone else along. How can Active SG credits help people find new pickleball doubles partners, try a badminton class together? And could mentoring programs for young professionals have mentors who guide their mentees in small groups or industry fellowships which do the same? Next, as informal family care remains central, how can we better support couples and families who want to stay near family members? Beyond broadening housing typologies, which I will speak about in the MND-COS, some seniors now hesitate to move in with their children as it could affect eligibility criteria of certain schemes, such as healthcare subsidies, the Home Care Giving Grant, where seniors' adult children's incomes will be factored in if they are living together. Given the cost pressures on family today, especially for those with young children, could we review mean testing thresholds for certain support schemes? A final point. Not everyone may be so fortunate to have family support. I reiterate my call to form parenting circles within neighborhoods where parents can opt in to share baby items and figure out this phase of life together. This can be done in a systematic way, for example, through SMSs sent out by the government at certain milestones, 6 months or 1 year. This time period is important as social isolation within the early years of parenthood correlates with lower fertility intentions for second child.
HDB priority schemes to consider applicants' existing living arrangements. Those facing ascertainable hardships, such as overcrowded households, family conflicts, or past pregnancy loss, could receive an additional ballot chance. Second, more support is needed for couples facing conception difficulties. SingHealth data shows roughly 1 in 6 couples experience infertility here. Through engagements with residents and Fertility Support Singapore, I've seen financial costs as the top stressor, sometimes of forcing couples to abandon their journeys entirely. In these connections, I reiterate several proposals which, in my considered opinion, would establish the right conditions and constitute more support by the government for aspiring parents. 1. Promote early and complementary health screening for fertility, potentially collaborating with the ROM and as part of the Healthy SG movement. 2. Increase subsidies for assisted reproduction treatment. 3. Higher Medisafe utilization limits for ART, allowing treatments in private clinics to reduce long public hospital waits where time is critical. And 4. Government co-funding for ART at private clinics, expanding Medisafe withdrawals from 3 to 6 cycles. Coverage for elective egg freezing, subsidized couple screenings, and enhanced workplace support for fertility and family building. Third, on raising children, we must keep education and family expenses affordable. Offer greater flexibility in using child development account funds for preschool, recommended enrichment lessons, and field trips, for example. We must also continue to support continuous career progressions for working parents, especially mothers, to ensure stable incomes amid rising costs for children and aging parents. I urge reinstating working mother tax incentives, allowing mothers who increase their earnings to claim larger relief per child. This will motivate them to stay in or return to the workforce and pursue leadership roles when ready. In closing, these refinements, better housing access, stronger fertility support, and ease family raising burdens can help more Singaporeans realize their aspirations. Let's continue building a Singapore truly made for families. Thank you.
Mr. Yip Hon Weng.
Deputy Chairman, in the 15th century, Venice was a wealthy global hub. But as its population weakened, it grew cautious, protecting privilege rather than renewing itself. Venice did not collapse in a single moment. It simply faded as it became smaller than the world around it. Today, with a TFR of 0.97, Singapore faces a similar precipice. We must continue supporting families, but we cannot assume fertility will rebound fast enough to offset structural aging. To maintain vitality, a calibrated intake of new residents remains a difficult but necessary reality. But society cannot change faster than it can absorb. I ask the Minister, what is the government's planning range for annual population growth over the next decade? What rate is socially and infrastructurally sustainable before housing, transport, and healthcare are strained? Are there defined triggers for additional mitigation? And what are the projected parameters towards 2030 so this House can debate numbers alongside principles? Growth must match provision. If growth outruns infrastructure, if trains are crowded, flats are expensive, and competition for jobs intensifies, it breeds deep-seated resentment as Singaporeans feel squeezed at home. But if services and jobs expand in lockstep, we replace friction with confidence. Regarding non-resident manpower, we need a more granular approach. Construction manpower is surge capacity that builds our home and infrastructure. Since their interaction with the local workforce is limited, should we give the sector Should we give the sector calibrated leeway to meet build targets while holding firms to higher standards of housing, safety, and healthcare? For S-Pass and Employment Plus holders, the anxiety is often about concentration by source, by sector, and within specific firms, not absolute numbers. Should we publish indicators or define soft thresholds to intervene before clustering becomes entrenched? We must tighten levies where necessary and enforce fair workplace practices rigorously, including in hiring outcomes. We must be able to see that locals are being hired, promoted, and developed. Integration must be a deliberate and well-resourced effort to protect our social fabric. Venice's lesson is that hesitation without renewal is fatal. A great city that fails to replenish its people fades through miscalibration. Singapore must not fade. We must renew deliberately, grow steadily, and integrate cohesively. Let us remain not a monument to past success, but a living city that continues to matter. Thank you.
Mr. Xie Yao Chuan.
Chairman, last month, DPM Gunn telegraphed that our TFR, and I quote, base has come down further, unquote, in 2025. But our first collapse in TFR actually happened 25 years ago, in 2001. From 1985 to 2000, we had on average 47,000 live births per year. From 2001 to 2020, this plunged to around 40,000. This shift 25 years ago is now creating a moment of reckoning for the size of our resident workforce today, because these smaller birth cohorts are now starting to enter the workforce 25 years later. So for the first time in Singapore, the birth cohorts hitting working age are smaller than the cohorts aged 65 to 69, i.e. those reaching retirement and re-employment age roughly. Smaller by 30,000 persons. Just 5 years ago, we had almost 20,000 more hitting working age than those aged 65 to 69, from 20,000 more to 30,000 less, a drop of 50,000 over 5 years. The stark implication is this: to keep our resident workforce growing at the same modest rate as in previous years, we will have to top up our resident workforce with more new citizens and PRs by around the same number over 5 years. And even if we assume a discount for AI-driven productivity growth, we will still need to naturalize quite a lot more compared to current levels. That is why, in my view, we are facing a moment of reckoning in our immigration policies. We need to intensify. This was preordained 25 years ago when our TFR first collapsed, and those birth cohorts are hitting working age today. The government has been stressing the importance of integration to make immigration work. But beyond enhancing integration, I think we also need enhanced equity to make intensified immigration work. And so I put forth in good faith the following policy proposals. First, introduce NS for new male citizens of working age. This is about enhancing equity between citizens by birth and citizens by choice. The full-time NS can be shorter than 2 years for pragmatic reasons, but there should also be ORNS obligations. Second, if we expect larger numbers of new citizens and PRs in our workforce, then let's continue to keep the EP numbers in our workforce largely constant. At the same time, redouble efforts to manage concentration in certain professions and companies and of certain nationalities. This is about enhancing equity in the job market, in professional recognition, and in career progression. Third, in our autonomous universities, yes, keep the share of foreign undergraduates constant because it is important for Singaporean undergraduates to learn how to collaborate and compete with peers from all around the world. But at the same time, let's look at reducing the number of locally funded scholarships and tuition grants to these foreign students. This is about enhancing the sense of equity for our young adult Singaporeans as they prepare to start their careers. And finally, let's also look at reducing and managing the concentration of foreign undergraduates in certain courses in our universities. Let's take a whole-of-government approach to enhance equity for Singaporeans so that we can make immigration work for Singapore and all Singaporeans.
Ms. Lee Hui Ying.
Mr. Chairman, our senior youths today, not young seniors, but senior youths, those in their late 20s to their 30s, are burdened with adulting responsibilities. They're now in a liminal space. They face a different reality, one marked by disruption and exponential change. They've just entered the workforce, just got married, just started their parenthood journey. And just as they learn to care for their children, they are called to care for their parents too. They face unique challenges which risk being left out by supports that are targeted at usual age groups or life stages. While they strive to remain committed at work, caregiving responsibilities are often unpredictable and do not fall neatly into existing leave categories. PM has sent a clear signal that support for young parents is important. I urged the Minister to consider a flexi-care leave scheme, which are already adopted by some private organisations. This will give workers the assurance and flexibility to respond to caregiving needs across different life stages, without having to choose between their jobs and their families. It can be for accompanying parents to medical appointments, caring for a child who is unwell, or attending to urgent caregiving needs at home, or simply a day to recharge for their own mental well-being. No questions asked. This is not just a matter of compassion, but of workforce sustainability. By supporting working caregivers, we enable them to stay employed, productive, and present, strengthening both our families and our workforce. Thank you.
Dr. Harish Singaraju.
Mr. Deputy Chairman, in my budget speech, I asked this House, across domains, is this person's life improving? I now turn to the domain where aspiration most often meets its quiet barrier, the workplace. This government has built strong foundations. 30 weeks of parental leave takes full effect this April. Life SG credits, the large families scheme, the financial architecture is sound. Yet, our total fertility rate remains at 0.97. The UNFPA's 2025 report warned that financial incentives alone are largely ineffective when structural barriers remain. It is not always about money, it is about structure. We certify our food, we certify our childcare centres, our estates are built for play and communal living, housing, education, healthcare costs, each being addressed, each with metrics, each with accountability. We have not certified whether a workplace lets a parent be a parent. The workplace may be the last significant barrier within our direct reach, and it has no metrics. In the government's 2021 Marriage and Parenthood Survey, 92% of married Singaporeans said they wanted 2 or more children. MSF's own Family Trends report, published last July, found that among women whose families are largely complete, 4 in 10 ended up with fewer than 2. That is a gap between what people want and what the system delivers. In 2020, Minister Josephine Teo told this House that paternity leave take-up in the public sector was 84% against a national rate of 53%. In MSF's latest Family Trends report, the national figure is 56%. It barely shifted. The legislation changed, the culture has not. The public sector understood that, the rest of the market has not caught up. Same law, different culture, different result. Young couples today already know what a family-friendly workplace looks like. Flexible hours without eyebrows raised, nursing rooms, supervisors who check in not just on output, but on how you are coping. The government itself has described this in detail across 5 areas under its Made for Families initiative. But no young couple choosing between 2 job offers can tell which company actually delivers and which just says it does. The government already has the Made for Families brand mark, 2 tripartite standards, the Work-Life Ambassador Scheme, the FWA guidelines and the new shared parental leave scheme. At least 6 instruments, and I've not listed them all. Good intentions, every one of them. But no single standard that tells an employer or a job seeker what a family-friendly workplace actually looks like. I have one ask. Pilot a Made for Families workplace certification, a tiered national standard that measures whether a workplace truly supports family life. Companies that achieve higher tiers receive funding support and visible recognition, a mark that they carry into recruitment so that young Singaporeans know this is a place where I can build a career and a family. And this goes beyond young couples. When a workplace gets it right for families, that same culture reaches the parent whose child has a disability, the worker juggling a parent's medical appointment and a child's school schedule, and the senior worker navigating health concerns. A certified workplace supports all of them. We have done this before. BCA Green Mark launched in 2005 as a voluntary standard. The government required public sector buildings to certify first. By 2008, it was statutory for the private sector. Today, over half of our building stock carries the mark. Making the invisible visible changed how an entire industry competed. Workplace culture is no less invisible, and its consequences for families are no less real. Australia's Family-Friendly Workplaces program, developed with UNICEF, has certified employers covering over 1 million employees in under 5 years, and has since expanded to the United Kingdom. The model works. Start with the public sector. The Made for Families brand mark already sits in the strategy group in the Prime Minister's office. The architecture is there. The government has committed approximately $400 million annually for shared parental leave at steady state. Build on that by rewarding certified employers with prominent job listings, enhanced tax deductions, and prioritize government procurement. Make the mark worth carrying. Mr. Deputy Chairman, in my budget speech, I proposed a cross-domain well-being framework to tell us whether people's lives are truly improving. This certification is one practical application, measuring the domain where aspiration most often meets its quiet barrier. My generation of parents is not asking the government to raise our children. We are asking our workplaces that do not make us choose between raising them and building a career. I ask for a tiered certification that tells families something no fund transfer can. You can still be you, and your employer will make room. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Chairman.
Mr. Mark Lee.
Chairman, we often speak about population sustainability in terms of birth rates and aging statistics, but one of the real levers lie in our workplace, in how our workplaces are designed. Our total fertility rate remains around 0.97. Our median age exceeds 42. Labour force growth will slow structurally over the coming decades. These are long-term realities. If labour force tightens, but workplace practices do not evolve, growth narrows and opportunity compresses, especially for younger Singaporeans and consequently our SMEs. Increasingly, young couples' decision to marry and have children is shaped less by direct costs and more by workplace realities. They ask, will taking parental leave slow my progression? Will flexible work reduce my visibility? Will returning after a caregiving break affect my career trajectory? In many SME-heavy sectors where manpower buffers are thin, extended leave creates operational strain. Employers may be supportive in principle, but without structural solutions, implementation becomes difficult. At the same time, we must also look at the other end of the workforce. Many seniors today are healthier and able to contribute meaningfully, but businesses still face practical frictions around job redesign, fractional employment, training support, and rising employment costs. Today, workplace flexibility is often negotiated informally. If we are serious about long-term workforce sustainability, flexibility must become structurally supported. This suggests a broader question. How is PMO coordinating across ministries to drive systematic workplace reform so that both parenthood and extended employment become operationally viable for businesses, especially SMEs? Will the government consider sector-based manpower pools to help firms manage parental leave coverage, structured re-entry and transitional support for employees returning from extended caregiving, clearer frameworks and tripartite guidance for fractional and part-time employment models, and calibrated support for job redesign to make senior employment more productive and less administratively complex? If we want Singapore to remain competitive in a structurally tight labour market, workplace design cannot be left to evolve slowly. It must become a deliberate national effort. How are we measuring and rewarding companies for the progress, not only in take-up of schemes, but in whether workplaces are becoming genuinely family supportive and age inclusive in practice?
Ms. Yeo Wan Ling.
Chairman, supporting families in the workplace. First, on flexible work arrangements. FWAs must become workable norms, especially for SMEs. Many want to offer flexibility but struggle with manpower constraints and workflow redesign. I therefore call for enhanced budget support to help companies undertake meaningful job redesign for win-win FWA implementations. This should include stronger grants for HR transformation, support for temporary backfilling, and sector-based advisory teams to guide practical redesign. Flexibility cannot be layered onto outdated structures. Jobs must be redesigned so productivity improves alongside flexibility. That is how FWAs can become sustainable. Second, we should deepen Singapore's expertise in job redesign. As AI and new technologies reshape industries, investing in a stronger pool of certified job redesign specialists and workforce advisors will strengthen both family support and economic resilience. Third, childcare remains foundational. Through consultations with unions and our female workers, especially shift workers, we hear consistently that standard childcare hours do not match real work schedules. I therefore call for additional resources to restart and expand extended hours and weekend childcare, particularly in estates with higher concentrations of shift workers, with manpower and wage support to ensure sustainability. These are workforce participation enablers. If we align flexibility, job redesign, and childcare with real work patterns, families will not have to choose between career and caregiving.
Ms. Cassandra Lee.
Chairman, Singapore's TFR fell below 1 in 2023. 2024 was the year of the dragon, which typically gives us a boost in the yearly TFR rate. However, the dragon could only hold a fort for us by keeping the number steady at 0.97 in 2024. Chairman, I still remain hopeful. Recently, South Korea's birth rate rose for a straight second year in 2025. Its marriage rates also went up. I hope we will soon welcome the same good news for Singapore. In this regard, I would like to ask the PMO what is the TFR for 2025? In light of Singapore's demographic challenges, it is more important than ever before that we keep those in our current labour force resilient and supported. To do so, we must strengthen workplace support for families. Housework and caregiving remains one of the main reasons for persons to remain outside the workforce. This was cited in the report on labour force in Singapore 2025. The majority of caregivers outside the labour force are mothers taking care of children aged 12 and below. When you add in the caregivers caring for children above age 12, the number grows by more than 1/3. 3 in 4 of such caregivers are in their 40s or younger, and 66.5% held tertiary qualifications, including degrees. Caregivers have shared that flexible work arrangements and practices for more progressive and inclusive workplaces would encourage them to continue working. From supporting employees who are undergoing fertility treatment to understanding the pregnant mother and providing the flexibility to the working parent, workplace support for families would go a long way to ensure Singapore is truly made for families. The government has made commendable efforts in recent years to step up support through a multi-pronged support framework such as the introduction and enhancement of government-paid parental leave and the tripartite guidelines on flexible work arrangement request. The private sector has also started leaning forward, and the community has seen ground-up efforts. I would like to highlight the work done by Fertility Support Singapore, a non-profit social advocacy group started by a group of women in 2020. In 2025, they launched a guidebook as a practical resource to help company leaders understand and implement fertility support in the workplace and create a workplace culture that empathizes with employees facing fertility challenges. Their aim for this is also to contribute towards a Singapore where, I quote, "No employee has to choose between career and family," unquote. I ask that we do the same for all working parents. Guide their employers on what to do, how to be supportive. To create a truly resilient workforce, a mindset shift is especially important amongst SMEs, which form the backbone of Singapore's economy, contributing around 50% of our GDP and employing around 70% of our workforce. The capacity to adopt progressive workplace practices varies across businesses and industries, given differences in industry characteristics, stage of growth, cost consideration, and manpower needs. Larger and better resourced organizations, often MNCs, tend to have more established HR functions and larger teams, allowing them to implement family-friendly measures more comprehensively. In contrast, SMEs often operate with tighter resources and leaner teams. These structural realities mean that SMEs may find it more challenging to implement such practices and retain talent. This is precisely why additional support for SMEs is crucial, so that progressive workplace practices can take root more evenly across the whole economy. To do this, we should focus on shifting mindsets and reshaping HR practices. Beyond policy and legislative scaffolding, let's invest in changing how employers think about workplace support for families. This is not to say that working parents should be given preferential treatment. We must also balance the needs of other employees at different life stages, including those who may not be planning to start families, those who are single, and those who are caregivers to their parents. Each employee has their own needs, so too do employers. And we need to meet their business consideration and operational requirements. Fairness for employers and employees must remain a core principle. How can we do this? I propose that we do this starting with HR practices. I believe that HR practitioners play a significant role in shaping workplace culture and norms. They are often the ones who translate policy into day-to-day practices and guide supervisors on how these policies should be applied. The Tripartite Institute for Human Resource Professionals, which administers our national IHRP certification framework, has played an important role in shaping HR standards across industries. We can leverage this framework to further strengthen HR professionals and their management capacity by placing greater emphasis on the consistent and fair implementation of family-friendly workplace practices. For example, how should performance appraisals be conducted fairly for employees returning from maternity leave? How should managers respond appropriately to urgent childcare leave? How should supervisors support employees undergoing fertility treatment? How should HR facilitate conversations and present options to employees navigating challenging family situations? For the longest time, Chairman, we have left it to private market forces to deal with a national issue. I ask the government to take national action at a scale commensurate with the seriousness of the problem. A national problem needs actions to be taken at the national level. Thank you.
Ms. Kwa Bun Teng.
Chairman, several members have spoken about our falling total fertility rate. This is a pressing issue, not just for Singapore, but for many countries around the world. This is especially challenging because there are a myriad of reasons why we are seeing this falling birth rate. I would like to focus on infertility as a contributing factor. First of all, I support the Honourable Member Ms. Hani So's call to promote early fertility screening for couples who are starting their married life together. Her suggestion was actually to partner with the Registry of Marriages. If we are serious about creating greater awareness among younger couples that they should not take their fertility for granted, we should also make it easier for couples to pay for fertility tests. Currently, there are no government subsidies or MediSave coverage specifically for fertility screening. But there are means-tested subsidies of up to 70% for fertility tests at public hospitals if such tests are medically indicated. What does that mean? This is primarily based on the duration of trying to conceive unsuccessfully and whether there are known underlying health conditions that would warrant such testing. The problem is that couples may not be trying to conceive in the initial years of marriage, and by the time they are ready, it may take them a year or even longer to realize that something may be wrong. If they are only undergoing fertility testing for medical indications, it means that any fertility issues are going to be discovered quite late. So if we are going to encourage young couples tying the knot to take early steps to undergo fertility screening, such as hormonal profiling or pelvic ultrasounds for women and semen analysis for men, we should extend generous subsidies and allow MediSave coverage to meet the costs if they are carried out within the first year of marriage, for example, whether or not the tests are performed at a public or a private clinic. This could lead to earlier discovery of any underlying health conditions that could affect fertility, such as ovulation issues, endometriosis, pelvic inflammatory disease, low sperm counts, or other structural abnormalities. And couples can then receive earlier intervention and treatment. It seems ironic to me that we are telling young couples we will only subsidize the cost of tests that could lead to the discovery that they have medical indications for infertility if they already fulfill the definition of medical indications for fertility testing. I further echo Ms. Hanniso's call to provide higher subsidies for assisted reproductive technology or ART treatments, and this should be extended to cover treatment at private centers. Right now, government co-funding for IVF is up to 75% for 3 fresh and 3 frozen cycles, but only if the treatment is sought at our 3 public ART centers at SGH, KKH, and NUH. Even so, patients may have to pay upfront cash deposits of up to $5,000 or more, and the coverage varies depending on whether both or one spouse is Singaporean. Many couples have to undergo a number of cycles to successfully conceive, and some may lack the financial resources to keep trying if they do not succeed right away. The stress of hoping for success before subsidies run out can only make things worse. An essential part of the strategy to reduce barriers to ART services must include the extension of subsidies to cover services provided by private assisted reproductive centers. If subsidies for ART services at public centers are to be increased, it could further overwhelm our public sector healthcare services, which are already stretched thin, and lengthen waiting times for IVF treatment. Even if we provide a slightly lower subsidy for private care, it will mean giving a range of options for married couples. Some may choose to seek treatment at a private center with some subsidies because it's more affordable to them, whilst others who depend on maximum subsidies can access ART services at our public hospitals. We can and must help those who want children but cannot conceive without help. We should strive to provide equitable access to ART so that not only the better off can afford to overcome infertility. Thank you.
Dr. Charlene Chen.
Chairman, let me begin with this. There are Singaporeans who do not want children, and that is entirely their choice. But there are also many who, in their ideal life plan, hope to have both a meaningful career and children at some point. The issue we face is not desire. It is timing. Structural pressures, long working hours, housing pressures, workplace expectations are real, and policy must continue addressing these. Allow me to share a personal reflection. 10 years ago, when I was close to my mid-30s, a professional mentor and his wife gently asked me if I was considering having children. I smiled and said, "Let me give birth to my journal article before I give birth to a child." In my case, publishing journal articles was my KPI. I felt I needed to stabilize my career first because I was unsure whether I could give both my work and a child and the attention they deserved. For many Singaporeans, it may not be journal publications. It may be a promotion, financial stability, a home, or building up savings. He shared with me a Chinese saying, 我们说成家立业，不是立业成家. I did not appreciate what he meant then, but over time, I reflected on it differently. I went on to publish my papers. I eventually started my family, but by then I was in my late 30s. And those who have had children later in life will know it is simply more physically exhausting. On hindsight, this was a classic example of the planning fallacy. The planning fallacy is our tendency to assume that future plans will work out smoothly, that constraints can be managed later, and that we will have more time than we actually do. In early adulthood, career milestones are highly salient. Our education system quite rightly trains us to pursue academic excellence, secure good jobs, and build economic stability. Family formation, however, is often treated as something that can wait, something we optimize after everything else is in place. But biology does not operate on career timelines. Fertility declines with age. Assisted reproductive technologies exist, but they are not guarantees, and their success rates decline as age increases. This creates a mismatch between perceived flexibility and biological reality. This is not about blaming young Singaporeans. In fact, it is precisely because they are rational and responsible that many delay, wanting to be fully prepared before taking on parenthood. But when we delay family formation until we feel completely ready and overestimate the flexibility of future timelines, we may unintentionally narrow our own options. So my proposal is straightforward. Beyond financial incentives, we should address this behavioral blind spot directly. First, integrate clear evidence-based fertility education into existing young adult touchpoints, universities, workplaces, premarital programs, delivered in a neutral and non-judgmental way. Second, develop life course planning tools that help individuals map career and family aspirations in parallel rather than sequentially. In fact, I support the Honourable Member Ms. Hanny So's proposal on fertility screening after couples go through ROM. The aim is not to pressure anyone. If someone does not want children, that choice must be respected. But if someone hopes to have children someday, policy should ensure that someday is grounded in realistic and informed awareness of biological timelines. Addressing the planning fallacy will not reverse fertility trends overnight, but good governance improves decision quality. And in a small nation where our people are our greatest resource, helping Singaporeans future-proof both career and family aspirations is not intrusion, but an effort to support informed life choices for the long term. Thank you.
Dr. Hamid Razak.
Mr. Chairman, fertility is often discussed as a demographic or an economic challenge, but I would like to offer another perspective. It is also a public health priority, as fertility challenges today are increasingly medical, psychological, and financial, not merely social. For many couples, fertility difficulties bring emotional strain, repeated uncertainty, and significant financial stress. Our reproductive health pathways must therefore provide not only treatment, but sustained support through the journey. Now, today, couples undergoing assisted reproductive techniques receive subsidies. However, the current structure reduces subsidies with successive IVF cycles. a model developed when clinical evidence was more limited. Now, current medical evidence shows that the cumulative chance of achieving a live birth increases across successive IVF cycles. For many couples, multiple cycles are clinically appropriate rather than elective, although gains diminish over time and must always be guided by medical assessment. Recently, I spoke with a community leader whose family conceived only after 3 IVF cycles and 1 IUI cycle. They are now blessed with 3 children, but only after exhausting much of their life savings. They were fortunate to persevere. Many couples may not be able to continue beyond 1 or 2 attempts, even when medically suitable. This raises an important policy question. Can our support framework evolve to provide more flexible and sustained assistance for clinically appropriate treatment journeys? Not unlimited support, but calibrated assistance, guided by medical evidence, clinical judgment, and long-term fiscal sustainability. Now, beyond subsidies, we may also consider how healthcare financing and insurance frameworks can better support assisted reproduction. Today, the absence of meaningful risk-sharing mechanisms adds financial uncertainty to couples who are already in an emotionally vulnerable state. Mr. Chairman, may I urge PMO and MOH to work together and look at fertility from a public health lens, explore a more progressive approach to subsidies, and can PMO also work with MAS to consider inclusive insurance schemes that could provide risk-sharing mechanisms? If we view fertility through a public health lens, supporting parenthood becomes not just a social policy objective, but a long-term investment in Singapore's resilience, intergenerational balance, and national future. Because when Singaporeans choose to have children, they're not just building families, they are building our future. Thank you.
Ms. Valerie Lee.
Mr. Chairman, Singapore's total fertility rate remains below 1. If we are serious about reversing this trend, we must strengthen the entire parenthood journey, from preparing for conception to supporting couples through setbacks like miscarriages, to giving families the confidence to have more than 1 child. I speak not only from policy discussions, but from lived experience. I personally journeyed through trying to conceive, experiencing loss, and navigating childcare while working. I also draw deeply from conversations with Pasir Ris Changi residents and fellow parents who share candidly about their hopes and anxieties. I want to acknowledge that the government has done very well in supporting parents during the first year after a child is born, through additional maternity leave, introducing paternity and shared parental leave, and early child support schemes. But I'll speak on 3 areas pre and post a child's first year. First, on fertility support. Second, support after miscarriage. And third, childcare leave. The first 2 addresses why some couples struggle to have their first child, and the third affects whether they go on to have more. If we want to improve TFR, we must start upstream. Many couples discover fertility challenges only after years of trying, when options are limited and emotional strain is high, especially since marriages are now happening later in life. Currently, subsidized fertility testing is largely limited to medically indicated cases. Could we adopt a preventive public health approach? Countries like Denmark invest heavily in fertility education and subsidized treatment as part of a national demographic strategy. Singapore could take a calibrated approach by subsidizing early fertility health screening for both men and women at key life stages, and integrating fertility education into public health efforts like Healthier SG or workplace programs. Reducing involuntary childlessness and delayed fertility discovery directly helps couples have their first child. Miscarriage is more common than many realize, yet often suffered in silence. A 2022 KK Hospital study found 15 to 20% of recorded pregnancies ended in miscarriages. I've experienced this loss twice myself, and many people I've spoken to have shared stories of grief, guilt, and uncertainty about trying again. Structured support is critical if we want couples to continue or, for some, start their parenthood journey. Other countries provide good examples. India offers 6 weeks paid leave after miscarriage, and the UK has amended its Employment Rights Bill for bereavement leave after a pregnancy loss before 24 weeks. The UK, France, and New Zealand offer access to hospital-based bereavement midwives and mental health support. Singapore could consider a dedicated miscarriage recovery leave entitlement, automatic referral pathways for counselling support, clear workplace guidelines to support employees experiencing pregnancy loss. Supporting couples through miscarriage is not only compassionate, it increases the likelihood that they feel emotionally ready to try again. Even when couples have a child, many hesitate to have a second or third. The concern is not desire, but sustainability of their everyday life. Children do not fall ill in sync, and families juggle staggered school calendars. Preschool children are especially vulnerable in their first year, falling sick frequently, adding pressure on working parents. While shared parental leave has improved, structured support mostly ends after the first year. Yet caregiving demands grow as families expand. In my view, flexible work arrangement is not the right solution. While they may seem convenient on paper, for parents juggling childcare at home, they often prove impractical. Countries like Germany and Sweden offer substantial flexible parental leave over several years, recognizing the support must extend beyond infancy and adapt to families with multiple children. Singapore could consider incremental steps, increasing childcare leave during preschool years, especially the first year, when illness is most frequent, extending the concept of shared parental leave beyond 12 months, and a flexible childcare leave bank across multiple years to support multiple children and key school transitions. When parents feel support beyond their first year, they are more likely to have a second or third child. Flexible, ongoing leave is not just compassion. It is a pro-family, pro-fertility policy. If we build this continuum of care, we send a clear message for those who aspire to parenthood that Singapore stands firmly with them, not only at birth, but throughout the journey. Thank you.
Ms. Alisa Chen, please deliver both your cuts together.
Mr. Chairman, supporting parents of young children is key to making Singapore a home for families and addressing our population decline. Strong postpartum and caregiver support can make a real difference. The founder of Safe Place, Ms. Jennifer Heng, who works with women in unsupported pregnancies, shared that many consider abortion because they feel they lack the help to raise a child. I was also deeply saddened by reports of mothers with postpartum depression who took not only their own lives, but also those of their newborns, feeling overwhelmed and alone. While we already have follow-up healthcare after delivery, I propose enhancing this with structured in-home postpartum visits in the first year. Trained maternity nurses could provide guidance on newborn care, breastfeeding, physiotherapy, and mental health screening. They could also identify signs of family stress, isolation, or financial difficulty, and coordinate follow-up support with health and social services. What are the PMO's plans to further address the concerns of parents in having more children? And has the PMO considered plans to enhance postpartum care for parents as a means to support parenthood and address our total fertility rate? Are there plans to consider such comprehensive and coordinated support programs or expand community-based support programs for parents of young children? Supporting parents does not end with the first year. Some parents leave the workforce to care for their children during these formative years. Many intend to return once their children are older, but career gaps often become barriers. Employers cite skills obsolescence, and for those contemplating parenthood, this risk can influence their decision on whether to have children at all. These parents have already adjusted to single income and simpler lifestyle. They should not be penalized the second time when they seek to return. In truth, stay-home parents possess highly employable skills. They manage budgets, coordinate complex schedules, resolve conflicts, and navigate crises daily. They are resilient, adaptable, and resourceful. A country in the region has instituted a career comeback program, providing mothers returning to work with job databases, career coaching, and a 12-month income tax exemption. Companies hiring returnees may qualify for a 50% tax deduction on the employee's salary for up to 12 months. May I ask the Prime Minister's Office, what measures are being considered to support the economic reintegration of stay-home parents and caregivers? Will the PMO explore a career comeback tax incentive to provide relief for employers who intentionally hire them, signaling that both society and government support their return? Just as parents care for our next generation, it is our responsibility to care for them with support at home, guidance in their journey, and opportunities to return to work. When we do, we strengthen families, nurture children, and secure Singapore's future. Thank you.
Deputy Prime Minister Gan Kim Yong.
Mr. Chairman, with your permission, Minister Indrani Raja and I will take any clarification after both our speeches.
Please do.
Sir, earlier I spoke about the urgent realities of climate change. Now I turn to a challenge equally fundamental to Singapore's future, our population. Our people are our primary resource. In the early years of our independence, demographics worked in our favor. While many of our forefathers were new immigrants, most had become citizens. We had a young and growing citizen population then, which helped grow our economy, build up our SAF, and develop our nation. Fast forward 60 years, this is no longer the case today. Birth rates are falling at an unprecedented pace, and our population is aging rapidly. We are not alone in facing these trends. Many developed and even developing countries are grappling with these same issues. And I certainly hope we can learn from Korea, as Ms. Cassandra Lee mentioned. However, Singapore's small size makes us exceptionally sensitive to demographic shifts. We must proactively manage these changes to continue to thrive as a nation. Last year, we welcomed 27,500 resident babies. Everyone a precious gift, and we celebrate with each and every child born to us. They are the future of our country. I meet many of them when I join Pongo activities. For a short while, I thought we have solved our problem. Unfortunately, that was because Pongo was a new town. This is, in fact, the lowest birth number ever in our recorded history. The overall trend is also of grave concern. Marriage rates have come down. Those who are married have fewer children or no children. Our birth rate has reached a new low. Our preliminary resident total fertility rate, TFR, for 2025 is 0.87. This is a significant drop from the TFR of 0.97 many of you quoted the year before, and much lower than the TFR of 1.24 just a decade ago. At the same time, our population is aging faster than ever, with the baby boomer generation now in their 60s and beyond, and I'm one of them. Last year, 1 in 5 citizens was aged 65 and above, compared to 1 in 8 in 2015, just 10 years ago. This is an existential challenge. What does 0.87 mean? Well, let me try to illustrate. Assuming our TFR stays at 0.87, thereabout, based on a simplistic calculation, just to keep it simple and illustrate, for every 100 residents today, we will have just 44 children. And we will just have a mere 19 grandchildren. That's a third generation. That's the effect of 0.87. Or put it another way, this room, when we fill it up, is about 100. In the next generation, you'll be less than half of us around, round about the optics that we had during COVID-19 when we have to have safe distancing. And the next generation is just about the front row, one row, not 2 rows, one of the front rows. 19 of us will be left. So that's what 0.87 means. Over time, it will be practically impossible to reverse the trend because we will have fewer and fewer women who can bear children. PM said we have not given up, and he emphasized we will not give up. Let me add one more. We cannot give up. Low birth rates and an aging population will profoundly reshape our nation, our society, and our economy in the years ahead of us. Even with immigration, the growth of our citizen population has slowed over the decade, falling from an average of 0.9% per annum, 0.9% per annum over 2015 to 2020, 5 years, to 0.8% per annum over 2020 to 2025, 0.9 to 0.8% last 5 years. Last year, it grew just 0.7%. So just to recap, 0.9 first 5 years, 0.8 next 5 years, 0.7 last year. That's our citizen population growth rate. If no new measures are taken, our citizen population will start to shrink by the early part of 2040s. Fewer births today means fewer young people over the next 2 to 3 decades. You can't overnight give birth to young people. So you have fewer births means you have fewer young people for the next 2 or 3 decades. A smaller working age base will have to support a rapidly growing elderly population. Familial support networks will weaken as family sizes shrink, and each family member in the younger generation will have to carry a heavier load. At the macro level, a declining population means less vitality in our city and our economy. Our economic growth and correspondingly our income growth will slow. At the same time, our healthcare and social spending will have to increase to support our growing population of seniors. This tremendous strain will be felt at the national level, but also at the individual households. And with fewer citizens, it will become increasingly difficult to meet our national security and national defense needs. This raises the deeper question of what Singapore will be 50 or 100 years from now. Will we remain vibrant, livable, and relevant? Will we exist? Our first and top priority is to continue to support Singaporeans in forming families. Over the years, we have consistently invested in our families. We have steadily enhanced support for families in housing, preschool, education, and healthcare. To better support working parents in managing their work and caregiving responsibilities, we also recently introduced the new Shared Parental Leave Scheme and doubled the mandatory government-paid paternity leave from 2 weeks to 4 weeks. But we will need to do even more. The decline in fertility is a multifaceted challenge. It reflects broader generational shifts in life priorities and mindsets. Attitudes towards marriage and parenthood are shaped by many factors: workplace norms, employer practices, availability of familial and community support, and social attitudes towards having and raising children. We need to address these issues holistically and not simply blame it on any particular single factor. We will do more to strengthen support for Singaporeans in their marriage and parenthood journey. Minister Indrani will speak later about the whole-of-nation reset needed to support Singaporeans in starting families. Let me speak plainly about the realities before us. Even as we redouble our efforts to support Singaporeans in starting families and having more children, we will still need a carefully managed immigration flow to augment our low birth rates. Most Singaporeans recognize the case for immigration. In 2021 Institute of Policy Studies survey found that over 75% of Singaporeans agreed that immigrants are generally good for Singapore's economy, and 62% agreed that immigrants improve Singapore's society by bringing in new ideas and culture. But we know that's not the full picture. While Singaporeans can accept the need for immigration in the abstract, they also have personal concerns and anxieties. Will bringing in immigrants mean fewer job opportunities for us? Will the Singapore that my children grew up in feel vastly different from the one that I grew up in? I understand these concerns, and we take these concerns over competition and our social fabric seriously. We will continue to take steps to address them. We will maintain the broad ethnic balance of our citizen population and continue to carefully manage the impact of immigration on our population composition to preserve the overall texture of our society. We will carefully manage the pace of immigration and ensure we do not bring in immigrants faster than we can accommodate. This means making sure the development of public infrastructure like housing, transport, and services keep pace with the growth of our population. We will also continue to be selective about who we bring in. As Mr. Edward Chia noted, many of the immigrants we take in today either share family ties with Singaporeans or have studied, worked, or lived in Singapore for quite some time. The majority of our immigrants are also of working age, contributing to our economy. We will continue to explore further ways to ensure the immigrants are committed to Singapore. Mr. Sean Low spoke about how we must place greater emphasis on integration, and we agree. We will step up integration efforts, creating more opportunities for citizens and immigrants to interact, connect, and build relations and trust. There are ongoing efforts to help immigrants integrate and become familiar with local culture. All new citizens between the ages of 16 to 60 go through the Singapore citizens' journey so that they understand our history, our norms, our values, and build stronger ties with the local community. We also piloted a new permanent resident journey program last year to help new PRs settle in and integrate, and we intend to scale it up shortly. The People's Association is also working through its network of over 1,500 integration and naturalization champions to drive integration in local communities and foster good relations between new citizens and their Singaporean neighbors. Our immigrants came from different cultures and traditions. It will take time for them to integrate. First-generation immigrants will need to adapt to our norms and customs, but their children are likely to integrate more easily, especially if they grow up in Singapore. Take, for example, Bipul Jain, who arrived in Singapore in 2007 with his wife and 6-month-old son on a work assignment. What began as a temporary relocation became permanent, as his Singaporean colleagues welcomed him and introduced him to our local culture. Bipul actively immersed himself in the local community, trying local food, picking up Singlish, volunteering at his son's school and in the community, and making new friends along the way. In 2017, he took a significant step by enlisting in the SAF Volunteer Corps, initially to teach his son about national service, but he soon developed a deep passion for defending Singapore. Today, Bipul's elder son, that 6-month-old baby who arrived in 2007, is following in his father's footsteps and proudly serving his national service. Bipul, his wife, and his 2 sons are PRs and have applied for citizenship. Their story shows us what is possible when we open up our doors and hearts to newcomers. Over time, many of them become our friends and eventually fellow citizens, working together in one Singapore team to build a brighter, better home for all of us. It is critical that we maintain a stable citizen core, hopefully one that is growing modestly over time, to keep our society and our economy dynamic and vibrant. Last year, we granted around 25,000 citizenships. We expect to take in between 25,000 to 30,000 new citizens annually over the next 5 years, depending on our demographic trends, including our TFR. We will also have to adjust our PR intake, as permanent residence is the pathway to work towards citizenship. Our PR population has remained stable over the past few years at around 540,000. We estimate an intake of about 40,000 PRs annually in the next 5 years, slightly higher than the 35,000 PRs we granted last year. That said, we will adjust the actual number of immigrants we take in year by year, depending on our TFR trends, other demographic factors, and the number and suitability of applicants. We will also keep in mind our infrastructure and the society's capacity to take in these immigrants. With these adjustments, we hope to maintain a stable citizen population and perhaps with a modest growth. Like I mentioned earlier, our citizen population growth has slowed down from 0.9% to 0.8% to 0.7% last year, if you recall, just a while ago. Going forward, citizen population will likely grow even more slowly, maybe about 0.5%. That's what we are thinking about. But even at 0.5%, this is going to be hard because it would depend on the TFR being held up. That's why we cannot give up. We will review again by 2030, taking into account further changes in our TFR and other demographic trends. Our local workforce growth has also slowed. We will continue to need a diverse foreign workforce to supplement the local workforce and support our economic and social needs. In the past 5 years, our foreign workforce grew at an average of 3.3% per annum, primarily driven by post-COVID-19 catch-up in construction. Excluding construction work permit holders, the foreign workforce grew more slowly at an average of 2.5% per annum. But as our citizen population grows more slowly, we will keep a close watch on the growth of the non-resident population, which include foreign workers, to ensure that Singapore citizens remain the majority of our population. As we bring in foreign workers, our policies are designed to ensure they complement our Singaporeans' core. As announced at budget, we will increase our EP and SPAS qualifying salaries to keep pace with local wage benchmarks. The Complementary Assessment Framework, or COMPASS, also ensures that firms bring in EPs workers that contribute to our economy, while the firms continue to build up their local talent pipeline. We will continue to carefully manage the numbers and concentration of EPs and SPAS holders and ensure that they complement rather than compete with locals. We will also carefully manage the number of work permit holders using levy and quota systems. We need skilled foreign workers to help fill critical manpower gaps, to help our companies build up new capabilities, and to support the growth of our economy. This ultimately creates more jobs and opportunities for our people. Take, for example, an aerospace company, Singapore Aero Engine Services Private Limited, or SAESL. This is Rolls-Royce's largest global maintenance, repair, and operations facility for Trent engines. Currently employs 1,300 local staff. With a $242 million expansion and a new training academy supporting its growth plans, SAESL expects to create 500 additional jobs for local skilled engine technicians over the next 5 years. SAESL is working with Singapore Polytechnic to align its training curriculum with industry needs to better prepare our students to take up these jobs. This expansion will be complemented by a foreign workforce undertaking specialized roles such as non-destructive testing and plasma treatment. There are many other companies like SAESL whose growth has generated new opportunities for Singaporean workers. Overall, in the past 10 years, the number of Singaporeans in PMET jobs has increased by 308,000, while the number of EPs and SPAS holders increased by 24,000. This is over 10 years. But we understand the job anxieties Singaporeans have, especially in this time of global uncertainty. The number of employment pass and SPAS holders is small, making up less than a quarter of our foreign workforce. The issue, therefore, is less about total numbers, but about the issue of job competition and fair treatment at the workplace, as raised by Mr. Xiao Chen and Mr. Yip Hon Wing. We are stepping up our efforts not only to create good jobs for Singaporeans, but to upskill Singaporeans so that they can take up these high-value jobs. At the same time, we will strengthen measures to ensure fair hiring and employment practices and to ensure fair opportunities for Singaporeans. Last year, we passed the Workplace Fairness Act to strengthen protections against workplace discrimination. Lastly, beyond legislative and policy safeguards, we can do more to make the workplace more conducive for all. MCCY has partnered the business community via the Alliance for Action on the Integration of Foreign Professionals to develop initiatives to better integrate foreign professionals into the workplace and the community. MCCY and Ministry of Manpower will elaborate further on some of these initiatives at their own Committee of Supply debates. As Mr. Edward Chia and Mr. Yip Hon Wing noted, we also need foreign workers to meet our social needs, and they ask if we can have more flexibility. For example, migrant domestic workers help look after our young children and our aged parents, giving us peace of mind while we are out at work. We also need migrant construction workers for major infrastructure projects. They help build our flats, hospitals, roads, MRT lines, and critical projects like Changi Airport, Terminal 5, and the Tuas Port. These workers make up almost half of our foreign workforce population. Demand for these groups will fluctuate depending on economic and construction cycles. For example, post-COVID-19, we had to catch up on a series of important construction projects, including BTO flats. This strong demand led to a 6% annual growth, or 36% growth cumulatively in the number of construction work permit holders over the last 5 years. These migrant workers are transient and do not compete with Singaporeans for jobs. But it is important that we plan ahead to support their presence here, including catering for dormitories and housing, transport, and recreation spaces. If we can do this well, it will give us more flexibility and capacity to allow for temporary surges in their numbers while minimizing the impact felt by Singaporeans. At the same time, we will press hard to raise productivity in construction. And MND set up an action team earlier this month to work with industry players to improve productivity and help companies save time, save cost, and save manpower. Across the board, we will do what we can to raise productivity to reduce our reliance on foreign manpower. The recent moves to simplify the levy framework, expand sources, and raise the maximum age and period of employment for work permit holders will nudge businesses to hire and retain higher skilled workers so that they can do more with less manpower. Looking ahead, our total population for the next 5 years will hopefully still grow, but most likely at a slower rate than over the past 5 years. And our total population will still be significantly below 6.9 million by 2030, as we have said earlier. Beyond 2030, if present trends continue, it will take us a considerable time to reach 6.9 million. Let me be clear that we are not chasing growth for the sake of growth. Economic growth is the means to an end, which is to improve the lives of Singaporeans. Our overarching goal has been and will always remain to serve the interests of Singaporeans. We will keep close track of the population size and composition to ensure that the trends are sustainable, the infrastructure needs are met in a timely and adequate manner, and that ultimately Singaporeans benefit from our population policies. To conclude, our falling TFR presents a serious and profound existential challenge to our society, our economy, and our security. The government must and will do its utmost to address this challenge. This is our commitment to all Singaporeans. We will redouble our efforts to support Singaporeans to aspire to marriage and parenthood and to realize their dream. This has always been and will continue to be our fundamental policy and priority. We must never let up in supporting Singaporeans to have families. We will also continue to review our immigration intake and approach, making sure to address the concerns of Singaporeans. We will continue to study how we can further strengthen our investment in key areas for Singaporeans: education, housing, healthcare, and jobs. This way, every Singaporean will have the assurances, opportunities, and support needed to realize his or her aspiration in our shared vision. But the existential challenge of our low TFR is not something that the government can tackle on our own. Earlier, someone asked Prime Minister whether we have a target for TFR. It is extremely difficult to set a target on something that we do not control ourselves. We ask Singaporeans to partner us in this effort. We welcome all debate and fresh ideas on how we can do so. Our path ahead will not be straightforward, but I am confident in our ability to adapt and thrive. Together, we will build a vibrant and resilient Singapore for present and future generations. Thank you.
Minister Indrani Raja.
As DPM indicated earlier, our preliminary resident TFR for 2025 was 0.87, lower than 0.97 in 2024. It is our lowest TFR to date. Resident births across all ethnic groups decreased, with the decrease in Chinese births being proportionately larger, at a drop of 15% compared to 2024. This is due in part to the typical post-Dragon year decrease. The declining TFR means our citizen population growth has slowed. This is an existential challenge for us. Trying to raise our TFR has always been a priority, but with the latest figures, this has acquired a new urgency. The government is wholly committed to addressing this issue head-on, and we will spare no effort to arrest and reverse this decline. However, it cannot be the work of government alone. We need all of society to play their part. To ensure that our plans are targeted and effective, we must first understand the drivers and the factors that are inhibiting marriage and family formation. Declining TFR is not an issue unique to just Singapore. It is a global phenomenon. All over the world, more people are choosing to remain single or marry later, and those who marry are choosing to have fewer or no children at all. As PM pointed out earlier today, this issue is not simply economic. Some countries have spent a lot on a whole range of support schemes. Others provide very generous welfare systems. These measures can help at the margins, but they have not fundamentally reversed the trend. Countries like France and the Nordic countries, which have long been held up as exemplars of higher TFR, continue to see declines in their birth rates. In China, the number of deaths now exceed the number of births. Even in the region, the TFRs of Malaysia, Thailand, and Vietnam are on the downtrend. South Korea, which currently has the world's lowest TFR, recently saw an increase in marriages and births. This could be due in part to the large cohort of children born to South Korea's baby boomers who are now entering childbearing age. It remains to be seen if their recent, more family-friendly policies will have a lasting impact. However, it still gives us hope that fertility trends could shift and sustained efforts across multiple fronts may yield results over time. But what is really striking is if you look at the TFR of cities. As a city-state, Singapore's TFR may be more comparable to that of other metropolitan cities rather than other countries. In fact, the TFR of major cities tend to be much lower than their country's overall TFR. In 2024, France's TFR was 1.62, but Paris's was 1.27. Japan's TFR was 1.15, but Tokyo's was 0.96. China's TFR was around 1, but Hong Kong's was 0.84, and Shanghai's was less than 0.8. Without overgeneralizing, cities typically have a faster, more intense pace of life and greater competition and stress. As a small city-state, Singapore experiences these effects more acutely. This is reflected in our marriage and parenthood surveys, where, besides financial costs, other concerns, such as the stress of raising children and difficulties in managing work and family demands, are the most common reasons cited by married respondents when considering whether to have children. But there are other factors at play, too. To unpack this further, I engaged various groups of Singaporeans at different life stages to hear their thoughts on this issue. And today I want to share with you what I've learned from them. First, they're the singles. The millennials and Gen Zs shared that dating and marriage often took a backseat to their many other interests and goals. Some wanted to establish themselves in their careers before seeking a life partner. Others were looking for the right marriage partner, but had yet to find the right person. Many shared that they were looking for deeper and more meaningful connections, but sometimes had difficulty meeting others and forging authentic in-person relationships after leaving school and entering the workforce. Next, there were those who were married but hesitant to have children. This group felt anxious about becoming parents. They were worried about not being able to live up to the expectations of being a good parent. Some feared that having children meant trading off their careers and other life goals. Others were concerned about the financial, emotional, and mental demands of parenthood. And some women were anxious about how they would cope with the physical and emotional changes that come with pregnancy. Then, next, there were the married who want children but have fertility issues. On the flip side, these are the married couples who very much want children but are unable to conceive. They spoke candidly about the challenges encountered in their fertility journey, including only realizing the problem very late, not knowing where to get help, the fear of stigma, limited workplace support, and difficulty in getting time off for fertility treatments, and the cost of fertility treatments. Then we had the parents with young children. Without exception, everyone in this group spoke about the joy their children had brought to their lives. They did not sugarcoat the challenges and sacrifices of parenthood, but when they weighed these against the love and happiness they experienced, they were glad they had chosen to have children. However, they also expressed their hope for more support for families and better balance between work and family responsibilities. This was especially so for those caring for both young children and aging parents. If we are to change our trajectory, these are the issues we must tackle. They cannot be addressed by policy measures alone. What we need is a marriage and parenthood reset, by which I mean a reset across society on the following. First, how marriage and parenthood are viewed and supported. Second, how workplaces can evolve to better align work and family. And third, how everyone can play their part. To achieve this, we will form a new work group with the relevant agencies to look into these issues holistically and engage widely across members of the public, businesses, and the people sector. I will chair this work group and will share more details in due course. But for now, let me set out the broad four-pronged approach that we will take. First, we will build on current efforts to enhance government support for marriage and parenthood. Second, we will cultivate positive mindsets about marriage and parenthood. Third, we will work with employers to foster workplace cultures and practices that are family-friendly. And fourth, we will engage the whole of society in this effort. On the first one, the government will build on current efforts to enhance support for marriage and parenthood. In recent years, we have significantly enhanced our marriage and parenthood package. These include the enhanced baby bonus scheme and MediSave grant for newborns, doubling paternity leave and making it mandatory, the new 10-week shared parental leave, the large families scheme, and this year we will provide another $500 of Child Life SG credits for every Singaporean child aged 12 and below. Going forward, we will do more. Mr. Sean Low, Mr. Andre Low, and Ms. Hanny So raised concerns and gave suggestions regarding the costs of raising children. The government is committed to helping parents with the costs of child raising. 4 years ago, parents received up to $32,000 per child under the baby bonus scheme and MediSave grant for newborns. Today, with the addition of the large families scheme, it is up to $54,000 per child. On the education front, every Singaporean child can receive over $200,000 in subsidies from preschool through to secondary school. We will look into enhancing this further and consider the different ideas that members have suggested. On housing, as Mr. David Ho raised in his budget debate speech and as Ms. Hanny So highlighted, we will enable couples who are ready to build a life together to secure and afford their own home. We are increasing the supply of built-to-order or BTO flats with more shorter waiting time or SWT flats so couples and young families can get their flats more quickly. MND has also reviewed how it can better support growing families who may need more space, and we will share more at the MND Committee of Supply. For preschool and caregiving, MSF has progressively lowered fee caps at government-supported preschools and expanded preschool places. These moves have improved accessibility and affordability. In Budget 2026, PM announced that the income thresholds for preschool and student care subsidies will be revised so more families can benefit. Government agencies are also undertaking a review of the student care sector to better meet the caregiving needs of families with primary school-aged children. On work-life support, while take-up rates for the new shared parental leave scheme are not yet available, initial feedback from parents has been positive. They appreciate being able to spend more time with their newborns. Some said that this has encouraged them to consider having another child. But we know that beyond infancy, parents require additional time off from work to care for their children. Many parents and members in this House, like Ms. Valerie Lee and Mr. David Ho, have asked for more childcare leave. Ms. Lee Hui Ying also asked how we can better support the sandwich generation who are caring for their children as well as their aging parents or other family dependents. We will study the childcare leave suggestions carefully, bearing in mind the needs of employers who are still adjusting to the recent parental leave enhancements. Even without any legislated requirement, many progressive employers have stepped up to introduce caregiving-related leave provisions as part of their strategy to attract and retain talent, such as adopting the tripartite standard on unpaid leave for unexpected care needs. Beyond leave, flexible work arrangements or FWAs are another sustainable way to provide employees with greater flexibility in meeting their diverse caregiving needs. We also want to better support parents as they re-enter the workforce after taking a career break, as Mr. Mark Lee and Ms. Alyssa Chen highlighted. Today, these parents can tap on broad-based employment facilitation and skills training, as well as career guidance programs, such as the Workforce Singapore's Mid-Career Pathways Program and career conversion programs to gain industry-relevant skills and support their transition into suitable job roles. The government is also helping companies redesign jobs through initiatives like the Enterprise Workforce Transformation Package. Such support can help lower the barrier of re-entry for caregivers who wish to return to the workforce by helping companies strengthen organizational capability to offer more adaptable workforce models, including various forms of FWAs for employees. MOM is also reviewing how we can better support job fractionalization under the tripartite work group on senior employment. Having more fractionalized jobs will be helpful to parents seeking part-time work. Another important area spoken about is fertility health, as highlighted by several members earlier, including Ms. Kwa Bunting. Later marriages and births are becoming more common. In 2024, the median age of mothers at first birth was around 32 years old. As both male and female fertility declines with age, more couples may face fertility challenges. Today, about 1 in 6 people globally experience infertility. Many don't know where to seek help or are fearful of stigma attached to doing so. To help those with fertility issues, we will work with other agencies to raise awareness of fertility health, including improving accessibility of information on existing support, encouraging fertility checks, and normalizing the seeking of medical attention to fertility issues. Those in need can refer to the Made for Families website for current support measures. We'll review the financial and non-financial support couples receive through their fertility journeys and work with employers to improve workplace support for employees undergoing fertility treatments. For a start, I encourage employers and HR departments to refer to the Workplace Fertility Support Guide produced by Fertility Support SG, which Ms. Cassandra Lee highlighted. On Ms. Valerie Lee's suggestion on support through miscarriages, psychosocial support like counseling is available in public healthcare institutions, but we agree that more can be done, and we will study her suggestions to see how we can better support those who experience miscarriages. On Ms. Elizabeth Chen's suggestion to enhance postpartum support for parents, there are ongoing initiatives at the public maternity hospitals and polyclinics to provide perinatal and postpartum support, such as scheduled telephone check-ins and follow-ups post-discharge. Mothers who require breastfeeding and lactation support can tap on services offered in polyclinics, such as the breastfeeding triple support at NUHS polyclinics. They can also visit Family Nexus sites to find out more about parent-child bonding programs and parenting support services. To identify women with gestational diabetes mellitus for timely management, the Agency for Care Effectiveness has also updated the ACE clinical guideline to help healthcare professionals to assess the onset of prediabetes or diabetes postpartum. Mr. Fu Se-siang highlighted in his budget debate speech the need to better support adoptive parents. Today, adoptive parents receive benefits like biological parents, such as parental leave provisions. Nonetheless, we recognize that more can be done to improve and streamline the adoption processes, and we will work with agencies to look into this. The areas I just shared are part of the government's broader efforts to better support Singaporeans through their marriage and parenthood journey. Besides consultations that the work group will have with members of the public, businesses, and the people sector, we will also enhance our marriage and parenthood survey this year to gain deeper insights on how attitudes and perceptions towards marriage and parenthood have evolved. The feedback and suggestions will inform the work group's recommendations and shape the next bound of marriage and parenthood enhancements. Next, we will cultivate positive mindsets towards marriage and parenthood. Decisions on whether to get married and start a family are deeply personal. And as we have found in our engagements, mindsets matter a great deal when making these decisions. When we say we want to change mindsets, it's not about pushing a single correct path. Rather, as Ms. Nadia Samdin shared, it's about creating an environment where decisions surrounding marriage and parenthood can be viewed optimistically and positively rather than with fear and anxiety. Mindset change has many aspects, but let me touch on two. There was a marked difference in mindsets between those who were still weighing whether or not to have children and those who had already decided to have children. Those who were hesitant looked at parenthood through the lens of what they might lose: being held back in their careers, inability to pursue other life goals, and loss of personal freedom. Those with children or intending to have them, on the other hand, saw parenthood in terms of what they had gained: the joy of family and the fulfillment and personal growth that comes with being parents. In reality, finding a life partner, getting married, and starting a family are major milestones that require time, energy, and change. It's understandable, and rightfully so, that entering into these commitments should be carefully considered. However, many Singaporean couples have demonstrated that having family and careers can coexist alongside other life goals. Parenthood does take real effort and commitment, and while there will inevitably be compromises along the way, what is gained in terms of family relationships, love, and fulfillment is both precious and priceless. We hope that as many Singaporeans as possible can experience the joys of marriage and parenthood. Ultimately, it is a personal choice, but we need a mindset change to encourage couples to consider a more balanced picture when exercising this choice. Mindset number 2. In our engagements, another prevailing mindset was the immense pressure couples put on themselves to be the perfect parent. One young father, a doctor, felt guilty that he could not spend more time with his son because of his work schedule. He felt he was not being a good father. Another young woman, newlywed, was hesitant to have a child because she was not sure if she could provide the best possible resources to ensure that her child would succeed in life. Wanting more time to spend with your children or providing them with the right resources stem from good intentions. However, in hindsight, many parents reflected that parenthood was not about providing the best for their children or having all the answers right from the very start. Rather, it was about being willing to learn, adapt, and grow alongside their children, doing the best that they can within their circumstances, and relying on community support where possible, as Ms. Nadia Samdin noted. For instance, the Families for Life Parents Telegram groups have enabled thriving online communities of parents within each local town. Through these local networks, parents can connect and exchange parenting tips, share about local family events, and exchange pre-love items with other parents in the community to help them better navigate parenting challenges. Practical resources and programs to support families on the parenting journey from birth to growing through adolescence are also available on platforms including HPB's Parent Hub, the Parenting for Wellness Toolbox, parenting resources in MOE's Parents Gateway, and the Families for Life parenting website. We will work with various agencies and partners to regularly update and refine the resources on the platforms to ensure they meet parents' evolving needs. This pressure to be the perfect parent is perhaps most evident in the child's education. Many parents feel pressure to help their children excel academically for fear that they may otherwise not succeed in life. They worry about coaching their children for major exams or finding the financial means to send their children to private tuition and enrichment programs if they are unable to do so. They feel that they have fallen short as parents. I understand that this pressure largely stems from the fear that there is only a narrow gate to success, and if their children do not make it through that gate, they will have poor life outcomes. These are real anxieties that we want to help address. To cater to students' varied abilities and talents and help our children develop more holistically, MOE has been making progressive changes over the years to develop multiple pathways. MOE has also made multiple shifts to reduce overemphasis on academic results. MOE will also conduct a series of education conversations with students, parents, educators, researchers, and academics to explore ways to mitigate the education arms race, including by reducing the stakes of examinations. But these structural reforms will only work if cultural attitudes towards competition and success shift in tandem. We must move away from viewing education in Singapore as a competition for limited prizes and instead see it as an open highway with many lanes and many different prizes suited to each child's unique talents and abilities. Parents who have high expectations of their children's academic performance may urge them to achieve good grades or overreact when they fall short of expectations, but such actions may cause unintended consequences, as a National University of Singapore study found in 2016. Children with intrusive parents tended to be overly critical of themselves and were at increased risk of developing depression and anxiety symptoms. Such pressure can therefore be detrimental to a child's well-being. Some competition and stress is natural, but we should do our best to remove unrealistic expectations or social pressures which add unnecessary stress on parenthood. Third, we will work with employers to foster family-friendly workplace cultures and practices. As Ms. Yeo Wan Ling noted, one of the top stresses for parents is trying to achieve a balance between work and family responsibilities. One parent described how frequent work travel made it difficult for her to be there for her children in their formative years, but not traveling would affect her career. Some found it difficult to request for flexible work arrangements despite the tripartite guidelines. Others related having to choose between being present for important meetings or their child's key milestones, and difficulty in leaving work on time to pick their children up from childcare. Despite the mandatory leave provisions we've introduced and employment protections, we still hear anecdotes of how some employees are subtly discouraged from taking leave, or how female employees are nudged to resign once they are pregnant. We fully recognize that employers have business objectives and financial bottom lines to meet. However, there is much more we can do to build progressive workplace cultures to align business priorities with family-friendly practices. Having supportive employers and workplaces makes a big difference to parents. But being a family-friendly workplace is not just good for employees, it also makes good business sense. When people feel supported at work, they're more motivated, more engaged, and more likely to stay. An example is Mr. Edmund Sia, whose employer allowed him to take his paternity leave in weekly blocks. Edmund took 2 weeks during his child's first month to support his wife's confinement, and took the remaining 2 weeks of paternity leave together with his 3 weeks of shared parental leave. This flexibility allowed him to be present for his wife and baby when it mattered. Having benefited from this flexibility, Mr. Sia has paid it forward by covering his colleague's workload when she went on maternity leave. There was also a Straits Times article last month on Hsinchu City in Taiwan. It houses Hsinchu Science Park and is often known as the Silicon Valley of Taiwan. While Taiwan's TFR is projected to have fallen below 0.8 in 2025, Hsinchu's has stayed stable at 1 for several years. Experts attribute the higher birth rates to more family-friendly benefits provided by employers rather than the government to attract and retain the best employees in a competitive environment. These include hybrid work arrangements, on-site baby care, baby bonuses, and hampers for employees with newborns. This sends a strong signal that having children is supported and encouraged and will not be negative for one's career. There are many other ways in which employers can be supportive, such as providing lactation rooms for nursing mothers, instituting systematic covering arrangements when an employee has to take time off, and holding regular dialogues with employees on how the workplace can be improved. I fully agree with Ms. Cassandra Lee on the importance of investing in HR as they shape workplace norms and culture and support the last-mile implementation of family-friendly workplace practices so that employees can feel safe and supported to use these provisions. The IHRP body of competencies already includes a key component of holistic well-being, which entails HR's ability to drive best practices that support employees to thrive, such as the design of flexible work options and family-related leave. We want a family-friendly workplace culture to become part of the DNA of all local companies. It should also be a shared responsibility, from senior management and HR managers to line managers, co-workers, and parent employees themselves. We will continue to review ways to foster workplace cultures and societal norms that value and support families, including Mr. Harish Singh Raju's suggestion of piloting a tiered workplace certification. Beyond workplaces, we will encourage neighborhoods, communities, and businesses to be supportive of families. There are ground-up efforts to create conducive community spaces for families. The Caterpillar Library at the Taman Jurong Community Club was established by the Ong family, and it's one such example, where residents donate a book for every book they take. Starting out with just 100 books, the Caterpillar Library has now facilitated the circulation of over 10,000 books, creating connections between neighbors while helping children discover the joy of reading. I encourage more neighborhoods to create such family-friendly spaces. Community organizations and businesses also contribute by organizing a wide range of activities, from the arts to sports, for families. The Families for Life website provides a list of such resources for families, and most of the activities are free or charge nominal fees. In addition, Families for Life has gathered corporate partners like GetGo, Sofitel Singapore Sentosa, and ABC Cooking Studio to offer large families deals with exclusive discounts and offers. I encourage more partners to come on board to celebrate families. Mr. Chairman, in conclusion, the latest TFR figures have not deterred us from our quest to boost marriage and parenthood. If anything, it underscores the urgency of the task before us, and it has made us even more determined to turn things around. The government will redouble our efforts to address this existential challenge. However, to buck the trend, everyone, parents, employers, businesses, and community partners, need to be part of this endeavor. In the months ahead, we will work with stakeholders to develop concrete plans for the four-pronged approach I laid out earlier. We welcome all suggestions and fresh ideas on how we can better support Singaporeans' marriage and parenthood aspirations. Thank you.
We have some time for clarifications. Do honourable members have any clarifications arising from the addresses of DPM Gan and Minister Indrani Raja? Ms. Sean Low. Mr. Sean Low.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In my COS speech, I had suggested that we should try to defer the day in which the number of new citizen immigrants exceeds the number of citizen babies born in Singapore. It looks like that day is fast upon us, from what DPM Gan mentioned. To that end, given the update on the immigration rates, would DPM agree that any increase in the number of immigrants should focus more on assimilation, specifically, for example, prioritizing families with young children, so that the young children who may not be born in Singapore will grow up in Singapore as citizens and can assimilate better into Singapore to build that next Singapore core. Thank you.
DPM Gan.
The short answer is yes. We will, of course, encourage younger new citizens to come and join us, but also bearing in mind that many of them, by the time they are well established, they are looking at a place where they can trust to settle down. Some of them may have been here working for some years, and they've been here as a PR for some years, so they may no longer be that young. But hopefully they have their own children here. But it also means that their children may not be born in Singapore. There will be new citizens' babies. So I think we just have to strike a balance. At the end of the day, I think it's the ability to assimilate is one very important factor in our consideration, both for PRs as well as for citizenship.
Ms. Hani So.
Thank you, Chairman. I understand from Minister Indrani's speech that there will be a work group that will be formed to engage and to come up with some recommendations on how to boost our marriage and parenthood. In this regard, I wish to find out, do we have some specific timelines in mind on when the engagements will take place and eventually some implementations of the suggestions? Bear in mind that actually time is of the essence for us, as we understand from DPM's speech that we will be doing a review in 2030, which is just a few years away from now. And in the meantime, my suggestions is that we should emphasize and prioritize our resources towards those that as Mr. Indrani has mentioned, of those that are actually keen to embrace marriage and parenthood, but at the same time are constrained by resources. So in regards to the marriage component, I wish to ask whether the government is keen to consider reviving of the social development network to encourage more opportunities for young Singaporeans to network and find future partners. And two, in relations to those couples that are keen to be a parent, in terms of the suggestions that we have put forward earlier and those that have highlighted by Fertility Support Singapore, whether MOH is already in the pipeline to roll out some of these support initiatives. Thank you.
Minister Indrani Raja.
Mr. Chairman, I thank the member for her clarification. In terms of timeline, let me put it this way. We will share details of the work group shortly, but the work group will be looking at the 4 areas that I covered. And as you can see, those 4 areas are quite broad. So it's not going to be that we have to wait for everything to be ready in order to implement or put in place. I think where we can have some low-hanging fruit, which can be ready to implement early, we should do that as soon as possible, because the member is right. Time is of the essence. It's an existential issue. We can't afford to sit back and wait. But some things, particularly if they're more complex policies or which may need to engage more stakeholders, those might take a little longer. But really, in this term of government, you can be assured that we will be preoccupied with trying to make sure that we have more Singaporean babies born.
Are there any further clarifications? Mr. Pritam Singh.
Thank you, Deputy Chairman. I did not file a cut under PMO, so I thank you for the indulgence. DPM Gun, just referring to the higher number of new citizens that the government is looking to bring on board for at least the next 5 years. Is the government keen on looking at EP holders, for example, or individuals or PRs who've been applying for many, many years for citizenship but have not succeeded at the first instance, second instance, third? I mean, we see them all at our Meet the People sessions. Is there a strategy specifically to relook at some of these applicants because they may have actually assimilated into Singapore society quite well by now?
DPM Gan Kim Yong.
Again, the short answer is yes. We are keeping all options open. So we will take a fresh look at many of these applicants. But some of them do have reasons why we have not granted them PRs or citizens. So I think we'll continue to look at, but I think we take a fresh look and we are quite serious about having to make sure that we are able to bring in more new citizens and new PRs. With new citizens, you need to have more new PRs because there's a pipeline where the citizens will come through. So I think this is something that we will continue to look at, and we'll also look at different sources of more variety of sources of supplies of these potential immigrants. But the key is really assimilability, and there are a whole series of factors that we will need to consider, including our ethnic composition balance. So we also want to make sure that we maintain certain balance among our population composition. So I think those are factors that we have to take into consideration when we evaluate the applications.
Mr. Singh, you have a further clarification? Please proceed.
Just on the ethnic compositions to the DPM, I mean, is there a deviation that the government is prepared to look at in view of the nature of the problem?
DPM Gan.
Thank you. Again, the answer is yes. We will need to be flexible, but I think it's very important for us to ensure that we maintain the broad balance. I'm not talking about the decimal digits, but it's important to maintain the balance so that we don't change the overall context, texture of the society. I think that's the main consideration.
Are there any further clarifications arising out of the topics? If none, we will progress on with the cuts. Mr. Louis Chua, would you kindly please deliver your 3 cuts together?
Thank you, Chairman. First, for my cuts, allow me to declare that I'm an employee of a financial institution in Singapore.
First, in response to a PQ I filed earlier this year, DPM GAN noted that over the past 10 years, banks in Singapore have been rationalising their off-premise ATMs and bank branches at an average rate of 2% annually due to the rise in digital payments. Chairman, I agree that there is a clear rise in digital payments. However, even as ATM withdrawals fell by 13.6% from 2018 to 2024, dropping to 55 billion, the decline was modest. There continues to be 158 million ATM withdrawals in 2024, despite the proliferation of digital payments today. This suggests very strongly that demand for cash and ATM services continue to be resilient and important to Singaporeans. Yet, drawing from my experience in Rivervale, Sengkang, an estate with over 18,000 households, ATMs are only found in 2 locations, Rivervale Mall and Plaza. This has been a challenge for existing residents for many years now, and especially for particular communities such as seniors and PWDs. The concern is even more salient in the relatively new BTO cluster at Rivervale Shores, where there is a meaningful proportion of 2-room flexi flats, which typically house elderly residents. We have close to 1,100 2-room flexi flats out of a total of 2,500 units for this BTO project, the largest HDB BTO project in Singapore to date. Even as there are existing commercial facilities in the project, including supermarkets and shops, the nearest ATMs at Plaza is thus more than a 20 minutes walk away, likely much more for the elderly and less mobile. Many residents have frequently shared feedback with me on the lack of ATMs in the vicinity, despite the availability of digital payments for the F&B and shops located. I had sought the help of Sengkang Town Council and HDB in the past years to seek the support of all 3 local banks in installing an ATM, but to no avail. The reality is that the provision of ATMs is determined by the business decisions of the banks and their appointed service providers. It was only earlier this year that, with the kind reconsideration of the management team of DBS, that they have responded favourably, sharing that we recognise the importance of convenient banking access for Sengkang residents. I'm very grateful to the management team of FairPrice for exploring an ATM solution with DBS, and in particular the bank, of course, for responding to our appeal on behalf of residents, and also the HDB commercial team for according this project due consideration and support. Returning to DPM GAN's reply to my PQ, he said, and I quote, "MAS will continue to work with banks to ensure that there is enough ATMs and bank branches for the convenience of customers, and also encourage customers to use digital banking services as an alternative." From a commercial point of view, I believe some of the factors considered by banks in locating their ATMs and bank branches include footfall, transaction volume, proximity to public transport nodes, etc. However, there might be certain locations that may not fully meet these criteria and yet have a sizable population of residents who require such facilities. Therefore, I believe we ought to go further. The MES, HDB and banks should collaborate to actively identify underserved communities in existing and future HDB towns and ensure that there are banking facilities within easy reach through regulatory changes, if necessary, rather than simply having it dictated by the free market and banks' interests. Next, Chairman, cash may no longer be king. From 2018 to 2024, the total value of fast payments have increased by 511% to 662 billion, while the total value of credit and debit card payments have increased by 52% to 149 billion. However, as I shared earlier, the value of ATM withdrawals have not declined as much as expected. Despite the proliferation of PayNow, PayWave, and various forms of stored value payment options, this suggests that cash continues to be an important medium of exchange to consumers. Unfortunately, there has been an increase in the number of merchants, ranging from cafes to sports goods stores, that have stopped accepting cash payments. While digital payments may be convenient for digitally savvy consumers and businesses, it disadvantages those who experience barriers when going cashless. Some communities, such as seniors and PWDs, may find it challenging to adopt technologies such as digital payments as part of their daily lives. Furthermore, some children can only use cash as parents may deem children too young to own a bank card or smartphone. Some adults may also prefer cash to safeguard themselves against scams. For businesses, offering cash as a payment option does help to strengthen business resiliency should a disruption to digital payment services occur as well. Under the Currency Act, businesses have the flexibility to determine the accepted payment modes, which must be indicated to customers via a written notice. Therefore, I hope the government would mandate physical merchants accept cash in payments in line with other economies such as China and Norway, or at least start with a pilot in existing residential neighborhoods. In particular, despite the ubiquity of digital payment options such as WeChat and Alipay in China, arguably the most advanced country in cashless payments globally, the Chinese authorities have in fact strengthened regulations recently, such as ensuring that entities that receive payments in person or provide face-to-face services must support cash payments. Next card. In my adjournment motion speech earlier this year, I shared that the 5 billion EQDP funding is an important means to encourage more third-party investments into the Singapore equities market, and I had hoped that it will not be a one-off measure. While the 1.5 billion top-up in Budget 2026 is welcome, ensuring long-term sustainability is key. In his budget statement, PM Wong stated that the reason for the top-up is to build on the momentum of the EQDP launch. Can the government affirm its commitment to regular, sustained EQDP funding? And if so, what are the conditions for determining the amount and timing of funding allocated? Further, as I've shared last year, while the MES has taken the lead on the demand side, on the supply side, I urge the government via its investment entities to similarly take the lead for its companies to list on the SGX. This has been done before, such as through the Singtel Special Discounted Share Scheme in 1993. The MES has taken the lead with the EQDP on the demand side, and similarly, I hope Temasek Holdings and various other entities can lead by example on the supply side as well.
Ms. Rachel Ong.
Chairman, I previously asked about private insurance rejections affecting persons with disabilities, mental health conditions, including autism. The government's reply was that this data is not tracked and that beyond MediShield Life, access to coverage depends on insurance own assessments. I recognize that insurance works by assessing risk, and insurers must be able to price their policies accordingly. As we move towards a more inclusive society, families also need assurance that access to protection is fair. In 2024, MES and the Life Insurance Association issued guidance on fair underwriting and clearer communication of exclusions. This is a positive step, but guidelines alone do not always change people's experience. Families still report exclusions, higher premiums, or rejection when adults with developmental conditions apply for life or critical illness insurance. Some are asked for assessments such as IQ or language reports, and often they do not receive clear explanations based on the data. Without better information, it is difficult to know whether these families are being fairly treated. I have 3 questions. First, will the government work with MES and insurance to track anonymized data on disability-related rejections and exclusions, so we have a clearer picture of what's happening? Second, when exclusions or higher premiums are applied, will MES require insurers, if challenged, to show that these decisions are backed by evidence and linked to real risk, as it already is in places like UK, Australia, and parts of the EU? Third, will there be an independent and accessible channel for families who believe decisions are unfair? At present, they are mostly told to appeal directly to the insurer, which often feels insufficient. Thank you.
Minister Chi.
Mr. Chairman, I will start by addressing Mr. Louis Chua's cuts on maintaining cash acceptance and accessibility. My response will also address a similar parliamentary question raised by Mr. Abdul Muhaimin for the sitting on 3rd of March. Sir, while digital payments bring efficiency and are more widely adopted, they do not fully replace cash. Our goal is to build a cash-light society, not a cashless society. Due to increasing adoption of digital payments, ATM withdrawals have declined by more than 30% from 2015 to 2024. ATMs with consistently low utilization have gradually been removed, so banks could prioritize their ATMs for areas with higher utilization. To meet the needs of consumers, including the elderly and those who are less mobile, MES also works with banks to ensure sufficient cash withdrawal points in the community. ATM locations include the vicinity of major town centres, transport hubs, and key amenities such as supermarkets. Banks will consider proximity to residential estates when siting their ATMs. New ATMs have been installed in areas with growing demand, for instance, at community nodes in new towns. Earlier, Mr. Chua mentioned about the ATM that he has asked for on behalf of his residents. This is, I believe, the one at Rivervale Shores. And on the 13th of February, DBS submitted an application, and I'm pleased to inform Mr. Chua that HDB has given the go-ahead for DBS to proceed to set up this ATM. So consumers can also withdraw cash when they shop at certain retail stores, such as 7-Eleven, Giant, and Sheng Siong. A small number of merchants, such as some food and beverage outlets that target younger customers, may decide to accept only digital payments. Now, this is a commercial decision by the business owner. Most merchants, based on our observations, including supermarkets and heartland businesses, continue to accept cash because there is demand from their customers to pay in cash. They do not want to lose customers by refusing to accept cash. Our policy position is clear. Cash should remain an accessible payment option for consumers in Singapore, even as digital payments gain popularity and acceptance. MAS is monitoring the trends and developments in this area and will carefully assess if and when intervention is needed. Now, this includes the possibility of making cash acceptance mandatory by law. And at the same time, we have to carefully consider the impact on small businesses, as a mandatory requirement may impose additional handling costs for them. Mr. Chairman, Mr. Chua also asked about the Equity Market Development Programme, or EQDP. The EQDP aims to develop the local fund management capabilities, and it is designed to broaden investor participation and catalyze third-party capital flows into Singapore-listed equities. It is one component of a broader suite of measures, including having a pro-enterprise regulatory stance, enhanced investor recourse, a value unlock program, and the upcoming SGX Nasdaq Global Listing Board. We want to see sustainable outcomes. The current EQDP top-up reinforces the positive momentum, and it enables us to support more strategies that invest in Singapore equities, including in the small and mid-caps. But, sir, we should not rely solely on government measures or EQDP top-ups. Now, growing the equities market is a multi-year effort that requires discipline, sensible innovation, and also all market participants to play their part. We think of EQDP as a catalyst to get the momentum of the flywheel going. And the early market reception has been positive, and we should allow time for these different measures to work. Mr. Chairman, this morning, Mr. Kenneth Tiong spoke about the need to take calculated risks so that we can make bold moves and do so with greater speed. I share these objectives, and that's in line with the approach that we took for the equities market review, together with our industry partners. And I shall do the same for the Growth Capital Work Group. So if we want Singapore, as a country and society, to take more risks, and for our people to be willing to take calculated risks, to try new ideas, this must be a collective effort by all of us as Singaporeans, including members of this House. Importantly, how do we react and respond when we take risks and we try something new and some of the initiatives fail, and when something goes wrong? Do we take the approach of learning from the experience and then picking ourselves up and try again? Or do we come down on the people involved like a ton of bricks and looking for somebody to blame? I think how we respond makes a difference to whether we can set up this culture of risk-taking in our society. My experience as a minister at Ministry of Transport and Ministry of Finance previously, and now at MND and MAS, is that many of our public officers, including our younger colleagues, are supportive of taking risks and trying new ideas. And they are also very open to work with industry partners and with fellow Singaporeans on this endeavor. Many of the positive policy moves and also the pro-enterprise rules review changes could not have been done without the ideas and the hard work of our public officers. Mr. Chairman, I see our public officers as valued partners in our efforts to build a world-class public service for Singapore, one which is responsive and open to taking calculated risks while being anchored on integrity, service, and excellence. Let me now turn to Ms. Rachel Ong's card. Ms. Ong asked about insurance accessibility for persons with disabilities, and she has been championing this and advocating this consistently. MAS expects insurers to make objective assessments of insurance applications based on reliable information or data relevant to the risk, in line with MAS's guidelines on fair dealing. We have reminded insurers that they should give due care to assessing applications from persons with disabilities and to base their decisions on coverage, pricing, or exclusions on objective information and data pertaining to risk. Insurers should also clearly communicate and explain their decisions to the applicants. The circumstances of each case has to be looked into to ascertain if the insurer has followed a data and risk-based process to assess the application. The key is to ensure that the insurer had followed the proper process in conducting its assessment before deciding whether to approve or turn down an application. In the past 3 years, MAS received 1 complaint relating to insurance coverage for persons with disabilities, compared to a total of 8 complaints in 2021 and 2022. So this is a positive development. MAS has carefully reviewed all the 9 cases, and we have not found unfair underwriting practices to date for the 9 cases. In some instances, the insurers could have better communicated the rationale of their underwriting decisions, and they have since followed up with the applicants to explain their position. MAS will study Ms. Ong's suggestion to collect and monitor relevant data from the insurers. Sir, persons with disabilities with concerns about the outcomes of their insurance applications can appeal through their insurer's feedback channel. Insurers need to maintain robust processes for handling customer complaints independently and effectively. But I recognize the point that Ms. Ong mentioned earlier, that from the applicant's point of view, this may not be adequate. So should customers remain dissatisfied with the outcome of the review, they can write to MAS and we will investigate. Where there are lapses, MAS will take the appropriate supervisory actions against the insurer. Thank you, sir.
Any clarifications for Minister Chi? I don't see any. Can I invite Mr. Fu? Would you like to withdraw the amendment? Oh, sorry, Minister Gan, you have a clarification to make?
Thank you, Chairman. Let me make a correction. I spoke earlier on the green procurement and said the government has set aside up to 4% of tender evaluation criteria for environmental sustainability considerations. That was incorrect. It should be 5%. Thank you, Chairman.
You are most welcome, DPM. Mr. Fu, would you like to withdraw your amendment?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, earlier on when I heard Minister Indrani mention that our education and career options should be like an open highway, I couldn't help but think of a song, a famous song by John Bon Jovi, It's My Life. Incidentally, this is a definitive comeback song that revitalized his career in the 21st century, and I hope, similarly, our great reset of attitudes towards parenthood and marriage will also experience a great revitalization. But there's actually another song by John Bon Jovi in 2024 that he wrote, which is termed the most emotional song he has ever written. It's a song called Kiss the Bride. And the lyrics, I used to be your Superman, my whole world in your little hand. Now he's your world, that's right, I'll step aside. Now she's your world, all right, I'll step aside, you may kiss the bride. Mr. Chair, I hope as many Singaporeans will be able to experience the joy of parenthood and bringing up their child and be able to join me in this journey of parenthood. Sir, PMO has its work cut out for it, from ensuring that our public officers understand the world, understand our people, understand technology well, to ensuring that we continue to attract top-tier talent and anchor a strong scientific base in Singapore, to pressing on with climate mitigation and adaptation strategies, even while ensuring our competitiveness as a climate realist, to ensuring this great reset of marriage and parenthood, and to build a strong equities market. I would like to thank DPM Gan, Minister Chan, Minister Indrani, and Minister Chi for their responses. I would also like to thank Head of Civil Service, the Perm Secs, Deputy Secs, and Directors and staff of PMO for the hard work. As I mentioned, they have their work cut out for them, but I have every confidence that they will do their best and do us proud. And with that, I would like to withdraw my card. Thank you.
Because the debate on this hit was so efficient, I give a bit of liberty for you to make that speech. But that's not to... That liberty will not be given to the rest of the members going forward. And I can see that you're a fan of Bon Jovi. Two very nice songs indeed. Is the honourable member given leave to withdraw the amendment? I think the leave of the majority is given and the amendment is withdrawn. The question is that the sum of $716,873,400 for Head U stand part of the main estimates. Those who agree say aye. Those who disagree say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. The question is that the sum of $123,553,300 for Head U stand part of the development estimates. Those who agree say aye. Those who disagree say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Head M, Mr. Saktiandi Supat.
Mr. Chairman, I beg to move that the total sum to be allocated for Head M of the estimates be reduced by $100. Okay. Mr. Chairman, in his budget speech, Prime Minister Wong highlighted that we are entering post-SG60 chapter of Singapore's development in a world that is becoming more uncertain and more contested. In such an environment, stewardship of our fiscal resources becomes even more critical. Singapore's fiscal credibility remains one of our strongest foundations. Maintaining prudent budgetary policies and effective governance ensures that we preserve a strong financial base, not only for ourselves, but for future generations. This is especially important given rising structural spending pressures from aging, healthcare, climate resilience, and security. Globally, many governments are also facing increasingly constrained fiscal positions as these pressures build. Mr. Chairman, but stewardship is not only about restraint, it is also about ensuring that every dollar is used effectively. Prudent governance must therefore be continuous, not episodic. In this regard, I would like to seek clarification from the Minister. How is MOF strengthening scrutiny over high-value projects and deepening program evaluation frameworks to ensure that major initiatives deliver measurable outcomes over time? Beyond initial approval, are there structured review mechanisms to allow resources to be reallocated dynamically, particularly where programs no longer meet intended outcomes or where priorities have shifted? It would be useful if the Ministry could share concrete examples of such reallocations in recent years. Mr. Chairman, finance should also be a catalyst for innovation and transformation. I therefore welcome efforts to support community partnerships and new delivery models, including through the Singapore Government Partnerships Office. In areas such as aging, mental health, and family resilience, early and preventive interventions can reduce significantly higher downstream costs. Could the Minister share how MOF evaluates the long-term fiscal impact of such investments? And are there frameworks that go beyond immediate expenditure to capture medium and long-term cost avoidance as well as broader social returns? Mr. Chairman, as part of responsible fiscal stewardship, we should also periodically review structural features of our tax system. Our system has served us well, and we should preserve its fundamental strengths. At the same time, structural parameters should evolve alongside economic realities. During the recent PAP Policy Forum discussions, participants suggested reviewing income tax relief structures against updated income benchmarks. In that same spirit, let me turn to one specific feature of our tax system, the long-standing provision that effectively exempts the first 20,000 of chargeable income tax. This framework was introduced in Budget 2002 at a time when GST-related rebates and personal reliefs were consolidated into the tax system to protect lower and middle-income Singaporeans as we shifted towards greater reliance on indirect taxation. More than 2 decades on, the context has changed materially. Median incomes have more than doubled, GST has increased, and cost structures have shifted significantly. Yet the $20,000 threshold has remained unchanged. In real terms, its value has eroded. As incomes rise while thresholds remain static, bracket creep occurs gradually. More lower and middle income earners enter the tax base, not necessarily because they are significantly better off, but because the system has not been recalibrated. Otherwise, bracket creep becomes a silent shift in the tax burden, one that is not always visible but is nonetheless felt. The point here is not to call for tax cuts. It is to consider calibration. A periodic review of such structural thresholds can help ensure that the original policy intent of protecting lower and middle income earners remains intact. Any adjustments, if considered, can be calibrated and phased and implemented in a fiscally responsible manner. In this way, we preserve both fairness and sustainability. PM already mentioned in his roundup speech that the Ministry of Finance will be looking into it, and I really thank him for that. So I could therefore encourage Ministry to, beyond this, periodically assess whether such structural parameters remain appropriately aligned with today's income distribution and tax structure going forward. Mr. Chairman, strong fiscal stewardship requires 3 things: discipline in how we spend, rigor in how we evaluate, and adaptability in how we design our systems. If we continue to strengthen this, we will not only preserve our fiscal position, but also reinforce trust in our system across generations. I look forward to the Minister's response. Thank you.
The question is that the total sum to be allocated for head M of the estimates be reduced by $100. Mr. Victor Lai.
Mr. Chairman, as a capital exporter, Singapore should manage our national capital to build a networked economy, shifting from a GDP to a GNP mindset. What our capital, enterprises, and people can produce for Singapore across the world. The recent restructuring of Temasek Holdings provides a timely opportunity to manage this capital more effectively and strategically. I propose 3 pathways. Pathway 1, strategic investing in global nodes. Let us invest in sectors where Singapore lacks the natural advantages. Emerging domains like space technology are prime examples. By positioning ourselves as a critical node in these high-value ecosystems through targeted R&D and global partnerships, we secure our position, our relevance in the future economy. Pathway 2, hunting as a pack. We must leverage the new Temasek Singapore restructuring as a portfolio to create a Singapore pack. Our national champions should act as anchors, pulling our smaller enterprises into global supply chains and opening doors that our SMEs cannot knock on alone. Pathway 3, placing Singaporeans overseas. As we invest globally, can we build structured overseas pathways for Singaporeans? Not student exchanges, not internships, but good jobs from early career to mid-career, leveraging the host country networks that our sovereign investments can help create. Placing Singaporeans overseas seeds the nodes of our global network, returning with relationships and experiences to drive our networked economy. In closing, Mr. Chairman, as a small city-state, we must capture value across global networks. By managing our capital exports strategically, we strengthen our future economy, we grow our enterprise ecosystem, and generate good jobs for Singaporeans at home and abroad. Thank you.
Mr. Kenneth Tiong, you may take your 2 cards together.
Sir, on property tax valuation for owner-occupied homes. A constituent I visited, a retiree in homes for decades, asset-rich, cash-poor. His landed home is one of the most basic in the area. His neighbor tells a different story. We built into a multi-story home, 3 units, 3 entrances, 3 tenants, and a very high rental yield. Under the AV system, his property tax is set by comparator rentals, including his neighbors. His neighborhood gentrified around him while he stayed put. A retiree who never retired and who never will is taxed as a landlord. In Feb 24, the same concern was raised, how IRAS assesses AV for asset-rich but cash-poor owners. Response was that IRAS considers improvement works last done. But his problem is not the property's condition, it is his neighbor's rental income. The AV system yokes an owner-occupier's tax to his neighbor's self-interested actions. Sir, there is a better method. Capital value based on sales, not rentals. It should better reflect the position of owner-occupiers who derive no rental income. The government rejected this, citing fewer sale transactions and greater price volatility. Why does this reasoning not apply to the chief valuer's other function? When the chief valuer prices state land for BTO flats, the methodology references resale flat transactions confirmed by the government in November 25. Can the minister explain this inconsistency? Will the government consider capital value for owner-occupied property tax? Next. Last year, my colleague Louis Chua asked whether the administrative concession allowing hotels and restaurants to display prices excluding GST and service charge was still relevant. The minister replied that he did not think consumers would be confused. By 2022, IRAS had to clamp down on restaurants that were imposing nominal service charges, as low as 0.1%, specifically to exploit this loophole and avoid displaying GST-inclusive prices. These establishments were gaming the system to advertise lower prices while adding the charges at the end. If consumers were not truly confused by this practice, why did IRAS need to take enforcement action? The real problem is this exemption creates a perverse incentive. Restaurants that impose a service charge can advertise prices almost 17% lower than what customers actually pay. It is a competitive advantage that comes at the expense of price transparency. IRAS justifies this concession by saying it helps restaurants manage pricing differences between dine-in and takeaway orders. But this rationale does not hold up. It's just as easy to display a full price and subtract 10% discount for takeaway as it is to display a lower price and add a 10% service charge for dine-in. The arithmetic is identical, only the direction changes. And this takeaway rationale cannot explain why hotels also enjoy the same exemption. There is no such thing as a takeaway hotel room. In the age of electronic menus and ordering systems, it is anachronistic to cite the cost of printing paper menus as justification for denying consumers basic price transparency. I urge IRAS to conduct a proper public feedback exercise. First, assess consumer demand for clear display of GST-inclusive prices. Second, estimate the actual cost to hotels and restaurants of modifying the menus and ordering systems. Let the evidence, not assumptions made 3 decades ago, determine whether this concession still serves any public interest or whether it simply allows businesses to advertise artificially low prices at the expense of consumer clarity.
Mr. Lee Hong Chuan.
Mr. Chairman, in Mandarin, 过去几个月，中小企业老板们都告诉我，订单不是没有，而是客户下单更谨慎。他们也说，最担心的不是辛苦，而是不确定性。所以，稳健财政不只是宏观原则，更是为企业提供稳定预期的基础。多年以来，政府通过累积国际储存，并善用真投资回报贡献 (NRIC) 支持国家发展，帮助家庭与企业渡过难关。这种财政韧性本身就是对中小企业最大的支持。今年我们出现财政盈余，我认为关键不只是数目，而是如何运用这份空间，增强企业信心，支持中小企业升级转型，同时为未来潜在的风险预留缓冲。因此，我想请部长说明2点：一，在应用财政盈余时，政府如何补充储备， 保持纪律的同时，也加大对中小企业的转型、数码化以及国际化的支持，让企业在不确定的环境中更有竞争力、更有信心。2、加强代际公平的框架下，我们如何确保今天的财政决策不仅不给下一代留下负担，也为未来企业保留足够的政策弹性，以应对空间。主席，稳健财政不只是为了守住账本，更是为了守住企业的信心、就业的稳定以及新加坡经济的长期韧性。谢谢。
Ms. Tim Pei-Ling, you may take your 2 cards together.
Thank you, Chairman. Regulations set clear boundaries for businesses. They protect consumers, deter unfair and illicit practices, and support healthy industry development. But compliance carries costs. In Singapore, our strong regulatory framework upholds integrity, safety, and fair markets. Yet compliance also imposes direct expenses, administrative burdens, and slower decision cycles. For instance, complex or changing regulations often force companies to recruit additional compliance specialists, roles that can be hard to fill, raising recruitment and headcount costs while still leaving compliance challenges unresolved. These reduce operational flexibility and lengthen wait times. Smaller firms and fast-moving businesses are hit the hardest. At a time when companies are already squeezed by rising costs and fierce competition, streamlining regulatory requirements would materially ease these burdens. I therefore ask whether the government will undertake a review of rules across industries and verticals to identify opportunities to increase operational flexibility and shorten processing times for regulatory outcomes. Businesses face real hurdles in cross-border trade. Divergent rules and standards across countries, cumbersome paperwork, limited access to trade finance, fragmented and inefficient payment systems, and incompatible data standards and systems. These frictions are amplified by a volatile geopolitical environment. Unilateral measures such as the sudden US tariff changes are a stark example. Time is money. Firms need swift movements of goods and settlement of payments. They cannot afford to be hit by unexpected sudden policy changes or tariff shocks while their cargo or cash is in transit. Singapore SMEs are particularly vulnerable. With a limited domestic market, they must internationalize. Cross-border frictions, however, add to their cost pressures and constrain their ability to scale. The ASEAN single window was thus welcomed. It enables secure electronic exchange of trade documents, speeds up cross-border clearance, and supports deeper economic integration. Hence, could the government set out what more will be done to expand cross-border trade and reduce friction through the ASEAN single window?
Mr. Ng Xie Xuan, you may take your 2 cards together.
Chairman, much has been said about how the budget surplus and how we can share, Much has been said about our recent budget surplus and how we can share this gain with Singaporeans. But the MOF occasional paper released earlier shows that about 35% of Singaporeans and PRs do not pay personal income tax. And our personal income tax system is already largely progressive. In Budget 2016, the relief cap was reduced from 100,000 to 80,000 from year of assessment 2018 to ensure that higher income individuals pay more tax. Today, the personal income tax is the third largest source of government revenue. So, fairness in structure matters. Through the same PAP Policy Forum engagement as Mr. Saktiandi, and from what I see in Naval-based constituency, many dual-income, middle-class families feel stretched. They pay taxes, may not qualify for direct transfers, yet support children, aging parents, and fulfill national duty. They ask me, can we do something about it? So, I would like to suggest tax credits for 2 groups of Singaporeans, NS men and caregivers. Under our current reliefs, and using a median dual-income household earning about $12,000 per month as an example, one spouse earning $72,000 may claim about $24,000 to $31,000 in parent, child, and NS man relief, depending on how many dependents one may have. Tax falls from about $2,800 to about $550, but deductions depend on marginal tax rates. A $1,000 deduction saves $115 at 11.5%, but only $70 at 7%. For a single-income household earning about $12,000 a month, after claiming the reliefs, tax payable will still be about $6,000 to $7,000. I suggest a modest $2,500 tax credit, comprising $1,500 for NS men and $1,000 for caregiver. And this would, instead of tax relief, and this would provide meaningful and equal recognition regardless of our tax bracket. With SAF 60 approaching in 2027, this could be an appropriate juncture to recognize our NS men, and with the budget surplus, is a timely window to pilot such calibrated credits. Moving to businesses. With the recent budget surplus, we have an opportunity to make careful reinvestments that raise productivity across our economy. Some businesses have shared that they are adjusting to cost pressures from increases in LQS and foreign worker levies. These are important structural moves to uplift wages and productivity. But we must also help businesses bring in more revenue and compete more effectively. One practical way to do so is how to leverage AI in government procurement. But this is not to say that all the work must be done by government. We will be giving AI subscription support for individuals in this budget. In this same spirit, could we also pilot or
You're out of time. Mr. Sean Low.
Mr. Chairman, I'll try to do better with time. I declare my interest as Group Managing Director of Commonwealth Capital Group. While the vast majority of our conglomerate's revenues are with retail customers and private businesses, there may be occasions where some of our investee companies serve the government as a customer. In my engagements with the private sector, including with the Singapore Business Federation, it is clear that our government is a key player in our corporate ecosystem. It spends close to $30 billion a year on procurement, contracting with close to 8,000 vendors. It also disperses significant sums in the form of grants. Much of it goes to SMEs. Given its heft, the government can shape the rules of the game to support our local enterprises. One, by taking a leadership role in adopting new technologies to improve efficiency. Two, by shaping market norms and business practices. And three, by reducing unnecessary frictions when interacting with the government. To this end, the ministry could consider the following. First, rethink how the government interacts with businesses. Let us not ask companies to navigate the government, but instead ask how the government can proactively use technologies to guide companies in the right direction. At the front end, Go Business and the Business Grants Portal are good first steps, but they still require companies to sift through a smorgasbord of policies and pick out the relevant ones. Instead of relying only on SME centers, can we go further with AI? For example, imagine a Gov AI enterprise assistant. Based on their parameters such as scale, industry, and markets, companies could receive bespoke recommendations on applying for upcoming tenders or relevant grants. Get customized real-time updates on how policy changes impact their businesses. And ask questions about how investment or hiring decisions would impact their payouts from government under all relevant policies. Second, on the back end, it currently takes between 4 to 10 weeks to process grant applications. Could our public servants use AI tools to expedite these assessments? Third, adopt more pro-business payment terms and disbursement schedules, which should be at negligible cost to the government. Some grants, like the Progressive Wage Credit Scheme, can be paid earlier and more frequently instead of only once a year. This would have an immaterial impact on the government's cash flow, but could make a difference to our cash-strapped local companies. Mr. Chairman, the government operates at a scale which no local enterprise can match. It is best placed to invest in the right technology and processes to support our local enterprises to succeed. Thank you.
Ms. Denise Poor.
Chairman, let me speak on two areas where MOF can lead meaningful transformation, inclusive procurement and AI-enabled fiscal governance. On inclusive procurement, beyond its current emphasis on transparency and quality, MOF can better support SMEs with three refinements. First, faster payments through quicker payment cycles for smaller contracts, and milestone-based payments for larger ones, including also faster payments for, more regular payments for progressive wage credits. This addresses cash flow pressures, preventing capable SMEs from bidding. Second, smarter contract packaging by avoiding monolithic tenders where feasible. Disaggregating components like cybersecurity or design allows SMEs to compete in their strengths whilst maintaining program coordination. Third, recognizing social value in contracts through a point system similar to weightage in sustainability contracts. Modest wage could reward verifiable contributions like skills transfer, disability employment, or SME participation, hence differentiating proposals that strengthen our societal ecosystem. On enabled fiscal governance, MOF can harness AI to meet rising transaction volumes and accountability expectations. First, better forecasting using machine learning to analyze economic indicators, demographics, and trade trends for more accurate budget forecasts. Second, improved compliance through AI-powered smart forms and real-time compliance checkers, strengthening governance whilst reducing administrative workloads. Third, sharper resource allocation by analyzing which programs deliver greatest public value per dollar. By refining procurement and harnessing AI, we can strengthen enterprises, embed social value recognition, and ensure fiscal system robustness.
Ms. Yeo Wan Ling, you may take your 2 cards together.
Chairman, first card. If we want businesses, especially SMEs, to work well with government, their experience on GBs must be efficient, transparent, and fair. I propose that we refresh GBs to streamline documentation, reduce repetitive submissions, and make procurement more user-friendly. Lower friction encourages broader participation and stronger competition. Second, can the ministry trial AI tools to strengthen procurement, finance, audit, and administration? AI can flag anomalies, speed up verification, and reduce manual processing while maintaining strong governance. The system should also automatically check that bids comply with the PWM and LQS requirements before awards are made, ensuring responsible contracting. Finally, procurement should move more decisively towards outcome-based KPIs, assessing impact, not just lower costs. By modernizing GBIS, we can make government procurement faster, smarter, and more aligned with our economic and social priorities. Cut 2. Government procurement must not only deliver value for money, it must also create fair opportunities for our SMEs. I would like to ask for an update on the expansion of the tender light to ICT contracts. Many smaller firms have strong capabilities in digital solutions, cybersecurity, and AI, but struggle to compete in large bundled ICT tenders due to scale and track record requirements. As agencies accelerate digitalization, expanding tender light into ICT can lower entry barriers, allow smaller firms to build credentials progressively, and strengthen our local tech ecosystem. At the same time, clearer project scoping and sensible risk allocation will help SMEs participate with confidence without overextending themselves. By widening access to ICT procurement opportunities, we support enterprise growth, deepen competition, and build greater resilience into our public sector's digital transformations.
Mr. Edward Chia.
Mr. Chairman, I rise to speak on 2 areas under MOF's purview. First, several statutory boards, including JTC, CAS, and our polytechnics, hold substantial financial resources to support their long-term missions. While each operate within its own governance structure, differences in scale and investment capabilities may lead to uneven outcomes over time. Is there scope for a stronger shared support? For example, pooled investment platforms or enhanced central advisory capabilities could help smaller boards achieve better risk-adjusted returns while preserving their autonomy and mandates. Second, I wish to address grant disbursement timelines that directly impacts businesses' cash flow. The progressive wage credit scheme is an important measure supporting lower wage workers. However, annual disbursements may create interim cash flow pressures for SMEs. Businesses have shared that more frequent payouts, such as quarterly disbursements aligned with GST cycles, would ease cash flow without increasing overall fiscal requirements. I hope the Ministry can consider this. Mr. Chairman, I declare that I serve as an advisor to both the Visual, Audio, Creative Content Professionals Association, VICPA, and the National Instructors and Coaches Association, NICA. In that capacity, I wish to convey feedback on government procurement practices. In the creative and media sectors, payment upon project completion remains common. While administratively straightforward, this places significant cash flow strains on smaller firms and freelancers. In government projects, the impact is amplified. Subcontractors and freelance professionals often bear financial risks despite delivering interim milestones. I'd like to urge the Ministry to consider moving towards milestone or progressive payments as the default for larger government projects. These will help ease cash flow pressures and support industry sustainability. A related issue concerns compensation for material scope changes, where revisions substantially expand deliverables. Recognizing these as legitimate grounds for additional payment would set clearer standards and reduce disputes. Mr. Chairman, fiscal prudence is also about timing and structure. Strengthening reserve stewardship, improved disbursement timing, and promoting fair procurement can enhance both stability and fairness on the ground. Thank you.
Minister Indrani Rajah.
Mr. Chairman, I thank members for their cuts. Mr. Chairman, sound public finance is not just about balanced budgets, fiscal rules, and safeguards. For us, it is something more, and that is captured in MOF's motto, which is to create a better Singapore through finance. Nothing gets done without finance. The flip side of this is that public finance has to be handled with great care and responsibility, because how it is used determines how the country moves forward and how the lives of Singaporeans can be improved. Hence, let me touch on the principles that underpin our approach to public finance. First, fiscal prudence and sustainability. We must spend wisely and within our means. This is not only to meet current needs, but also to maximize our fiscal space, to seize new opportunities for growth, and have the ability to deal with future challenges or crises. Second, value for money. Every public dollar represents the hard work of our people that has been entrusted to the government to use for the national good. We will continue to achieve more and deliver better outcomes for Singaporeans and Singapore. Third, finance as a catalyst. Public funding should do more than fill gaps. It should drive new directions, accelerate growth, and unlock momentum. Our goal is for finance to enable impact and catalyze innovation and transformation. We are in a position of fiscal strength today because of decades of careful stewardship and forward fiscal planning. I agree with Mr. Lee Hong Chuang that our fiscal decisions today should preserve sufficient buffers and policy flexibility for future generations. We regularly review our tax system to strengthen our revenue base to meet rising needs while ensuring that the system remains progressive. Our tax system is supplemented by the NIRC framework that allows part of our investment returns to be taken into the annual budget in a sustainable way. Taken together, our fiscal system strikes a balance between supporting short-term needs and growing our reserves in line with the economy to provide a steady stream of income over the long term, as well as acting as a buffer against future shocks. As the Prime Minister has mentioned in the budget debate, our revenue upsides have been used to address both our current and future needs. In addition to permanent schemes, we have provided significant one-off support to Singaporeans in the past few years to deal with cost of living pressures and also funded investments across many areas ranging from social needs to our economy. As announced in Budget 2026, these include additional support for companies, especially our small and medium enterprises, to internationalize and build AI capabilities. Ultimately, our revenue and expenditure considerations are anchored on fiscal responsibility. MOF remains committed in ensuring that our current and future needs can be met in a fiscally sound and sustainable manner. I thank Mr. Edward Chia for his suggestions on stronger shared support to help our statutory boards achieve better returns for their reserves. Statutory boards may hold some reserves to support their capital investment and working capital needs. MOF reviews the financial positions of statutory boards to prevent excessive build-up of reserves. Where statutory boards have reserves, they invest their reserves in accordance with their liquidity needs and risk appetites. The Accountant General's Department has developed schemes to allow statutory boards to enjoy economies of scale and easier access to appointed fund managers and investment consultants through AGD's demand aggregation program. We will continue to review ways to enhance our central support. Mr. Satyandi Supat asked how MOF strengthens program evaluation and scrutiny over high-value projects. These processes continue to be key in delivering better value-for-money outcomes. First, we work with agencies on program evaluation and review. Agencies are required to map how interventions and underlying assumptions translate to the desired outcomes. Agencies are also required to develop evaluation plans with indicators that track implementation, outcomes, and costs. Besides enabling systematic tracking through these metrics, the evaluation plans specify clear milestone-based reporting. These help us to understand whether a program is achieving its objectives, whether improvements are needed, and facilitates resource decisions. Mr. Satyandi Supat also asked if there have been reviews that allow us to reallocate resources dynamically. As our operating environment changes, MOF works with agencies to redesign programs and pivot resources to new priorities when appropriate. The Enterprise Workforce Transformation Package is one example. Technological advancements are increasingly transforming business models and jobs. We saw a need to encourage companies to undertake enterprise and workforce transformation in tandem. However, the support for workforce transformation programs could be better coordinated and utilization of initiatives such as the Skills Future Enterprise Credit or SFEC improved. We worked closely with MOM, MOE, and MTI to review our existing programs and announce the key changes in Budget 2025. This included the Skills Future Workforce Development Grant, or WDG, that consolidates workforce transformation schemes under a single application channel to provide more holistic support to companies. Under the WDG, we will also provide more support for job redesign. We also worked with MOM to redesign the SFEC to make it easier for companies to use the credits and strengthen incentives for companies to upskill their employees. For high-value projects, MOF applies an additional layer of scrutiny across the whole of government to evaluate their worthiness and cost-effectiveness. Specialized committees support the review of big-ticket information and communications technology and smart systems, ICT and SS, and cybersecurity projects. Under the gateway process, larger scale and more complex infrastructure projects are reviewed by MOF and the Development Projects Advisory Panel, or DPAP. These committees include independent third parties, such as industry practitioners and experts with deep technical expertise. In 2025, government agencies working together with MOF and DPAP were able to achieve a total cost avoidance of at least $1.4 billion in development costs. The gateway process remains an integral part of how we ensure value for money. As part of our efforts to continuously improve, MOF has recently streamlined the gateway process to speed up project approvals while retaining the rigor that has helped us achieve value for money. Mr. Satyandi Supat also aptly spoke about the role of finance as a catalyst. Mr. Chairman, MOF uses public finance to catalyze growth and innovation. In every budget, we deploy our fiscal resources strategically to drive effective change. We have invested heavily to build Singaporeans' long-term capabilities through lifelong learning and the adoption of artificial intelligence, as well as strengthened our enterprise ecosystem. MOF will continue to develop new solutions, working in partnership with the community and businesses to address current and future challenges. An example is how Tote Board supports community-driven innovations in social services, health and community care. Last year, we announced the third tranche of the Tote Board's Enabling Lives Initiative, or ELI, grant to support innovation for the disability sector. Working with SG Enable, the first grant call has seen a diverse slate of proposals receiving support, ranging from community and independent living initiatives to training and employment programs for persons with disabilities. Mr. Kenneth Tiong raised a cut on property tax valuation. As I understand it, he's suggesting that the valuation of an owner-occupied residential property for property tax purposes should be derived differently from non-owner-occupied property. His proposal is that while valuation of properties that are rented out should be using annual value or AV, which is based on rental transactions, owner-occupied properties should instead be based on capital value derived from sales transactions. That would not be an appropriate approach. One should adopt the same valuation basis for all residential properties, regardless of whether it is owner-occupied, rented out, or vacant. That is so that there is a common yardstick to assess properties for property tax purposes. So having regard to the need for a common yardstick, the real question is whether one should use rental data for all residential properties or sales data for all residential properties. It's not a question of using AV for rental properties and capital value for owner-occupied properties. So on this, the use of rental data to determine AV keeps property taxes, which are assessed annually, more stable and predictable for homeowners. This is because there are more rental transactions than sale transactions, which provides a more accurate and stable picture of comparable properties to determine the valuation of a given property. Rents are also generally less volatile and subject to less variability compared to sale prices, as the rents are locked in by the lease agreements over a period of time, and hence they are less impacted by market sentiments and the property cycle. So just because a neighbor may have a better or a more nicely developed home that commands a higher rental or AV doesn't mean that the neighbor who has a simpler home will have the same AV, because obviously when valuing, adjustments will have to be made to take into account the necessary attributes. But next, it's also important to distinguish between the valuation and the property tax rate in the determination of property tax payable. While the valuation for all residential properties is determined using a common yardstick, we can and do apply different property tax rates for owner-occupied and non-owner-occupied properties. As a concession to owner-occupied properties, property tax rates for owner-occupied properties are lower compared to non-owner-occupied properties. From time to time, we also provide one-off property tax rebates for owner-occupied properties to help cushion the impact of the property tax. This means that the retiree is also not taxed as if he is a landlord while the neighborhood gentrifies. In any case, shifting to capital value as the basis for property tax assessment doesn't necessarily lower the assessment. The fact of the matter is that when a neighborhood is revitalized, the attractiveness of the retiree's property would increase, and one can expect that both rent and sale prices to increase, i.e., both the AV and the capital value will go up. Mr. Kenneth Cheong also cited the use of sales data for sale of state land. Sales data is appropriate for use where there is a sale of land or property, as sales data would be more directly relevant. This includes the sale of state land to HDB for public housing development. For AV, rental data is more appropriate for the reasons explained earlier. Mr. Chairman, we are stewards of our reserves, assets, and resources. As Singaporeans, it is our collective responsibility to make the best use of our resources for ourselves and for future generations, just as previous generations did for us. Let us create a better Singapore through finance together.
SMS Jeffrey Sia.
Mr. Chairman, let me start by addressing Ms. Tin Pei Ling's question on the government's efforts to support businesses by streamlining regulatory requirements. The Economic Strategy Review committees have engaged many business leaders to gather feedback on Singapore's long-term economic strategy. Many business leaders here and abroad have emphasized the importance of Singapore's reputation as a well-governed, stable place for doing business. Our clear and consistent rules and laws are a competitive edge for us, especially in today's uncertain global economic environment. Besides the ESR, I'm also part of the Interministerial Committee on Pro-Enterprise Rules Review, chaired by the Deputy Prime Minister, which oversees efforts to improve regulatory efficiency. MOF agencies are strongly supporting the Interministerial Committee's efforts. For instance, Customs is considering extending the validity period of certain licenses from 3 years to 5 years, so that businesses need not review them as frequently. Customs is also shortening the time for businesses to obtain some licenses to within 30 working days, so businesses have greater certainty in their planning and operations. ACRA will consult businesses and the audit community later this year on whether to exempt more small enterprises from having to audit their financial statements. This will reduce their cost burden and improve cash flow. While we do want to keep compliance requirements proportionate, some regulations which balance between business and consumer interests require a little bit more careful consideration. So, for example, Mr. Kenneth Tiong asked if IRAS can review the concession for F&B establishments and hotels to display prices that exclude GST. The purpose of this concession is to simplify processes for establishments that impose service charges, which includes both F&B establishments as well as hotels. And this is because service charges are variable and may be waived or reduced. This concession has been in place for the last 30 years, and it has become the accepted norm. Making an industry-wide change will require such businesses to incur additional costs when the industry is currently facing cost pressures. Nonetheless, we will review this in the future to take into account technological improvements as well as business and consumer preferences. Mr. Edward Chia and Mr. Sean Low suggested that the government review the frequency of the progressive wage credit scheme payouts, citing how annual payouts may result in cash flow constraints for smaller businesses. MOM annualizes the PWCS payouts because the wages of workers in the progressive wage model sectors can vary throughout the year. Smoothing the payouts on an annual basis ensures that we provide sufficient, fair, and consistent support to companies that are implementing wage increases to uplift our lower wage workers. So it's not a technical issue, it's a policy issue. We nevertheless recognize that smaller businesses face cost pressures and cash flow constraints, which is why we have provided the corporate income tax rebate and cash grant to support more companies in this year's budget. Ms. Tin Pei Ling asked about the ASEAN single window, and I managed to hear all of her cuts before the mic cuts her off. The ASEAN single window enables the exchange of documents for cross-border trade across ASEAN member states. The onboarding of ASEAN member states to the ASEAN single window has reduced paperwork, shortened clearance times, and improved predictability and transparency for traders and exporters. This has facilitated trade by reducing cross-border friction. Singapore chairs the steering committee for the implementation of the ASEAN single window. We are now exploring ASEAN single window 2.0 to strengthen interoperability and to expand electronic trade-related document exchanges to partners such as China, Japan, and South Korea. And this could include adopting standardized technologies that allow for more types of electronic documents to be exchanged. And these improvements to cross-border clearance processes will make it even easier for businesses to use Singapore as a launchpad to grow and expand internationally, in line with recommendations from the Economic Strategy Review. Mr. Saktiandi Supat and Ms. Tin Pei Ling asked about how the government can help businesses catalyze innovation and enhance processes to be more productive. We encourage businesses to use more technology to increase productivity. For instance, SMEs that do not have large back-office teams can digitalize their processes to reduce paperwork and errors. A recent study by Deloitte estimated that using digital invoices can save small businesses up to $20 per invoice. To support this effort, the IMDA launched Invoice Now, Singapore's e-invoicing network, in 2019. Today, over 63,000 businesses are on Invoice Now. One such business is Interior Design. By using Invoice Now, this business can automatically issue invoices and populate accounting records without having to spend time on manual data entry. Many businesses and trade associations have given us positive feedback that they were able to reduce invoicing errors using Invoice Now. And for businesses with overseas operations, cross-border B2B transactions will also be easier through Invoice Now, as its underlying e-invoicing standard is internationally accepted. For these reasons, the government has been nudging more businesses to use Invoice Now. We provide newly incorporated businesses with 1 year of free Invoice Now services. Since 1st November 2025, newly incorporated companies that voluntarily register for the GST are required to transmit invoice data to IRAS via the Invoice Now network. Such companies have benefited from faster GST audits and refunds. As more businesses come on board Invoice Now, the network benefits and efficiency gains will only increase further. And so, in consultation with the Singapore Business Federation and other trade associations, we are now ready to take the next step to push for greater adoption of e-invoicing. We will require all GST-registered businesses to submit digital invoices to IRAS via Invoice Now by April 2031. And this will bring on 90,000 more businesses to the Invoice Now network. We will do this progressively. We will prioritize the onboarding of smaller businesses so that we can support them better in their transition. First, we will make a suite of Invoice Now ready software solutions available to businesses free of charge. Second, we will provide new cash grants to defray the operational costs of adopting Invoice Now ready software, up to $1,000 for smaller companies and up to $5,000 for larger companies. More details on the timeline and the support provided will be released by IRAS and IMDA. Turning to personal taxes, Mr. Saktiandi Supat asked about reviewing the $20,000 threshold for personal income tax exemptions. While the personal income tax exemption threshold has not been changed for some time, this threshold should be seen together with our overall system of tax rates, tax reliefs, and rebates that applies to all individuals. Under our current system, 1 in 3 resident workers do not pay any income tax at all. And among those who do, about 8 in 10 have an effective tax rate of less than 6%. So I'd like to reassure Mr. Saktiandi that we will regularly review our income tax system to ensure that it's progressive and resilient, and that the tax burden is kept low, particularly and especially for middle and lower income. Mr. Ng Tzu Xuan suggested providing tax credits to recognize our NS men and caregivers. As Mr. Ng pointed out, we do have various tax reliefs in place to recognize NS men and caregivers. To complement the tax reliefs, both NS men and caregivers are also eligible for cash grants and credits. Cash grants and credits are administratively simpler and more progressive than tax credits, which are tied to payable taxes. For example, we provide up to $18,500 in Life SG credits and top-ups to CPF and post-secondary accounts via the NS Home Awards for operationally ready NS men. And we also have provided one-off NS Life SG credits in 2022 and 2024. Caregivers can also apply for the home caregiving grant to defray the cost of caregiving. We will continue to review the support provided to NS men and caregivers, whether through tax deductions, cash grants, or other means, to recognize them for their contributions and sacrifices. Finally, Mr. Victor Lai spoke about strategically leveraging Temasek's global investments to create more opportunities for Singaporeans. Temasek's mandate is to deliver good, sustainable, long-term returns. Their returns contribute to the annual budget via the net investment returns framework. As a principle, we want Temasek to operate on a commercial basis and to optimize their returns. As Mr. Lai acknowledges, the government does not prescribe specific areas of investment or dictate Temasek's individual investment decisions. Nonetheless, Temasek is indeed a valuable partner for the government in our economic growth strategies. And we work together whenever there's an alignment on the three pathways that Mr. Lai highlighted: identifying strategic areas for investment, growing our local champions, and developing Singaporean talent. Mr. Chairman, in an increasingly competitive global landscape, being pro-enterprise is essential to Singapore's continued economic relevance. MOF is systematically improving our regulatory environment to reduce compliance costs and to respond to business needs. We will continue to closely partner businesses, industry associations, and unions to maintain Singapore's position as one of the best places in the world to do business. Thank you.
SPS Sean Huang.
Mr. Chairman, I will speak on how MOF is making government procurement more accessible for businesses and how technology can enhance public service delivery and accountability. When procuring goods and services, the government selects solutions that provide value for money so that we can achieve more and deliver better outcomes with public funds. When considering value for money, we take a holistic assessment of both benefits and costs, which can encompass economic, social, and environmental outcomes. I appreciate Ms. Denise Pua's and Ms. Yeo Wan Ling's suggestion to embed social value and look into outcomes beyond costs in our procurement. Our holistic approach towards value for money allows us to do so. To illustrate, in a tender for contact center services by the Public Service Division, the awarded contractor was required to hire persons with disabilities and seniors for at least 10% of the jobs created by the contract. We will continue to look for opportunities to reap positive economic, social, and environmental outcomes while achieving value for money and avoiding excessive compliance costs for businesses. Mr. Sean Loh and Ms. Denise Pua spoke about making government procurement more accessible for small and medium enterprises. Ms. Yeo Wan Ling asked an update for extension of Tenderlight to ICT procurement. To improve accessibility, government agencies ensure our procurement opportunities are appropriately sized to allow SMEs to participate while ensuring it is sufficient for suppliers to invest in innovative solutions or technology that improve productivity. Last year, we announced two initiatives to make procurement opportunities more accessible: expanding Tenderlight to construction and ICT procurement, and introducing the new Innovative Procurement Partnership. Let me share updates on each in turn. Tenderlight was first introduced in April 2024 to simplify contract conditions of tenders up to $1 million, making them more accessible to SMEs. We implemented Tenderlight first for the procurement of general goods and services, and then expanded to construction procurement in May 2025. MOF has been working closely with industry stakeholders to expand Tenderlight to ICT procurement. We have incorporated feedback from the Singapore Business Federation, the Association for Small and Medium Enterprises, and SG Tech. First, we'll streamline the number of contract conditions so that businesses find it simpler to participate. Second, we'll share risks with businesses. We'll remove clauses on liquidated damages where possible, or cap the liquidated damages for late delivery and service performance at 10% of the relevant contract value. MOF will also remove the need for security deposits. These changes will ease businesses' cash flow and reduce the risks that they bear. MOF will be launching Tenderlight for ICT procurement from April 2026. With the expansion of Tenderlight to ICT contracts, Tenderlight will cover all procurement and tender value up to $1 million. With quotation and Tenderlight, around 90% of government procurement opportunities will benefit from simpler contract conditions, making procurement more accessible to businesses, especially SMEs. MOF recognizes the need to foster innovation and has been supporting the procurement of innovative solutions. Last year, we have taken this further and introduced the Innovative Procurement Partnership. This initiative enables public agencies to collaborate with businesses to test innovative solutions and provide assurances to businesses of the opportunity to scale up if pilot testing is successful. To make the Innovative Procurement Partnership more accessible to SMEs and startups, established track records are not a requirement. The government will also share risks with businesses by removing the need for security deposits and liquidated damages by default during the pilot testing phase. In addition, the Innovative Procurement Partnership is conducted via open sourcing. In other words, any business can participate. I thank Mr. Edward Chia and Ms. Denise Phua for their suggestions to ease cash flow for smaller firms and freelancers. MOF provides government agencies with contract templates and guidelines on payment milestones, including increasing the number of payment milestones where appropriate to ease cash flow. These templates and guidelines are developed with inputs from businesses and government agencies to reflect industry norms. For example, when procuring design services, government agencies are required to specify the expected iterations of changes to allow the supplier to better price their bids. Ms. Denise Phua and Mr. Sean Low asked how MOF agencies are harnessing technology, such as artificial intelligence, to strengthen governance and improve the experience for businesses and citizens when transacting with government. Ms. Yeo Wan Ling also suggested refreshing GBIS, our centralized e-procurement portal for government agencies. And Mr. Ng Shixuan suggested incorporating AI into our procurement processes. We are committed to continuously making improvements, and one such opportunity is with GBIS. GBIS has been introduced in 2000 to digitize procurement processes and consolidate government quotations and tenders. Businesses can access government procurement opportunities and submit their proposals. Over the years, we have continuously enhanced GBIS. For instance, we implemented the GBIS Supplier File Depository in 2024 to enable suppliers to use a single set of documents across multiple bids, reducing duplicative work. Moving forward, we'll tap on the latest technology to comprehensively refresh GBIS system. The refreshed GBIS will go beyond the sourcing stage, covering pre-sourcing and contract management stages. This will consolidate systems that are currently operating separately and make procurement even more transparent, effective, efficient. This will be a multi-year effort. MOF will work with Business Federation, Singapore Business Federation and SME and SME on the modes of engagement with businesses to ensure the refreshed GBIS system meets the needs of our government procurement and business community. We invite businesses who are interested to sign up for the engagement when we send out the invitations. A development that we will harness is the increasing capability of AI systems, which are becoming more widely used across businesses. AI can significantly improve productivity if well implemented. MOF is committed to integrate AI tools into the refreshed GBIS system where possible. Beyond procurement, we are also leveraging AI in other areas of finance and governance. For finance and audit, we trialed the use of AI on top of data analytics to obtain insights from large volumes of data. Through these tools, ACRA, AGD, and customs officers will be able to identify trends and detect anomalies, such as non-compliance or fraud, and may not have been detected as quickly via more traditional methods. We will continue to harness technology and leverage appropriate AI tools to enhance public service delivery and accountability. Mr. Chairman, in Mandarin, please. 财政部会确保 政府采购流程保持公平和透明。我们会继续的推出措施，协助企业更轻易的参加政府招标活动。另外，我们会善用科技，把企业与政府交易的过程变得更有效率、更简易。我们会继续跟商会、跟业界合作，收集反馈，持续优化企业和政府之间的交易过程，让企业省钱、省力、省时间。Mr. Chairman, MOF remains committed to create a better Singapore through finance. We will continue to ensure fiscal prudence and sustainability, advance a pro-enterprise environment where regulatory requirements are streamlined to reduce compliance costs, improve access to government procurement, and leverage technology to improve efficiency and strengthen governance. These efforts will enable us to serve Singaporeans and businesses better.
We have time for clarifications. Mr. Kenneth Tiong.
Thanks. One clarification for SMS Xiao. So the SMS said that the GST concession is because the service charges are variable and may be waived or reduced, which it may very well be. But then there's nothing stopping a coffee shop from charging 0.1% service charge to charge GST exclusive prices, which it did in 2022. So that's not consistent with what IRA subsequently did, which was to enforce it and change the rules, or clarify the rules rather, because it updated its guidelines to state that the pricing exception does not apply to businesses that levy a nominal service charge without a genuine business reason other than to avoid displaying GST inclusive prices. So what determines nominality if that is the standard for qualifying for a concession? F&B businesses and hotels need certainty too. And that IRAS has to police this at all suggests that the concession creates more complexity than it resolves, which brings us back to the question of whether it truly serves consumer interests. Thank you.
SMS Xiao.
I thank Mr. Tiong for his clarification. Well, I think he's referring to a specific case in 2022 against a specific F&B establishment, and indeed, IRAS takes a firm stance against businesses who levy nominal services charge or service charges without genuine reason, rather than to avoid displaying GST inclusive prices. This however, does not mean that the existing concession is no longer relevant to businesses. And as I explained in my speech, we will indeed review this and do a discussion and exploration with businesses as well as consumers on whether or not they would prefer for us to move in a different direction. Thank you.
Mr. Ng Swee Shen.
I'd like to clarify, I had a point in my second cut which was not delivered on whether MOF could consider extending AI subscription tools for businesses in the same spirit as for individuals, because AI business tools are naturally different from that for individuals.
Who would like to respond to Mr. Ng? SPS Wong.
Hi, thanks to Shen for the clarification. That's something that we definitely look into. Firstly, it's that we are working with GovTech to study what are some of the AI tools that can be used within the stat boards, agencies, and ministries. If found useful, we'll definitely then open source it and allow other businesses to use it as well. This will definitely save on the development costs and also the use costs as well. And we'll most certainly take that suggestion as well. Thank you.
If there are no further clarifications, I would like to invite Mr. Saktiandi Supak to withdraw your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to be prudent and efficient. First of all, I'm convinced that there's discipline just now in the replies, that how we spend, rigor in how we evaluate, and adaptable in how we design our system. So I take this opportunity to thank Minister Indrani, SMS, and Acting Minister Jeffrey Xiao, and SPS Sean Huang for answering all our questions, 14 cards and 10 speakers. On that note, I also would like to thank all the PSMOF and all the MOF staff behind the scenes that have been helping out to make this possible as well. So on that note, Chairman, I seek to leave to withdraw my amendment. Thank you.
Is the honourable member given leave to withdraw the amendment? I think leave of the majority is given. The amendment is withdrawn. Question is that the sum of $1,252,309,600 for head M stand part of the main estimates. Those who agree say aye. Those who disagree say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. The question is that the sum of $68,615,100 for head M stand part of the development estimates. Those who agree say aye. Those who disagree say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Minister for Finance, Second Minister for Finance.
Mr. Chairman, may I seek your consent to move that progress be reported and leave be asked to sit again?
I give my consent.
Mr. Chairman, I move that progress be reported and leave be asked to sit again.
The question is that progress be reported and leave be asked to sit again. Those who agree say aye. Aye. Those who disagree say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Second Minister for Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I report that the Committee of Supply has made progress on the estimates of expenditure for the financial year 2026 to 2027 and ask leave to sit again tomorrow.
So be it. Leader. Deputy Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that Parliament do now adjourn.
The question is that Parliament do now adjourn. Those who agree say aye. Aye. Those who disagree say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Order, order.